Hello, everyone, um, and welcome to the Death and Love Symposium. I'll begin by introducing book itself a little bit and today's gathering, which is dedicated to the book. So for those who already have a copy of the book, you can hold it for a while as a ritual of sharing death and love, even though I'm only recording myself. Here's the book. It exists. And the book deals with two of my favorite topics, which is death and love, and the most important ones. And this is why the book and today's symposium, which dedicated to death and love, are important precisely because they create the shared space, a space of death and love. And maybe there is nothing else to share. According to our book, at least, the death and love are not just topics, but the dimensions where of the connection itself, where the connection becomes possible, and perhaps this is the only thing we can truly share, death and love. And for me, in general, death and love are what existence itself is made of. I see death and love as the ground of everything, as a texture of being, and the only realities that perhaps refuse illusion, which makes this volume a Bible, and not a Bible of salvation and or instruction, but rather a Bible of surrender. And love and death, according to this volume, are not opposites, but maybe they both name a certain type of dissolution, and maybe they don't exist, those two realities, as separate from each other. Maybe they only exist as interconnected things. And in general, in philosophy, in psychoanalysis, death rightfully occupies the central space, at least more significant place than in common sense discourse or in any other discourse, while everyday discourse tries to cover death or avoid talking about death. Philosophy and psychoanalysis, at least the right kind of philosophy and psychoanalysis, they talk about death, they belong to death, they're kind of designated places, spaces for death, and this is the place, psychoanalysis and philosophy is place where death belongs, or the negative destructive dimension. But still, both philosophy and psychoanalysis, maybe also by theorizing death, also betrayed, because by this very theorizing, making it more abstract, turning it into something excessively vague, abstract, through philosophizing it. And it's not anymore about death that one dies, but it's death that one is talking about or one is thinking about. So strangely, dedicating itself to death, philosophy, psychoanalysis might also betray death. And something similar, but even worse, happening with love that is underrepresented right now, not talked philosophically enough about. Once it was a metaphysical concept, but now it's colonized almost completely by psychological discourse. So we talk about love only in terms of psychology, in language of psychology, is something that we use to talk about relationship. We don't even call it love anymore. We call it relationship. And the phrase healthy relationship is what we normally use, which sounds almost ridiculous to psychoanalysts and philosophers, precisely because the therapeutical discourse detaches love from the negative dimension, from death and destruction, and love, because of it, is gone. So healthy relationship is the absurd term, because it's separated, the love that is separated from negativity, completely positivized phenomena, which is not not love anymore. So love detached from death might be not love, and maybe death has something to do with love too, doesn't exist without it, and maybe represents a certain dimension of it. So this volume does the opposite to positivization of love. It brings the dimension of love and death together, and maybe this is how the only way they exist is by being interconnected with each other. So this this volume is against maybe the idea of healthy relationship. It against the myth that detaches love from death. And this volume performs an important task of bringing love and death together in its various forms and various dimensions, speaking either about both love and death or how they are inseparate from each other. So while psychology betrays both of them by detaching them from each other, this volume unbetrays them by bringing them back together. So this volume, which is full of love and death, brings both into existence because maybe they don't exist without each other. And the volume is itself dedicated to Marie Ruti, who beloved by many and who left us shortly after submitting her abstract to the collection. And it was a wonderful abstract. Her chapter was to be called The Death Repeating Ethos of Creativity. And she was writing about creativity as not something positive and life affirming, but rather negative, suggesting that creativity is more about destruction and incompleteness and failure. And so not positive, not affirmation and completion, but rather negativity, the space where we cannot be whole. And we have 4 sections in this volume. We have Lacan. First section is on Lacan and love, literature, film, and media. Second section is also mostly Lacan, but with more theological dimension and more philosophy to it. The third section has some existentialism. So, like every good volume, this has too much of Lacan, in my opinion. But it's still, this one is balanced, especially with the 4th section where we add the alternative psychoanalysis represented by Spielrein and Kristeva and Simone Weil. So we were trying to, in this symposium, we were trying to have this similar structure and sequence as represented in this book, but I failed a little bit, didn't quite manage to. So this is the order that we're going to be talking about. I'll also send you a full schedule in the chat in a minute. You can check it out with different times in case you don't have it. Right, and if you have any questions or if Todd, if you want to add something before proceeding to your presentation of your chapter, that would be great.
Yeah, if yeah, congratulations, Julie, on the book. And which Julie, just to be clear, Julie deserves all the congratulations, not me. But I would just say that I think the fact that you dedicated it to Mari is really important. And I mean, not just that she submitted a abstract and was going to be part of the book, but that I feel like her early theory of what early, I guess, up like 2010, 2011, like her theory of love really fits into it. Like it kind of brings together the the 2 themes of the chapter, just around this idea of Das Ding, that for her love is finding Das Ding in the other. And then it's interesting that for Lacan, sorry to bring up Lacan again, but for Lacan, his theory of the death drive that he did, at least as he develops it in Seminar 7, the seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis, it centers around Das Ding. And so there's a way for her that the very act of love is integral to the formation of death drive. So I just thought that it was really important that she is in a certain sense a touchstone for the volume. And I know several of the thinkers here, including me, my essay was very much indebted to her. And I know Rick Boothby, a lot of what he has to say is not necessarily indebted to Mari, but certainly in conversation with her around the very idea that I was just talking about. So that's all. I guess that's what I would add. That I think it's an incredible job you did putting this together. But I really like the way that you had her as a touchstone for the work.
Thank you, Todd. It was also my dream when people mentioning Lacan to say sorry that I mentioned. Thank you, Todd. Do you want to proceed to your discussing your chapter, or maybe anyone have general questions about what is happening? Each presenter will have half an hour slot for presenting a chapter, but they might have some time of allowing others to ask questions or for general discussion. Yeah, I promise to send you full schedule in the chat.
Okay, I'll start, but I don't want to go for 45, so I can stop it. I'll stop at quarter of. Okay. All right. Okay. So I want to talk about, so my chapter is on basically on the relationship between uh psychoanalysis and existentialism. And I just want to give a little bit of background, and then I'll talk about the what I see as the central crux where they both divide and also come together. And it's my essay is not about love at all, sadly. Not that I'm not I love talking about love, but this is just isn't doing that. So I came to psychoanalysis as an existentialist, so I was constantly trying to find ways to bring those two things together. But the thing that kept tripping me up, and that's the focus of my essay, is the relationship between existentialism and finitude, and the the absolute no the absence of a discussion of finitude in psychoanalysis. That I think for psychoanalysis, and I think the fact that when Freud says the unconscious is there's a timeless quality of the unconscious, that Freud's much more, that trauma for Freud is much more concerned with what is not bound by time, and time isn't really so much of a factor because of Nachträglichkeit, because of the way in which the unconscious uh, endures, and the traumas of the unconscious endure. So I part of what I was trying to do was say, okay, how does that? Is there a way that we could integrate that into existentialist kind of thinking? And the other problematic was that of freedom, because for existentialism, obviously the fundamental point is that we're condemned to our, at least in the Sartrean uh, lingo, we're condemned to our freedom. And certainly Freud wouldn't think that. Freud is constant. He maybe says the word freedom a couple of times, but his main emphasis is about how a certain kind of necessity rules the psyche. And thinking about, in fact, he believes that free association works because there's a psychic necessity involved with things. So I, my attempt in this essay was to square the circle and to really, obviously the two things you can't inject finitude into psychoanalysis, nor can you inject infinitude into existentialism. But what I think you can do is change two things, and reshape existentialism by thinking about the way in which the real problem of our existence is struggling with the infinite, not struggling with the fact that we're condemned to finitude. So that's the first step that I take. And then the second step is that I try to think about how Freud's the very point at which Freud denies that we are free, that that's some kind of psychic necessity at work. That's the point at which, no, actually, that's really where we have our freedom. And I think that for me, linking the unconscious to freedom is one of the fundamental, this, I would say, the second step. So the first step, again, is to think, oh, how is it that our infinitude is is really our fundamental existential problem? And I think it's even true in our confrontation with death. Because for someone like Sartre, death isn't so, and this is one of the big differences, as most people probably know, between Sartre and Heidegger, that for the Sartre of being and nothingness, death isn't really the fundamental problem of finitude. Finitude for him means more that we don't have our choices are always circumscribed, right? We don't have an infinite amount of time, especially time, or an infinite amount of possibilities. Instead, there's a finite amount of time and a finite amount of possibilities, and that very barrier. And this is a dialectical point on his part, that barrier is what gives us our freedom. So I think that's fundamental for Sartre. And then for Heidegger, it's actually our relationship to death that generates our freedom. So he'll later have a kind of allergy toward discussing freedom, but within being in time, within Sein und Zeit, he says anticipation reveals to Dasein its lostness in the they and brings it face to face with the possibility of being itself in an impassioned, this is the key term, an impassioned freedom towards death. So that freedom, he thinks, is what frees us or releases us from the they, the power of the they, the power of conformity, basically, the power of social authority. And so for both of them, freedom, for both Sartre and Heidegger, freedom is tied in some essential sense to our temporality. For Sartre, it's our temporal ecstasy, like our temporal removal constantly out of ourselves, either toward the past or toward the future, or even relative to the present. And in fact, he goes through all those different temporalities in being in nothingness. Um, for Heidegger, it's much more just it's a freedom in relationship to death. But in each case, and I think this is essential to how they conceive of, and Heidegger, just to be clear, Heidegger would never accept the moniker and openly disavowed the moniker existentialist. But I think for this discussion, it's pretty clear he and Sartre are more or less on the same page, especially relative to psychoanalysis. Uh, but freedom for both of them is tied to our temporality, and you can't take it, and thus our finitude, the fact that we don't have an infinite amount of time or an infinite amount of possibilities. If we did, we wouldn't be free because we wouldn't have to choose one, right? So we wouldn't have to in Sartre's terms, we wouldn't have to define a project. We wouldn't have to choose a project because we would have an infinite amount of space and time to choose any project we wanted. We can say there'd be no demand. We wouldn't have no, there'd be no sense in which we were condemned to freedom. So infinitude is for both Sartre and Heidegger a allergy. It's anathema to freedom. Okay, so what I find really uh, great about the psychoanalytic intervention and Freud's intervention, especially, is that and he sees the way in which that what causes that in our conscious activity we are following, and this gets more directly theorized by Lacan, I think. In our conscious activity, we're following the demands that the other places on us, right? We're capitulating in some way or another. But, and I think this is where Lacan's sense of our desire as the desire of the other is really important. That in the way that we interpret the demands that the social authority makes on us, that's where our freedom lies, because our interpretation is always incorrect. Well, it's incorrect in a sense because the other doesn't know there's no other of the other. The other doesn't know what it wants when it makes some command to us. But we also don't know what it wants. So we have to interpret what that desire of the other is. And this happens, I think this is clear, it happens unconsciously. So the point is that your freedom emerges through the very way in which you create some kind of unconscious interpretation of what the other has demanded of you. And so this is where I think it's a very, to me, incredible point at which psychoanalysis doesn't just take up an existentialist project of freedom, but actually shows how, you know, freedom is not just linked as we all as I think we always think. We think, oh, free will, like that freedom is tied to consciousness. But instead, from the psychoanalytic perspective, freedom is precisely tied to our unconscious response to the other's desire, to what the other is asking of us, right? And I think that's for from the psychoanalytic perspective, that's what really is a value added to the existentialist project because it takes it out of the realm of consciousness where I think it's trapped in a voluntarist or a decisionist kind of philosophical position that has some, I think, serious problems. So for me, that's what's incredible and what's miraculous about the psychoanalytic intervention in in the existentialist project and how we can think of them together as married. And then that means, I think, if you think of freedom not as located in consciousness, but in precisely in our unconscious response to what the other desires of us, then it's not it's not that freedom is not linked to our no longer linked to our finitude, but actually becomes part of it because it's linked to the unconscious. It becomes part of our infinitude, and I think this will come back to the problem of death. That I think one way to think psychoanalytically about death, for instance, is to think, why is death a problem? Is it because we are finite beings? That's what Heidegger thinks. He absolutely thinks that. But I think, and it's Alenka Zupančič who really got me thinking in this direction, that I think it's actually our infinitude that makes death a problem for us. That we're constantly putting ourselves beyond it. We're able to transcend it in certain ways, to think beyond the point, that end point. That's what makes death traumatic for us in a way that it's not for a being that doesn't have the infinitude of the unconscious as part of its psychic structure. And so I think that that's for me a real that's the real breakthrough of psychoanalysis is to do this double to shift the problem of freedom away from consciousness to the unconscious and to see how it's really in our unconscious response. And obviously, in our unconscious response, that freedom is articulated. Obviously, there are points at which the unconscious is even more prone to capitulate than we would be consciously, right? So it's clear that those moments do happen, that we unconsciously obey when we're consciously trying to strive to or to not conform. But I think even then, I would bite the bullet on this. Even then, I think there's something in the unconscious response that is if the obedience is it's we're doing so freely, if we do so unconsciously, that there's something in the way in that the unconscious responds because it's always our interpretation, again, unconscious of the other's desire, that there's this disjunction between what's been demanded of us and how we respond to it. And I think that's the gap of freedom from my perspective. And I think it's a way also to get beyond this question of free will, which I always kind of, it always makes me feel a little taken aback when I hear even the term or the debate about free will. Oh, is there this gap moment of free will? But I think if you align freedom not with will, but with desire and with the unconscious, then I think it's a way of I don't know, circumventing that problem of the very question of determinism and freedom, I think. And then again, the second point would be to turn away from the problem of finitude to the question of the infinite and to see how our infinitude, and this maybe connects back. I like what Julie said about the connection always between death and love. And I think maybe this is where that comes back together because it's through our infinitude that we're capable of loving. And so I think there's a way in which that thinking about our relationship to death in that way makes the connection to love even more uh, profound. Anyway, so that's what originated my essay, and that's what drove it. And this has been a project of mine trying to bring together psychoanalysis and existentialism. So I was really happy when Julie said, "Oh, you could write on that for this." I'm like, "Could I? I don't know." And she said, "Okay." And it's sort of the basis of what I want to do next as a huge project too. So yeah, that's it. And I'd be happy to answer anybody's question or talk further if Julie has something or if anybody has something.
Thank you, Todd. Anyone have questions? We have a bit of time.
I do we have to raise our hand? I've got a question for Todd.
Sure.
Well, it's not so, I mean, I guess it is a question, but it's more like I just want to see what you think about this. So uh I'm really glad that you've that you finally wrote something on this because I know we've talked about it before, but just I was so the past couple of weeks I teach this class at Seton Hall, the college that I'm at, called, and all sophomores have to take it, and it's called Christianity and Culture in Dialogue. And the second half of the class is essentially like 19th and early 20th century, like, radical thought. I mean, at least compared to the Catholic intellectual tradition, although there's some radical stuff there as well. Anyway, last week I was teaching, and this is all actually in the reader for the course. The first couple chapters of Nietzsche's On the Genealogy of Morals, and then I bring in some chapters from Future and Illusion. And so I always thought that this ending of Future of an Illusion sounds like Freud actually, I mean, despite the difference between, right, like um finitude and infinity, Freud almost sounds very like Sartrean in a way at the end of it when he says, I just have it pulled up because I was, I had some slides
Yeah.
on it for class. Perhaps those who do not suffer from the neurosis, which is right, he says that religious belief is the the great like sort of human neurosis. Perhaps
Right.
those who do not suffer from the neurosis will need no intoxicant to deaden it. They will, it is true, find themselves in a difficult situation. They will have to admit to themselves the full extent of their helplessness and their insignificance in the machinery of the universe. They can no longer be the center of creation, no longer the object of tender care on the part of a benevolent providence. They will be in the same position as the child who has left the parental house where he was so warm and comfortable. But surely infantilism is destined to be surmounted. Men cannot remain children forever. They must in the end go out into hostile life. I mean, there's a way in which like, you can sort of read that as a sort of proto existentialism there. But then it makes me, but that's kind of just a long sort of preamble to set up my question, which is it so with Lacan, does it become more, do psychoanalysis and existentialism become more sort of simpatico in a way? And is that a correction of sort of Freud? I guess it's not so much a question, just I'm trying to like put together all these different pieces and to think the connection for them, right? Because for Lacan, right, it's contingency and necessity are dialectically interrelated in the same way that freedom and fate is. So to speak of free will, like you were saying, um, doesn't really make sense in the sort of standard psychoanalytic or philosophical sense. All right, I'll shut up.
No, no, Russ, it's such a great question, I think. And I didn't really get into this, so I'm glad that you brought that up, and I do think you're right that it kind of, it's like the in itself becomes for itself with Lacan, right? Like what's there in Freud in
Right.
itself becomes, yeah, I think that's really true. And I think it's interesting because Lacan had a real, like, what's his anxiety of influence? It's not Freud, it's Sartre, right? Sartre is the real anxiety of influence. And I think I mean, why all this discussion of subjectivity? That's a term that never appears in Freud, right? That's a philosophical term, and it's a term that's so heavy in the French milieu when Lacan is writing, just thanks to Sartre's influence. So I think that, yeah, I just can't. And I think he can't really avow it, but I think that's what he's really doing. Is he's kind of, how can we integrate this existentialist conception of subjectivity that was always there in psychoanalysis,
Right.
always there, right? Just like you're saying, I think that's exactly that. It's an amazing ending, really. It's totally like, that's exactly, you can imagine Sartre saying something exactly
Exactly.
like
Yeah.
that. Which is why it's not surprising that Sartre wrote the Freud screenplay for the John Huston film. Which that got cut. It was like a 5 hour long screenplay, and John Hughes was like, that's too long. But I think that Freud never could have avowed that because, and Sartre neither, because just because of the way the unconscious was the real stumbling block, right? Like Sartre just, like, even he has this existential psychoanalysis section in Being and Nothingness, but it's not really psychoanalysis because there's no unconscious. And so if you take away the unconscious, it's not psychoanalysis. But I think you're absolutely right that it's Lacan who really makes that project. Julie had kind of like, I felt chastened not to mention too much of Lacan, but yeah, I mean, he really is making that project actually explicit. I think I just have always felt that way when reading him. And I guess I just thought, and I guess people don't really talk that are into Lacan don't talk that way. And so I thought I'm just probably wrong. And now I kind of feel like, no, that is the right way to think about it. And I think one of the ways is to see the way in which Sartre's influence, you can kind of read it. He doesn't get mentioned in Mirror Stage, but it's clear Lacan is responding to him, right? And then in subsequent seminars, you can kind of see where it is that he's the person being responded to. And okay, all French intellectuals of that time existed in in Sartre's shadow, but I think everybody else was rejecting him, right? Everybody else, like Deleuze, Derrida, like they were, Foucault especially, they were explicitly saying, I am not that. But I think Lacan, I think it's actually, maybe he ostensibly does that, but I think he actually is trying to realize that project. So I think that is a great question and is exactly how I would read it. Like he's the one who makes that evident, that it wouldn't even be evident. I think, okay, it'd be evident in these little spaces, like you mentioned, End of Future of an Illusion. But I think if it wasn't for Lacan, the connection wouldn't be, I wouldn't have ever been able to think about this, I think.
Yeah. 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 Thanks, Todd.
I
Yeah.
think I'll follow up on this question because I find that this is also something that like doesn't quite come up in your chapter, and I think we acknowledged that in the past. But it's the question of love, because in the history of existentialism specifically, like love comes up in a lot of different ways. Being a Nothingness has a dedicated chapter on love. Simone de Beauvoir definitely explicitly talks about it. Heidegger's known in part for his love letters to his wife. I can keep giving examples like Nietzsche and André Salomé or Kierkegaard. And so for me, the question is, what are the consequences of how these different ways of thinking have on love? Why are they ultimately at odds? Because I do find that they tend to be at odds with each other when you see the repercussions and consequences of how existentialists do what you describe in your chapter as achieving isolation, as opposed to this learning to share the isolation or learning to share lack, that I think is ultimately what I find as like the best way I can describe it is the positivization of the negative of the sexual non-relationship in Lacan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think like you're right that even the existentialist thinkers that don't explicitly talk about love, and they're not, Heidegger would be the main one. Like it's still such an important part of his private correspondence, and certainly his love relation with Arendt is maybe one of the defining moments of his life. So that I think you're right that it's really important. But I just want to focus on. I think it's really interesting the way that Sartre talks about love and being in nothingness versus the way Lacan talks about love in, say, uh, Seminar 11 and then Seminar 12, probably, right? So in Seminar 12 is where he gives the famous definition that love is giving what you don't have to what to a person who doesn't want it, right? So that that conception of love is so far removed, I think, from the Sartrean way. And I think for Sartre, what's interesting is that it's really love is theorized in being a nothingness. And he when he's talking about love, he then will talk about masochism and sadism, but even when he talks about those perversions, he's not talking about, he talks about them, and I think this is really fascinating, not in sexual terms, right? Like it's strange to me that he doesn't, that for Sartre, love is much more about relationships of power. And I think that like for him, sadism and masochism are about power, the power dynamics. And he gets this, so he take his theory of love, which is in the overall the concrete relations with others section. It is really indebted to the master servant dialectic of Hegel. And he thinks the like for him, once one get so there's a kind of impossibility about love for Sartre, because once one gives in, then one is shown that one isn't worthy of being loved, right? So there's this weird way that love is a site of impossibility, precise. And I'm going to come, I'm answering in a long roundabout way. I'm sorry about that, but it's because it's about, I think it's again about the way in which he's stuck in consciousness, right? And that for Lacan, I think what's really interesting is that just the way he articulates that famous theory of love, it's all about what you don't, it's about what you cannot know, right? It's about unconscious, that the unconscious has a central role to play in love, and it emerges out of unconscious desire. And so that has no place within the Sartrean framework, which causes him, I think, to reduce love a bit to a power dynamic. And I fear that that's true in Kierkegaard's works of love too, like that there's a little bit of that, and it's certainly true in Heidegger. So I guess that would be what I would say, is that it's again a site where the unconscious isn't, it would really be helpful to existentialism, and that allows psychoanalysis to have a better theory of love. I think a much more uh, impactful theory of love, and also one that then can have an impact back on that we should kind of read that back into our existentialist project as like one of, just like you were saying, one of this kind of shared uh, uh, relationship to trauma, which I think is seems to me what the psychoanalytic conception is. I don't know. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's pretty apt. Like, I think you're very right on pointing out that Freud, sorry, not Freud, Sartre, does this thing where he focuses so much on what we would call a restaging of the Lord Bondsman dialectic,
Yeah.
ultimately restaging this question of desire and its recognition. But what I find interesting about Lacan is that it's not so much a question about recognition. It's almost like recognition is besides the point.
Yeah, isn't that the key thing, right? That love has to go beyond the problem of recognition, right? And I think that especially Sartre, but existentialism as a whole is kind of stuck in this problem of recognition, which derives ultimately maybe from a misreading of Hegel, right? That's probably from my perspective, that would be the root of the Sartrean error. I think Hegel is much more open to a different idea of love than that, even in his early writing on love, than it's a more sophisticated conception of love than Sartre, I think.
I think you're pretty right on that. Like, I like that by Hegel a lot, and I find that a lot of the work he does is also in trying to engage with the question of life at large. So he's constantly teetering the line between the individual lives or the achieved isolations of different people and their overcoming through just navigating the limits of what's property, what's own, into what's beyond that. So yeah, I think also that has repercussions in Hegel's later work, because at least I personally find that the absolute structure like love.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I totally agree with that. Totally agree. Yeah.
Mm.
Thank you, Todd. Simone, do you want to start a bit earlier with your chapter?
Easy, I happy to do it.
Just Todd, I hope it's obvious that the project you're supposed to work on, this project you're supposed to extend, is very significant, like existentialism and analysis. I do personally think I'm not the best person to encourage anyone, but I would really, if I would
Okay.
be able
Thank you.
to, I would
Thank you.
encourage.
Thank you.
After Sartre's
Yes, I
failure.
will. I'm gonna run out to my administrative obligations, but I will be back for the closing thing.
Thank you, Todd.
Okay, thanks. See
Thanks.
everyone.
Bye.
Figured that.
Bye.
So now, Simone, this is the name that you represented by in the chapter. So
Oh yeah, no, it's still my pen name, so we're good. Yeah. So it's really, now that Todd is out of the house, we can talk freely about love, right? Um, yeah, so I find this chapter to be very interesting because, as we discussed already, my chapter is very directly in dialogue with Todd, so that's why I'm coming to speak at this point. And that last little exchange between Todd and I think figures a little bit of what I'm going to talk about here. So my chapter is titled, Why is the Death Drive Not Identical with Being Towards Death? And playing off of that discussion that Todd and I just had, I think I would summarize it as this tension between being stuck on consciousness, the way of achieving isolation in the existentialist sense, as opposed to this unconscious outpouring or spilling out that characterizes, I think, more of what I was leaning towards with this question of love. So I'll discuss the chapter. I find the chapter is actually very rudimentary, so there's only so much I can say without really repeating the rest of the chapter. But I'm going to focus a little bit more on the very short section on love, to give something that you wouldn't get in the chapter, but it's implicitly there. And love is ultimately the central question of a lot of my research. So I think Todd and Julie would know this more because I studied with them in the past. When I was working on my master's and when I was working on my PhD, I was very much focused on the question of love as aside for emancipatory potentials. I was engaging very much with the Mark Fisher, Frederick Jameson's Slavoj Žižek question of it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. And so for me, at least conceptually, structurally, love comes to represent this opening to radical otherness, this potential opening for also something that could transform itself into political imagination. So love is a topic that has a lot of centrality for me, that you only kind of get a peek of towards the end of this chapter. So the chapter itself is pretty rudimentary. The first part is I just give you a historical background of the history of these concepts of the death drive and being towards death, specifically, not so much in their conceptualization, but the interactions between the historical players that were at play in the development of psychoanalysis and existential philosophy. So the primal scene for us in this respect would be Heidegger and Freud. Freud historically was pretty disregarding of philosophy. He didn't have that much of an interest of it other than as a Weltanschauung, which means that he kind of put philosophy in a very contained point of view, like a little corralling of philosophy just aside. So whenever philosophy comes up in Freud, it's almost just as a curiosity, if anything. Doesn't entertain in much more than that. With Heidegger, there's more of an explicit commentary on Freud. It comes up in some of his seminars. Particularly, I think these are the seminars that Medard Boss helped facilitate and edited into publication. And so with Heidegger, we have an explicit rejection of Freud. For Heidegger, Freud is a neo-Kantian scientist, but he means it in the derogatory sense of scientism. So for him, he's ultimately a thinker that is falling prey to the ontic appropriation of being under a technical ontology. So he would be overlooking the entire domain of the poetic ontology that Heidegger is trying to basically unlock as a way of thinking ontological difference. So for him, Freud is essentially just working against that. This historical background of this primal scene does get reproduced later on in people that go on to adopt Freud and Heidegger in their own respective terms. So in the end of the more Heideggerian perspective, I find people like Ludwig Binswanger and Medard Boss, who I find tend to lean towards stepping away from Freud into adopting more of these Heideggerian ways of thinking. So in the case of Binswanger, he's very interested on what he would call ontic anthropological psychiatry. So he would be taking on Heidegger's ontological structures and trying to apply them in a context of dealing with a psychoanalytic subject, or at least what he thinks is a psychoanalytic subject. And then in the case of Medard Boss, he comes up with the concept of Dasein analysis. And for him, this is supposed to be a humanistic alternative to psychoanalysis. So the problem they usually tend to have with Freud is the extent to which Freud shakes up the sense of autonomy or centrality of like Cartesian subject, if I were to put it playfully. So the decentralization of the subject tends to be a major issue for them. It tends to be something that, at least for them, it does away with the kind of responsibility or ownership of oneself that would characterize, at least for them, what's significant about what they see in psychoanalysis. And notably, both Binswanger and Boss, when they engage with Heidegger, they focus on concepts like being with others and care. They very explicitly dismiss the death drive, so they are part of that generation of early psychoanalysis where folks started departing or cutting ties with Freud over the question of the death drive. Lacan comes quite a bit later in terms of like just the history of those generations of psychoanalysis. So for Lacan, he's doing this famous return to Freud. He's in a way restaging Freud and trying to unearth something fundamental to Freud through his own subversions. So we find a sort of undoing of the scientism and the resistances to philosophy that we find originally in Freud. And alongside with that, we find a re-entertainment of the questions of philosophy in Lacan. So it just comes in different layers and different ways, depending on what era Lacan you're looking at. His outlook and regard for philosophy might change to some extent. Notably in Seminar 11th, he has some comments on philosophical truth as something that gets foreclosed in the instating of science, for science to operate as science. I find this is something that also has been adopted into other ways of thinking. I think implicitly that's something that is at hand in Heidegger, at least when he talks about aletheia as a way of engaging with truth, a disclosure of ontological difference. But also in people like Hélène Badiou, who do take a perspective of ontological difference, but is also, funnily enough, quite different. Philosophical truth has interest for Lacan, and then as Lacan goes on into his work, the references to philosophy and Heidegger, for example, become more didactic and propadeutic. So in a way, they become more of a prop to help prop up psychoanalysis as opposed to the other way around. Ultimately, at the end of the day, Lacan is concerned with psychoanalysis, and he's not so much using psychoanalysis to prop up philosophy in the way that people after Lacan would do. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it's just the way that Lacan does it. And with Lacan, we do find that there's an emphasis on questions like being towards death and the death drive, in a way that whereas Binswanger and Boss focus more on being with others and care. So this is where I give my apology for referring to Lacan, because for one, I'm also in my kind of era where I'm trying to engage with any psychoanalysis that is not Lacan, but in this case, it kind of necessitates it because Lacan just historically happens to be situated and engaged with this in a way that is very significant for this work. So the two later sections are pretty rudimentary too. Part 2 focuses on Heidegger and Kantian finitude. Part 3 focuses on Freud, Lacan, and Hegelian infinity. So part 2 is drawing broad strokes out of Heidegger's work. I do find, at least personally, when I read Heidegger throughout his work, that even though there may be subtle changes, like the famous Thorn, where he starts turning away from a very like existential phenomenology, at least strictly speaking, that comes up in Being and Time and The Sign. When you start engaging with some of his later works, or you start seeing things like contributions to philosophy and The Event, I still find that there's some consistency throughout his work. So this part of the chapter tries to give a quick broad strokes outline of how Heidegger formulates his questions of being towards death, his existential analysis of the sign, trying to grasp at the difference between fundamental and regional ontology to clear the ground for that fundamental ontology through existential analysis. And of course, what he starts uncovering as he's going through the various different ways in which the interpretation of the sign becomes kind of lost in its technical appropriations through anthropology, psychology, biology, like questions like life, death, time become quantized. They become very much rigidized in a way that they miss out on that existential hermeneutic, phenomenological interpretation of the sign as a being that is questioning its own way of being. So when I'm asking the question of what is time, what is death, its weight and implication is very different if I were to ask it from the perspective of a natural scientist or an anthropologist or even a biologist, as opposed to the existential way that Heidegger goes about it. And that's why in the second division of Being and Time, he's very interested in this question of care as this fundamental preoccupation of how the sign finds its way around the world, and the care of truth is this way of letting things be, but also how that is tightly concerned with death, this imminent death that is constantly going to be shaping the way in which time is structured for that sign, which is very different than just describing death as a matter of fact, let's say in biology. So later on his work, he still tends to be concerned with this question of grounding being, trying to turn more heavily towards this question of the poetic. You find this in a lot of different questions, like what is metaphysics, the origin of the work of art. You also find it in the question concerning technology. And of course, it becomes a little bit more broad about like what it means to build and think in other texts like dwelling, building, thinking. But finitude, ultimately, at the core of Heidegger, remains like the fundamental concern of what he's adopting from the metaphysical tradition that he's trying to overcome. And so this is very often informed by Heidegger's readings of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason and the Prolegomena to any future metaphysic. So for Heidegger, he's essentially pointing out for us the restlessness that is inspired in the sign, in its confrontation with the existential nothing that it starts stumbling against. And so for him, the horizon of existential finitude is what is ultimately crucial to the experience of the sign. It's philosophical practice of being and death, the turbulence to any sort of comfort and assurance that any encounter with aletheia or truth as disclosure shakes up. But one of the things that becomes notable, especially if you read very early Heidegger, like pre-Being and Time, is that influence and concurrence of his readings of Kant, his seminars on Kant. and his development of being in time, as well as his tension with Kant. Because ultimately, Kant, what Heidegger admires of Kant is his questioning of the tradition of metaphysics by emphasizing finitude, at least in the Critique of Pure Reason. I think what follows in the rest of the Kantian project is something that Heidegger is more at tension with. So I'm thinking here the Critique of Practical Reason, or the Critique of Judgment, or other texts like Religion Beyond the Limits of Reason Alone. So for the problem ultimately Heidegger finds with Kant is that Kant ultimately loses the thread of finitude when he's trying to get into his bigger ambitions of the ends of reason through practical and aesthetic philosophy to try to aim towards the infinite, or this inclusive project of cosmopolitanism, and even things like pure rational religion, which takes the focus of Kant's later work. So this is how much Heidegger ultimately cares about finitude, to the point that like the thinker that's considered to be the thinker of finitude par excellence, at least to Heidegger, betrayed it, and he's trying to do a corrective of that. And so for Heidegger, he ultimately finds that by missing the mark with determinate existentiality or Dasein, Kant just missed the whole thing through his own philosophical ambitions. So the third part is more focused on death drive and the absolute. I think the key term, and this I adopt from Todd, is the idea of the self-limiting infinity. I point out that counter to Heidegger's rejection of Freud as a scientist, Freud, specifically in texts that concern the death drive, he tends to go into the realm of speculation quite openly in a way that really resists how Heidegger at least views them. Regardless of what you assess, what the significance of Freud's speculations are. And so the development specifically of like the expansion of the concept of sexuality, or the development of the death drive as a concept, come from this liminal point in Freud's work. For Lacan, he picks up on these ambiguities that come out of Freud's speculations about the death drive. Notably in the Ethics of Psychoanalysis, Lacan, and I quote here, simply tells us, I simply want to say that the articulation of the death drive in Freud is neither true or false. It is suspect, and that's all I affirm. End quote. So Lacan starts pointing out for us that death drive and life drive kind of have, as you see them develop in Freud, they kind of seem to play one and the same function. And I think this kind of goes back to a lot of what Mary Ritty, for example, ends up doing with her understanding of creativity in her work, essentially as how the death instinct or death drive plays this role of self-destruction as a way of creating or reinvigorating life. And so, in a way, the death drive creates as much as it destroys, which also feels like a throwback to Sabine's Spielrein and the way that she herself was formulating the death drive in her work. What I find interesting with what Lacan does with this is this idea of how is it that the subject creates its own stumbling blocks, its own limits, and how essentially through the introduction of the signifier and the sexuation of the subject, you go from having this shapeless, unformed lamella, this sort of polymorphous sexuality, and starts giving it form the moment that there's an introduction of something that it starts compelling it to have to structure itself around like an underlying contradiction or contention, and coming up with a way of coping with that. And so for me, the question, and this is where I find that the death drive starts being very much in touch with concepts like the absolute idea or absolute spirit in Hegel's work, is because each of them is a way of expressing infinity through their own self-limitation. In the same vein that like Lacan would say something like truth structured like a fiction, I would say that the absolute is structured like finitude, or like the relative. It is through the relative, the finite, that we encounter the infinite and the absolute. And so the very concept of infinity here is very much characterized by finding a way of like the overcoming by the very limits that are imposed in front of us or self-imposed. I find that Hegel gives us very evocative descriptions towards the end of the phenomenology spirit of something that gets later characterized as subjective destitution in Lacanian psychoanalysis. So Hegel gives us descriptions like letting go or knowing one's own limit. I know that Todd specifically really likes it, a knowing one's own limit description. And so we find ourselves at this very interesting point where, whereas Heidegger is trying to get to this point of getting over the metaphysical tradition, Lacan starts reclaiming it, and reclaiming it in a very interesting and didactic and playful way that sees it is still doing something meaningfully for us. It's in the same vein that when Lacan tells us or talks about the notion of God being dead, he always kind of has this addendum that God may be dead, but God is unconsciously still there and persisting. How even, for example, in the case of science, like science might try to kill God for all he wants, but it's still structured like a theology in an underlying way. I find that he's essentially adopting the metaphysical tradition in a way, reclaiming this. And Alenka Zupanczyk specifically has a very interesting way of wording this. In an interview that she did with Frank Brude and Nagon Hamza. So I'm going to quote here from her because I think the way she puts it is just delightful. It is not that these metaphysical notions themselves that are problematic. What can be problematic in some ways of doing philosophy is the disavowal or effacement of the inherent contradiction, even antagonism, that these notions imply and are a part of. So whereas Heidegger is trying to overcome those contradictions or sees them as something inherently bad, Lacan leans into them. And I think he's leaning into them, and this is what leads me to the question of love, is why we're concerned with questions like the non-relationship in sex or love as this sharing of lack. Because this is ultimately that lack, that failure, that contradiction becomes the prospective space for any meaningful question of love. So this leaves us in a very interesting perspective and kind of comes back to the question that I was asking Todd prior to the presentation. How does this have implications for the conceptualizations of love that come out of existentialism and psychoanalysis? In my case, I didn't so much focus on Sartre the way that Todd did. I'm really glad that Todd addressed that. But if I look at someone like Binswanger or Medard Boss, they tend to focus more on being with others and care as a place of love. That's how they adopt Heidegger as a way of trying to conceptualize that in their own humanizations of psychoanalysis. But it is really worth noting that even Heideggerian love is caught up in finitude, in solitude, as it sees it as the plenitude of being. The way that Todd described it is as being stuck in unconsciousness, and I think that's pretty apt. But in order to love, and this is me playing off of a description that Alain Badiou gives, in order to love, it takes at least two. So without that, you don't really arrive at much of a significant concept of love, at least in my opinion, because you just end up dealing with just the pure limitation or the achievement of isolation, which I think misses the question of love, at least for me. What I find interesting about this question of love is that, and this is where I'm gonna depart from the chapter a little bit, is that it's an interesting point where you can start describing something that I would characterize as transfinite, because you see this edge between existential finitude and the self-limiting infinity of the death tribe. You find this teasing between the limits of finitude and the infinite. Coming back again to what Todd and I were briefly chatting about Hegel's early fragment on love. So in Lacan, we find this interesting description oftentimes about how people look at Lacan and the question of love. In some cases, you end up with maybe what I would call like the more derogatory way of looking at Lacan's views on love, which is the idea that we are just achieving our existential isolation, and any conception of love we have tends to be a projected fantasy, as we're just projecting ourselves onto another person, and so we're always missing the mark. And mind you, I still think there's some element of that in a more robust and genuine conception of Lacan's view of love, but it doesn't have the connotation that we are never able to arrive into contact with something radically different. We're not just treadmilling over our own finitude, our own consciousness, our own. If anything, there's something that opens up to radical otherness. There's a reason why love is a disturbing experience in many ways. I was driving a friend home yesterday and we were chatting about love, and she described love as a feeling of comfort, and I kind of had to give the corollary note, but it's also one of the most disturbing experiences you can have in your life. And I think it's meaningfully disturbing. It undoes us. There's a reason why we are completely experiencing these liminalities of our own existences in love, why death seems to be constantly recurring theme whenever we look into literature about love, whenever we're dealing with our own fantasies of love, like the fantasy of what am I going to say to my loved one when they're about to die? What is going to be my last act of love for them? If anything, and this is something that I've been trying to think a lot about in my own work, I'm very interested in this question of that ultimately, regardless of whether you break up, divorce, or die, the final act of love is letting go. And I think for me, this attests to the underlying reality of love, that is that love is never about possessing someone. It's not an Aristotelian way of becoming one. If anything, is actually something that thrives to the resistance of becoming one. If you look at it from a perspective of erotics, you learn to eroticize the edges of your own isolation, your own infinitude, and the isolation of another, to create a space where you find something in that nothing. The nothing that Dasein or Heidegger stumbles is only a part of the story. Where Lacan takes us and encounters this nothing is this possibility where we find something where we expect less than nothing. And love, and here I follow maybe Alain Badiou a little bit more closely, it becomes a way of attesting to finding something in that nothing. And it's not just a question of falling in love in the finding of something in that nothing, but it's the question of how do you see its consequences through? In what ways do you have to keep on engaging with that tension over and over? Because I find that usually in depictions that we give of love, we focus so much on the falling in love, or we focus a lot in the comfort, but a lot of people don't know exactly how to navigate questions of difficulty or tension in love. For example, me and a partner of mine have been struggling. There's sometimes the inclination to just, to put it quite crassly, talk shit about the other person, as if that's supposed to bring any reassurance, rather than leaning into the discomfort, like, I don't know if I'm even right in what I'm doing. So maybe I should be the person that gets talked shit about. Or maybe it's not even a question of talking shit at all. So there's an interesting liminality between the infinite and the finite that I find very interesting, very productive, and I find it has significant consequences for how we think about philosophy, or the philosophy, or even our personal lives whatsoever. So what I can say about the chapter, and this is going to be my conclusion, is that that last section of love is very loaded. It's very suggestive. I think there's a lot that can be unpacked out of it, but I think it gets essentially everything you need to know about at least how I theorize love, that has consequences or can be expanded upon into a broader understanding of how psychoanalysis is teasing us away from just achieving isolation, teasing us into something that leads us more into an intersubjective engagement, something in the vein of something like Braha Edinger, or even engaging with questions that are more in line with the work of Mari Rudy, for example. In fact, if anything, I would say, don't if you read that last section, Love, go read either Mari Rudy's book, like this anti-self-help book she wrote, The Case for Falling in Love, or Why Mastery is Not the Point, or The Summons of Love. Because anything I would meaningfully say about that, I think she already said there. So that's me.
Thank you, Simone, so much. And that's the amazing chapter and amazing presentation. And I would also encourage you even more, maybe, than Todd, to keep working on it. Maybe even with Todd, because you form whole section with him, and it works well together. Like, this is an amazing topic to, and a very important one to discuss. And also the note, one note, if you don't have to say sorry for mentioning Lacan if you mention Spielrein at least once. This is a joke. Anyone, we have a bit of time for questions if you want to ask. No?
Wow, that well. Sick.
Thank you, Simone. Gautam, do you want to start earlier so we'll have a bit more time?
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I can start early.
Okay, because your chapter is actually first chapter in a book, so you might be allowed to have a bit more time. All right, Gautam.
Well, actually, I don't know if I'd need all the time. So maybe questions and a Q&A would be better.
Great.
So let me see. Right. So my chapter, Between Nowhere and Goodbye, Love, Cliches, and Beyond in Literature and Film. So I'll start off with a couple of prefatory remarks. So the first one being, I conceptualized, or I kind of approached the exercise of writing this chapter, this paper, as an exercise in theoretical psychoanalysis, which is something that Lacan mentions in Seminar 6, Seminar on Desire, where he's basically saying that the work we do, or the work he is doing with Hamlet, reading Hamlet closely to unpack the psychoanalytic insights into desire, is theoretical. And in fact, I'd like to read that short passage where he says, this is from the session of March 18th, 1959. So in reference to the discussion on Hamlet, he is saying, what I am working on here is psychoanalytic theory. Compared to the theoretical question whether psychoanalysis can adequately discuss works of art, any sort of clinical question is one that falls under the heading of applied psychoanalysis. So as I said, I approached this as an exercise in psychoanalytic theory, theoretical psychoanalysis. And what I wanted to do was very simple, something which I do for my own learning of psychoanalysis, my self-learning or unlearning of psychoanalysis, is look at literature or look at film, the two areas which constitute my archive. I'm not a clinician, so that's my archive, and look into how these might help me understand some of the more denser or complex parts of Freudian Lacanian theory. The second prefatory remark is that this approach of looking into literature or film or popular culture as an archive to help understand, help illuminate, help expand psychoanalytic theory is not new. Darian Leader, in his 2008 book, The New Black, talks about how he has been working on mourning and melancholia. And he went into a bookstore and he was in the nonfiction section looking for books that might help him explore mourning and melancholia, but he couldn't find any. And then he stepped to the next style, the next section of the bookstore on fiction, where they had writings or works from young contemporary writers from all across the world alongside the great masterpieces. And he said, I'm gobsmacked to find each and every book talking about loss, each and every book talking about longing. And he said, this should be definitely a useful archive for me. So taking my cue, or from these two prefatory remarks, I'd like to say that what I do is very simple. Look at some of those quote unquote maxims of Lacan about love, some of which come across as very cryptic, and then see how literature might offer us some ideas to unpack or understand what Lacan is saying about love and its relation to loss. Now, of course, we didn't need a Darian Leader to tell us how literature is important. Freud himself had always said that whatever he is saying, The poets actually said it better. The poets actually said it first. And so I went back to the poets, broadly speaking, fiction writers. And my chapter starts off with, um, you know, giving some examples of what Lacan's aphorisms are, like love is to give what one does not have. Love is a reality that manifests and reveals itself in the real. Or for that matter, I love you, but because inexplicably I love in you something more than you, hence I mutilate you. So I start off by looking at a number of pieces of literature from across the world, uh, after giving a few glosses on what I think Lacan means by each of these aphorisms. And the works I look at almost are kind of overshot by this sense of loss, this sense of pining, love which should be and which is habitually, commonly understood as fulfilling, as plenitude, as beautiful, seems to be in the writings of literary writers almost always haunted or almost always riddled with this sense of loss and longing. Going all the way back to medieval writers and phrases such as my love for you has made me sick, to ancient Egyptian poetry, where love is always about, or some way the discussion or dialogue between the lover and the beloved is almost always arranged around certain natural gaps, like a river, and the lover is on the one side, the beloved is on the other. They cannot cross the river, they cannot bridge the river, and it's only if I would cross the river. But the river is not the only impediment. If there is a possibility of crossing the river, then there is this, again, a big stanza about, oh, we should be able to cross the river, but the current is too much and the boat will sink. But yeah, if the current is low, during low tide, we might still be able to cross the river, but hey, hold on, there are alligators in the water. So the entire creative product that we have as Egyptian love poetry seems to be about uh, the incompleteness of love, about the impossibility of love. And what it seems to be holding love up, and the creative work of celebrating love, is that gap. In this case, the example I gave is, of course, that of the river, presumably the Nile, because the reference to the alligators, which would be the Nile alligators, one of the most ferocious species ever. So these were some of the things that literature always shows. Again, if you go back to some of the greatest works of literature and a cliche of love literature, perhaps best, and this is my Eurocentrism speaking when I say best, but perhaps, again, with all due apologies, best captured by William Shakespeare in the play Romeo and Juliet, where we have star-crossed lovers and they inevitably end up dead. This, what I'm calling cliche of lovers who do not end up in a conjugal relationship, is repeated throughout the world. I mean, there's the stories of Laila and Majnu from South Asia, maybe even Persia. There's the story of Heer and Ranjha from Punjab in Western India. So very, very similar stories that somehow this big love affairs never quite materialize. And what makes them immortal as lovers is exactly the fact that their love did not come to fruition. Before I start talking about the two big texts I explore in my chapter, I wanted to obviously give example of a very famous love poem, again, from William Shakespeare, Sonnet 18, Shall I Compare Thee to a Summer's Day? I think it very beautifully captures what love is in Freudian, or how Freud sees it, connected to the ego, connected to narcissism, and how Lacan sees it as connected to lack or loss. The poem, of course, it is one of the most celebrated love poems, I guess, taught in high schools. Definitely, when I was in India, it was taught in my high school. But here in freshman classes, I teach it in freshman classes. I taught it again in an upper division class that I'm teaching on psychoanalysis and literature this semester on the topic of love and death drive. So it starts off with a creative expression or articulation of love, profound love, deep love, but it's thoroughly inconsistent. The poet is never able to put his finger on why his love is unique. And I think I mentioned perhaps in the chapter as well that I think a very interesting feature of love poetry is while every single individual claims his or her love to be unique and singular, when we try to express our love, we end up repeating cliches, whether these be red roses and chocolates on Valentine's Day. And of course, we can make a case of how commodification and all those things have happened. But we end up basically repeating the same lines over and over again. There seems to be an impossibility of coming up with words that are unique to our singular experience or our singular wishes to express love. And of course, that is the inconsistency, that is the kind of dehiscence that makes us humans, speaking subjects. So Sonnet 18 is thoroughly riddled with this, but it's also interesting to note that a Freudian analysis might make the argument, as I will wager, that this particular poem also shows how love is basically narcissistic. Not only does the poet begin with, "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" After exhausting about 12 lines, it's a sonnet, so octet and sestet. The poem ends up with the poet saying, "As long as men can breathe and eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee." And this, in context of the poem, is the poem itself. The poem is what makes the beloved as the lover's beloved immortal. So it comes a full circle from the I who starts the comparison. I, the lover, is actually the one who will actually make this love truly what it is, celebrated across the world. So in that sense, love is almost always narcissistic. It's seeking an affirmation from the other for the self. But of course, what the poet doesn't know is what's driving the poet in Sonnet 18 towards trying to fulfill a sense of self-sufficiency, which of course goes back to the point that I'm sure many of us kind of share as our part of our Lacanian orientation, that it's the lack that we are trying to fulfill, except we don't know. So coming back to the paper, what I'm doing here is looking at two texts. One, a great work of literature. Some might even say, and I definitely agree, world literature, Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. And then the second text, a film by Clint Eastwood, $1 Million Baby. Gift of the Magi, even those people who have no connection to literature or humanities side of things, they know it. Like my mom, who is a botanist, or my dad, who was an electronics engineer. They knew the story. They consider it to be a great work of literature. Perhaps it would be part of a dozen literary texts that they had read in their lives. Not trying to kind of belittle them, but I'm just saying people who don't have who don't read literature, even they know Gift of the Magi. Again, very common in Indian schools when I was growing up to be taught this text very early on. I think I was in my 6th grade when we were reading Garde de Maupassant and The Necklace and The Gift of the Magi as great examples of short stories. So Gift of the Magi, I found to be an excellent text to talk about how love is encountering the lack in the other, how love is kind of trying to find that self-affirmation. Because at the end of the day, what Jim and Della, we are told, couple living on very frugal means, are hoping to do is complete what they think is incomplete in the other. So Jim has this pocket watch a kind of inheritance and also a symbol of the time when the family or Jim's family was much more well off. And this is the last piece of family heirloom, but the watch, which completes Jim, and the story uses the word, it completes Jim. It gives him a kind of a flair of being a gentleman, lacks something, which is the fob chain. And by extension, there is therefore this lack in Jim. It's the object which completes Jim, but yet not, because the object itself is incomplete. Similarly, Della has long hair, which is compared in the story to the hair of Delilah, and it's beautiful. Everyone's talking about it. It's that thing in Della which makes Della Della, which gives Della her identity. Yet Della doesn't have the combs, the tortoise shell combs for her tresses, and therefore each decide to gift one another by sacrificing their most precious possessions. Jim, what would complete them, or they think would complete the other. So Jim sells off his watch to buy those tortoise shell combs for Della, and Della cuts off her hair, sells it to a hairdresser to get money to buy Jim a silver chain for his watch. I think there are a few questions in the chat, Julie, but I think we can go to it once I'm done, because I'm not being able to follow it. Yeah. So what happens is they don't know what the other is doing by selling this off, and then they meet home and they decide to exchange gifts, and then they realize that they are basically staring at each other's lack. They just don't have, Jim doesn't have the watch, even though the chain is there. Della has bought it, and Della, while has received the combs from Jim, she doesn't have her long hair. At this moment of the encounter, when each are staring at the lack, it's the lack, their own lack, which is being returned to them, as I argue, the story makes two very interesting turns, simply because as my understanding of Lacanian psychoanalysis, or based on my understanding of Lacanian psychoanalysis, we cannot inhabit the real. We cannot live in our lack. It's imperative that we constantly override it, suture it, stitch it up with using the symbolic order. So the first interesting turn, as they are facing each or encountering the lack in each other, which is their own lack reflected back to them, Jim breaks this kind of this tension by saying something perhaps very trivial. He says, after he knows that Della has cut off her hair, and Della realizes that Jim has sold off his watch, Jim just says, well, let's go and eat the chops. It's as simple as that. Let's move on. What can be done? And then, as I make up a point in the paper, I think the author, and I'm not going to say O. Henry, but I'm going to say the author or the writer, also kind of in the very concluding paragraph, brings in this kind of philosophical twist to the whole story, a kind of what might be called a deus ex machina, something to resolve this tension in order to say, oh, no, these are the two foolish children in the flat. By the way, I find it really interesting that the word flat is used instead of apartment. I'm used to saying flats, but just an aside. If anyone knows why, please let me know. Maybe Russ knows what's going on with flats versus apartments. So there's the invocation of God. There's the invocation of the sacrifice as the most important thing, and it kind of get then cloaked into this kind of the spiritual, because otherwise it's very difficult for both Jim and Della to inhabit that situation. And if we kind of indulge in what David Damrosch calls interpretative reading or speculative reading, I have sometimes called it over-reading. If we do that and think about, so really what's going to happen to them, they're going to wait out and overcome this situation. Maybe in another 10 years, Della will grow her hair and then she can use the combs. and maybe in 10 years they will save up enough shillings to buy Jim another watch. But how will they live it out at that very moment of, where they are left with nothing? It's an impossibility, and that's why the story must move on. The story must kind of give that idea of love as sacrifice, love as something bigger than yourself, and basically create that fiction about love heals. When, as the presenter before me, Simone, was making some points which I think connects with what I think about love, that it's fundamentally a very disturbing, disorientating experience. It's an experience that kind of saps us out of all the fictions of being that we construct about ourselves. But it is at the same time a kind of nothing that pivots something to emerge. It is precisely what I was saying before, that the greatest works of love poetry are about that nothingness, yet it's driven by that nothingness into existence. So if this was the first text that I looked at, the second text is Clint Eastwood's $1 Million Baby. If anyone has not watched that film, I strongly recommend it. But then I'd end up recommending all of Clint Eastwood's films. I'm a big fan. So this is my second time writing something on Clint Eastwood. And there too, I explored the fact that what the other kind of offers to the in form of love is something to fill out the lack. And in this case, it's a boxing coach played by Eastwood himself, and Hilary Swank, who comes from, pretty much a rough, completely marginal area in the US, and she wants to train as a boxer. And what the love relationship here, unlike the love relationship in A Gift of the Magi, is that between the master and the disciple. So what the disciple offers to the master is the master's lost daughter, the daughter who has severed all connections, hence more Kushle, my blood, my darling. And what the master is offering the beloved, of course, is the beloved's dream or wish to become a boxing champion. And in the end, of course, as we see, and this is again where I think Simone made a point which connects very well, the ultimate test of love is in letting go. Hilary Swank, the boxing champion, succumbs to an injury. She is kind of in a vegetative state. She knows she cannot recover. She has a spinal cord injury. And it's on Clint Eastwood to go over one night and let her go, see her go. I think that's a profound expression of love, but it is also perhaps encountering the other's desire, because Hilary Swank wants to die. She can't go on living like this, and encountering the profound lack in the other. And given the impossibility, and given this traumatic encounter with love, which is of letting go, of the final goodbye, the film also does something that I don't think I quite mentioned in my chapter, but it's came as a kind of a later thought. The film also does something that the short story by O. Henry does. It doesn't quite end there. It ends with a kind of a, how do I place it? Distorted long shot of the master Clint Eastwood in a pie shop eating a lemon pie, which was a favorite of Hilary Swank's. And then, of course, there's the narration, the voiceover from Eastwood's friend and guy who worked, Morgan Freeman, in the gym, talking about how that was the last he ever heard from Clint Eastwood. So I guess post these two readings, the final point I make is through a poem by Pablo Neruda. It's just called Love. And it's a very beautiful poem. In fact, I cite the entire poem in the chapter for which Julia and I had to go through a lot of trouble getting the copyright. The Neruda estate didn't know that this was a Neruda poem, and they said that one of the greatest scholars of Neruda has said this is not Neruda's poem. I had to give them evidence that this is Neruda's poem, and then they still wanted the copyright fees. So we kind of took care of that. So the entire poem is there. It's beautiful. It's very Neruda. And the point I make there, of course, is apart from love being disturbing and disorienting, the fact is that we still fall in love. The fact is that we still keep repeating. We're caught in a loop, loving. Sometimes that relationship becomes problematic, and maybe we end it, but then we get into another relationship which turns out to be equally problematic, end it, then into another. So this series continues. And I think what Neruda's poem shows perhaps that in the suffering that love offers, there is a kind of enjoyment, an unconscious enjoyment, a kind of a surfeit enjoyment that we don't realize that we are consciously seeking, but perhaps that is what is driving us in again, so-called falling in love and hurting ourselves. And so I end with Neruda as again the words of wisdom from a poet who captures the fact that love hurts, but what it also offers is that something, something excess that that perhaps keeps us being driven into falling and experiencing the trials and tribulations of love over and over again. All right, Julie, that's all I have.
Thank you, Gautam. Beautiful. And also lots of new things that you mentioned. It completely worth all the troubles you went to to have this chapter in Neruda. I especially like the necessary river in love. The river was and necessary alligators. I also know that you working on more extended project now on Death and Love of your own was so maybe we'll be able to read it one day.
Yeah, I mean, for me, those of us who have the unfortunate situation of being department chairs, I think they would empathize with me. Yes, I do have a few projects, but I don't know what my delivery time is. So it's like just crazy administration work. I mean, if I knew if I'd have to do this, I'd have studied MBA and would have perhaps received a better paycheck. But yes, I think your project made me want to go back and do something broader, something longer, something, because this kind of fundamental condition of being human, falling in love, but falling in love to find that kind of a experience of frustration, the experience of prohibition, the experience of being hurt. And I think literature, especially world literature, gives us rich examples for exploring it, and many different ways for articulating that. So yeah, I've been thinking about it, doing some work. As you can see, I've added some more stuff to what there is in the original chapter. So yes, it's a work in progress.
Thank you, Gautam. I feel like the administrative stuff, it might be the necessary river in our love of love. Yeah, it's happening to the best of us. Sorry to hear that. But we might have a bit of time for questions, and if you want to read comments, that some of them are for you. Also, if anyone have questions, we have a bit of time. You can just start talking, or we have hand function.
Oh, is there questions? I'm just going to read out some of the. So, is the origin story of Buddha spurred by his love, set out to make sense of his loss, lacking as generic suffering? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think we can make that argument for sure. But there's a funny thing, though. I mean, I don't know if it comes in the rest of the comment, or there's a continuation of that, Alec, about Buddha's death, right? I mean, he's a monk, he's a mendicant, he's left all things he loves in life, his son, his wife, his kingdom, his princely riches, and he has gone through this enlightenment. But how does he die? Buddha dies from food poisoning, specifically from having eaten contaminated pork which was not cooked properly. And one version of the story goes that his love for meat, especially pork, was what he could not leave till the very end, and he succumbed at the end to his love for eating meat, eating pork. But yes, I would agree that definitely seems similar to that. Okay.
It's beautiful love story.
So yeah, Alex, I see your comments. Yes, thank you.
Thank you,
No worries.
Gautam.
I'm just chipping in as I go along, as I do. But I love the reference to Clint Eastwood, but my take on Eastwood's best love story is with Jane Seymour in Paint Your Wagon. What do you think about that?
I cannot from the top of my head, but I would say I think the love plays a very important role in Eastwood films. Whether it's Play Misty with Me or Pale Rider or Grand
Pale
Torino.
Rider is tough, isn't it? Yeah, that's a tough
Yeah,
one.
I just think love plays a very, very, very important role, or for that matter, the mule. So has there been enough work done? No. But as for to your direct Bridges of Madison County, another example comes to mind. And it's an exploration of love in different contexts, apropos different structures of relationship and things like that. Or that film with the little chimp, I'm forgetting what the name is.
With the orangutan.
Yeah, that one.
Because
So
the one that strikes me as being less obvious is the Line of Fire, where the relationship between passion, desire, and love is for the presidency.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm a fan too, so I'll mute now, because otherwise I'll never stop. But yeah, fantastic references. Good, thank you.
Yeah, maybe we should co-write Eastwood and Love together.
Yeah. I'm my thing is a Josie Wales stuff. I like that story. The Outlaw Josie Wales.
Oh, Josie Wales, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gautam, and thank you, Alec. Maybe we can proceed to Stephanie, if you're ready, Stephanie. Next, so one of you will have more time to discuss if one need any. Are you ready, Stephanie?
I am ready. I do have a pretty boring PowerPoint to share, if I can share it.
Yeah, let's try.
Okay.
I know that some people are here just for you. So not to press, you don't even have to say sorry for mentioning Lacan. Just your exception to this
I
rule.
wasn't planning on apologizing for that.
Can you try it? Yeah.
Let's see. Is that working?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. All right. Well, this is fun. I appreciate the opportunity to speak all together about this volume and our various contributions. I was thinking about how to present my piece, and it's so dependent upon making points about death and love and the death drive through Sally Rooney's book that I thought I would present mostly sort of a mini version of it. So my chapter is entitled "Till Death Do Us Part: Lacking in Love or Loving Lack." And I trace the vicissitudes of the love relationship between fictional characters Marianne and Connell in Normal People, in order to demonstrate the differences between love that clings to fantasies of normality and symbiotic union, and a love based on something of perhaps an ethics of the real. So mostly these are just quotes to sort of help you follow along. So just as the process of Lacanian psychoanalysis involves the construction of an eventual traversal of the fundamental fantasy of someone's essential way of positioning themselves in relation to lack and the other, which is repeated ad infinitum, the eroticized shifting dynamics of social status and power between Marianne and Connell play a role in their progressive construction of a fundamental fantasy that I'd say is not so much shared as it is in certain respects complementary. Through symptomatic repetitions rife with the jouissance of rejection and non-belonging, Marianne and Connell gradually assume responsibility for their desire and attain the subjective freedoms associated with what becomes a symptomatic coupling with the SINTHOMAITI or ATIC spelling, or perhaps we might say it's a symptomatic uncoupling. So the opening chapters of the book are set in rural Carricklee, County Mayo in Ireland, where we're introduced to Marianne and Connell. They're two students in their last few months of secondary school. They appear to their peers to have very little in common. The two of them are divided by significant differences in class, social status, and physical attractiveness. In terms of class, Marianne is wealthy and lives in a mansion with her cruel older brother Alan and her cold lawyer mother Denise, who happens to employ Connell's mother, Lorraine, as a house cleaner. Not only does Connell live with Lorraine, his single mother, in relative poverty in a council house, but he's considered to come from a trashy family. Connell himself was the result of his mother's teenage pregnancy, and his uncles have all gone to prison. On the other hand, Connell is a handsome and popular jock, whereas Marianne is a fiercely intelligent, unpopular, excluded loner with crooked teeth and a plain face, we're told. The on-again, off-again nature of their romantic relationship notwithstanding, what draws and keeps them together is the death drive. Marianne describes something of this, quote, "She feels pleasurably crushed under the weight of his power over her, the vast, ecstatic depth of her will to please him," end quote. The self-defeating pleasure pain of the death drive irresistibly calls them together at the expense of their own social status and of fulfilling what's expected of them. With its fantasy of normalcy, Connell's brief relationship with his girlfriend Helen serves as an example of the paler pleasures of the pleasure principle-driven iterations of the social bond. Contrasting with Marianne's so-called plain face and crooked teeth, we're told that Helen is beautiful and she has a great smile, great teeth. Helen studies medicine, has a full circle of friends, gets along swimmingly with his mother, and invites him to spend a holiday with her family. Quote, "To be known as her boyfriend plants him firmly in the social world, establishes him as an acceptable person, someone with a particular status, someone whose conversational silences are thoughtful rather than socially awkward," end quote. With Helen, it's easy, normal to say I love you, even though it had never seemed possible before. However, Connell's not so much in love with Helen as he is infatuated in the imaginary with his fantasy of her and the person he becomes with her. Quote, "He finds himself rushing to the end of the conversation with Helen so they can hang up, and then he can retrospectively savor how much he likes seeing her without the moment-to-moment pressure of having to produce the right expressions and say the right things," end quote. With Helen, he denies the unconscious truths of his drives and play acts a role of so-called normality in which his speech acts, desires, and way of relating fit perfectly within the social order. This pleasure principle version of the non-rapport of the sexual relation is not truly of, I don't know what that's, not truly love, relatively devoid as it is of giving what one does not have, of desire, or of exposing one's lack. So in various ways, Marianne and Connell are interpolated as occupying positions of non-belonging, or as abnormal by the regime of normality. The pleasure principle erects the phantasmatic screen of normality, and Helen temporarily protected Connell from, quote, feeling shameful things, saying weird stuff during sex, and having that persistent sensation that he belongs nowhere, that he never will belong anywhere, end quote. The death drive, on the other hand, unites Connell and Marianne through their sharing the same spiritual injury, such that, quote, neither of them could ever fit into the world, end quote. Unlike Helen, Marianne sees Connell in his extimacy, in his lack, and this is what makes their love so alternately compelling, frightening, embarrassing, and maddening. To love someone means to love their lack, a lack which extimately corresponds to one's own lack. As Lacan puts it in his 8th seminar, to love is to love the object A, or agalna, as the cause of our desire one locates in one's partner. In these ways, Connell and Marianne are united via their death drives, finding a kindred spirit in each other by way of their weird thoughts and pleasures, which subvert their efforts to fit in with the crowd and enjoy a confident, smooth inclusion in the symbolic order. It's not like this with other people, and never feeling lonely when they are together are two statements which demonstrate that they are bonded through the lack at the heart of the drives. For Marianne and Connell, the impossibility of ever fitting into the world has something to do with being interpolated by the social order as trash. This is something of a master signifier, you might say, in the novel. Connell takes on the position of trash via social class, and Marianne embodies trash in her masochistic, although ultimately hysteric, fundamental fantasy. So occupying the position of non-belonging necessitates a certain assumption of lack, a lack which might be considered as the refuse or trash of the other. On the side of the subject, one model for the subjectification of lack is the psychoanalyst. Lacan in Television in 1974 speaks to the psychoanalyst's occupation of the position of lack, of playing the role of the object A, alternately calling the analyst's position as that of the saint or trashitas. Having subjectified lack, the analyst stands in for the unconscious, or trash perhaps, insofar as it is that which the analysand would prefer to throw away. To act like a saint is to embody a way of being comfortable with lack, with the object A and the unconscious. On the side of the other, a subjective position of non-belonging is what Todd McGowan, for instance, in his book, The Racist Fantasy from 2022, emphasizes is ultimately an ethical stance that refuses to participate in the surplus jouissance, racist and otherwise, that comes from taking part in the capitalist discourse's disavowal of the lack in the other. So there's a certain sort of subjective freedom for a couple that's united in non-belonging. Whereas some couples are united in belonging to the world, enjoying symbolic success or privilege, or the community found in religious congregations or fandom of sports teams, other couples find themselves bonded through their shared status as misfits, racialized others, or some other category of reject of the social order. From this latter category, we have the prototypical lover's proclamation, "It's us against the world." A couple who adopts this rallying cry are not necessarily occupying the ethical position of non-belonging, however, that's elaborated by McGowan, since the social reject can function as a position within the dominant ideologies of the big other, and as such, couples can bring bad faith to their supposed status as rebels on the fringes of society. So although the ways in which Connell and Marianne respectively feel interpolated by the social order as trash do correspond to positions of non-belonging, When the two of them initially avoid facing, much less subjectifying their own desire, we could say these positions of non-belonging constitute symptomatically restricted subjective positions. And through a process of subjectifying their desire, embracing lack, they shift from a love which is symptomatic to one which is the other spelling of symptomatic. So Marianne, I'm just going to trace some of these briefly, initially plays the role of the anal object of the trash and idolizes Connell, whose superior attractiveness, athletic ability, and social status renders him in possession of the phallus. As an hysteric, quote, she felt she would do anything to make him like her, end quote. Just prior to their first kiss, Connell says, quote, I think it would be awkward in school if anything happened with us. And Marianne is the one who suggests that the nature of their relationship could be a secret no one would have to know. So she initiates this perverse pact of sorts, allowing herself to be alternately treated as loved and as trash to be thrown away as soon as the representatives of the socio-symbolic matrix are present. In turn, Connell takes up the role of uncastrated master figure and incarnates the object of the invocatory drive, of the voice as superego, when after their first kiss, he commands her to keep their kiss a secret. Marianne gives herself over to Connell and masochistically enjoys the position of the anal object. The first time they have sex, she is on her hands and knees and then says thanks afterwards, as though Connell had rendered her an undeserved favor. Marianne's formula for a sexual relationship might be said to closely adhere to the formula for the varieties of fantasy in Freud's A Child is Being Beaten. Although Marianne's father is dead, her remaining family members, her brother and mother, either ignore her or demean and abuse her in clear demonstrations of jouissance. And of course, just because a father is dead doesn't mean that they're not psychically present. The child who is beaten is paradoxically assured of her place in the other's heart through the passion that inspires the beating. She is special precisely insofar as she, as trash, is paradoxically powerful as an object of disgust that inspires jealous rage, beatings, and the poundings of fists. First, Marianne begins by unconsciously wanting to be hurt, to be thought of as nothing, to be seen as nothing special, dirty secret, an outsider not fit for Connell to acknowledge in public. As such, she orchestrates taking up the passive position of the drive, seeking to make herself the degraded object. Her first movement into a more active subjective stance is initiated when Connell asks the popular girl Rachel to the Debs dance instead of Marianne. In this symptomatic act, Connell's death drive sabotages his desire to be with Marianne. This desire quickly becomes retroactively clear to him when he entered a period of low spirits. He had recurring dreams about being with Marianne again, from which he would, quote, wake up feeling so depressed he couldn't move a single muscle in his body, end quote. Connell's depression is here demonstrative of Lacan's formulation of it in television as a moral failing or a moral weakness, which is, he says, ultimately located only to thought, that is, in the duty to be well spoken, to find one's way in dealing with the unconscious, end quote. In other words, Connell's depression indicated his failure to acknowledge, take responsibility for, and act in accordance with his unconscious desire. In turn, Connell's symptomatic act awakens Marianne's desire to be acknowledged as special to Connell and her refusal of a position of pure refuse. So I'm going to speak very briefly about some of the subsequent permutations of their relationship. So they both attend Trinity College, Dublin, where through a reversal of their power dynamic, Marianne has become an accepted member of a popular social group, quote, suddenly has a cool boyfriend, and Connell is the lonely, unpopular one, end quote. Marianne is now regarded as looking pretty and being worthy of having friends, whereas Connell feels ashamed of his poverty and feels his lack of wealth makes him a social outsider. Even as they resume their sexual relationship one drunken night, both continue to suffer from insecurities that lead them to try to hide their lack and their desire for one another. Each of them fail to take up the ethics of le bien dire, the well-spoken, and through a miscommunication typical of the genre of romantic comedy, they sever their connection once again, preferring to assume that the other doesn't want them as they are over risking exposure of their desire. As an aside, we might say the important thing here in a love relationship is for each of them to take up the ethics of the well-spoken instead of the ethics of the good communication, the non-rapport denying good communication that's so prevalent in our times. So Marianne subsequently engages in several unfulfilling sadomasochistic sexual relationships in which she lifelessly performs the rote repetitions of the drive and doggedly represses her desire. As an object of litter of the anal drive, the phallic male other brings the voice, and she gets herself superegoically commanded and denigrated. For his part, Connell enters a deep suicidal depression. After this, the two of them make moves toward subjectification of their desire. Marianne exits her sadomasochistic relationship, repelled when her partner claims to love her. Connell, a writer, is able to start writing again and to overcome his great trepidation at being exposed as a fraud through submitting a piece for publication in the college literary magazine. Then he takes another risk, thus exposing his lack in desire, and applies for an MFA program in New York. Connell and Marianne reconnect and are finally able to voice their love and desire for one another. However, this blissful union comes to an abrupt end only minutes later when Marianne asks Connell to hit her, and he refuses to do so. Although he does not wish to hit her, he knows he enjoys and has cultivated, quote, the effortless tyranny over Marianne, someone who seems to other people to be so invulnerable, quote. As such, Connell's jouissance and drives do align with Marianne's. One's relationship to the real of the drives can be more or less conducive to the survival of the love relation, because in order for the love and the lovers themselves to live on, the death drive cannot completely take hold of the subject. Connell's refusal sets in motion Marianne's own refusal of the extremes of the death drive. What's more, Connell's refusal of Marianne's request for him to beat her is itself a response of love or of recognition of Marianne at the level of being. Lacan's formula for love from Seminar 19 is clearly relevant. Quote, I ask you to refuse me my offering because this isn't it, end quote. At the heart of Marianne's beating fantasy is a man, a powerful master figure who could beat her, but instead holds himself back. Connell reads the desire behind Marianne's demand, and there is a correspondence between her lack and his own. Being seen at the level of being, or having one's desires and one's drives recognized, however, does not feel straightforwardly pleasurable, as the exposure of one's lack elicits an intense vulnerability. As such, feeling horrible shame after Connell's refusal to hit her, Marianne insists on walking home. She is met upon her arrival by her abusive brother Alan, who, in a fit of rage, ends up drunkenly giving her what she had asked Connell for. So then, blood streaming out of her face and nose, Marianne makes an important and unprecedented move away from her repetition compulsion and towards subjective freedom. Marianne calls Connell, minimizing what happened at first, but asking him to drive over and get her. In admitting that she wanted Connell's help, that she chose the bonds of love with him over the shackles of destruction and degradation, tying her to Alan and to her mother, Marianne gives her desire as an agentic subject to Connell, and, at least in that moment, leaves behind the realm of belonging as the trash object. So both Connell and Marianne, in turn, set a limit to the extreme of the masochism of the death drive, while at the same time accepting more than ever that they are bound together in love by the drives. So 7 months later, they're still together when Connell announces that he has been accepted into the MFA program in New York. Marianne, we are told, is now capable of believing that Connell loves her, that she is worth loving instead of being seen as trash. In spite of Connell giving her the power to tell him to stay, Marianne encourages him to go to New York, to pursue his desire at the expense of their togetherness. Love here is depicted as giving up one's own enjoyment, and even the potential longevity of the relationship itself for the sake of encouraging the other to pursue their desire. Quote, what they have now, they can never have back again, end quote. Accepting the essential flux of life of the death of each present moment and each fictional idea of what one has or does not have in a romantic relationship paradoxically allows for a symptomatic love connection, one which is bound together by the couple's singular, or to make really bad pun, copular, coup being French for cut, acceptance of the lack of enjoyment at the heart of the death drive. So a Lacanian psychoanalytic vision of subjective freedom coincides with the construction of an identification with the centum as a knotting together of the imaginary, symbolic, and real, and it is one's radically individual solution to living in a social world and with the ultimate real of death. Neither the self nor the big other can be seen as having the potential for completion. There's no other who can provide meaning to life. In identification with the centum, one identifies with the perpetual failure to achieve any substantive presence, knotting oneself together in a way that is more inclusive of the death drive itself. When a couple unites in this failure, in the lack at the heart of the self and the big other, in the impossibility of the sexual relation, the regimes of belonging and normality are revealed in their unfreedom. In contrast to the bonds of marriage, the bonds of symptomatic love, which of course may also involve marriage, are not forged in the vow, till death do us part, but instead in an implicit acknowledgement of being in each moment joined together in death. Since at the end of analysis, the individual's enslavement to covering overlap is disrupted, resulting in a savoir-faire regarding the real, the process of psychoanalysis typically reduces the occupation of the social link in the form of aggression. However, symptomatic love, bound in desire and with the real of the death drive, can absolutely involve jouissance in hitting, physically restraining, or otherwise demeaning one another, especially in, but also outside of the bedroom. As such, perhaps somewhere there is a real-life version of Marianne and Connell who are at this very moment yelling vulgar nothings to one another. You freak, you weirdo, you nothing. That's it for me.
Thank you, Stephanie. Beautiful. With Gautam, we had necessary river and alligators, and now we have necessary trash for loves, like we having recipe for love now.
And we had two good parapraxes as well with liver. I liked a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, Stephanie. We have some time for question, and you also have some comments if you want to read and reflect on some of them, or most of them are from Alec. Maybe Alec, you want to ask them.
No, I don't. I think that the content is getting more powerful as we go through, and that's where I'm at right now. So I think that the chipping in with the text feels safe because the issues that we're dealing with are quite powerful. Yeah, that's where I'm at. It's kind of that was a powerful piece. I mean, the thing that sprang to mind was the Eminem. I think it was with Mariah Carey. Love the Way You Lie, and the video that goes with that kind of captures what Stephanie's been talking about. Mm-hmm. And the film Nil by Mouth, which is a UK film with Ray Winston and Kathy Burke, is just so fucking brutal that you can't do anything but stop. So that's where I'm at with stuff. I think the difficulty with any of this is how does the energy that is the combination of that intense passion impact on the psyche when it pushes you towards death. Yeah, I've done a lot of work with people that have killed and raped and burnt people and stuff, and their subjective account takes you to another worldly place where separately they have recounted stories of objects leaving their bodies, as a kind of release and catharsis, having to live with themselves after such often heinous and horrific events. Yeah. So I'm kind of I'm going to leave it there because I do need to rest. I think I'm going to have a cup of tea. But yeah, but it's a powerful piece, Stephanie. Well done. Yeah, powerful.
Thanks very
Thank
much,
you.
Alec. And I'll have to haven't seen the Nil by Mouth site. I wrote it down. Look forward to
Yeah.
seeing that, although maybe shrink in horror when I watch it, depending upon which piece of my talk inspired that reference. But yeah, just to say, you know, I also speak as a practicing psychoanalyst, and I really appreciated Julie and Todd's invitation to think about love in a different way, and as being you know, tied through the death drive. You know, of course, I use Todd's notion of non-belonging in the piece, but at the same time, there's a limit, right? So I think we have to bring in subjective and unconscious desire and the important transformations that can occur in a couple's love for one another through this process of really accepting and facing their lack, such that, you know, maybe the initial way in which they're bound together through the death drives isn't quite so destructive. You know, it's not as though they're just incorporated happily into the ego, certainly by the end, and everyone's holding hands and, you know, singing
I mean,
together. But yeah,
what I found difficult in practice is how do you avoid the pathology that goes with this stuff? How do you hang on to the humanity that people can bring at those points where there's that excitement, there's the prospect of something new, and I've kind of seen it too often now when I'm kind of thinking, oh, for fuck's sake, here we go again. And that's why I made reference to the Althusserian notion of interpolation in terms of the economics and political aspects of life shape the destinies of people without them actually knowing that they're in a drama not of their choosing. And the aspects to me is in terms of love, in terms of not being conceited enough to want to control or own somebody, lies somewhere at the base of this, where some of the most charismatic and largely men that I've met, and they've hurt a lot of people in their lives, is part of their therapeutic position, stepping back into a more socialized life, is the permission that they give to themselves not to actually seek love, seek intimacy rather. Maybe that's a more accurate term. Just because of the buried trauma that well, I say buried, it's often buried. It's not something that one can bring to the surface and give words to because of the inherent destructive nature and the power of that hold that it has on their psyche and its own. And this is the stuff that Van der Kolk talks about in terms of body keeps a score, in terms of that some trauma is just saturated throughout somebody's body, and finding a mechanism to articulate that, I find, is done non-verbally, and that's where love touches some of the most damaged people I've ever met.
thanks, Alec. Yeah, I think that's really well put. I just echo that and say that it's just absolute necessity to encounter and employ trauma creatively when it comes to love, and, you know, whatever form that trauma might take.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to get a cup of tea now, and but thank you. That was it was very powerful. Thanks. Yeah, good.
Thank you, Alec, and thank you, Stephanie. I really think that your chapter is the best account, Lacanian account of love so far, and I'm really proud that I have something to do with it, pushed you in this direction, maybe. Thank you, Stephanie.
That's too kind. Thank you, Julie.
Russell, are you okay starting a bit ahead of your time?
Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, so I too have a PowerPoint, but first I want to thank Julie and Todd for editing the collection, because it gave me a chance to work on something that in the beginning stages of, and I'm still working on, and also obviously for organizing this conference. So let me share my screen and okay, so can everyone see this? Okay, so my chapter is for the collection is titled Courtly Love and Death Drive. And what I thought I would do is I'm going to read a little bit from it, but I also wanted to give you a little bit of background about how I arrived at this. So there's a very influential work in American literary and cultural studies from it's from 1960, titled "Love and Death in the American Novel" by Leslie Fiedler, and he wrote it throughout the 50s, and the preface is signed 1959, at the same time that Lacan was giving Seminar 7, was delivering the lectures that would comprise Seminar 7, in particular, the lessons on courtly love. And so I was rereading through Fiedler's book for the first time, and I teach chapters of it sometimes, but I was doing a long reread for the first time in a long time, and I came across something that I did not notice before, and it's that his discussion of courtly love and the role that it plays in literature. And again, he's writing this at the exact same time that Lacan is delivering his seminars, in particular the lessons on courtly love in Seminar 7, and just how much of it overlaps with what Lacan says about it. And he talks about, the mistress of courtly love, being physically undefined, faceless and historyless, goddess, cruel, remote, and desirable. Right, the relationship, he says up here, the relationship of the lover to lady is expressed in feudal terms because this was for the time the natural language of subordination. The lover is his beloved's man. He owes her service. She's even sometimes addressed as Medon's, not my lady, but literally my lord. He goes through, the various different symptoms that that are manifested by the courtly lover as a result of being struck, literally in some cases, by Cupid's arrow. And this is the first step toward the full romantic celebration of madness, et cetera, et cetera. There are just all these passages that very much put me in mind of Lacan's treatment of courtly love. And he says here, no wonder some students of the literature of courtly love are tempted to read these symptoms as encoded ritual, to protest that so much torment so solemnly endured cannot be caused by the mere issue of sleeping with a woman, while others have insisted that the lover is not in love with the lady at all, but with suffering itself, ultimately with death. And then he even goes on to say here, the love mythology of Europe. He says that it gives you the sense that the only death is the true or absolute bride. Love as joy and love as death. From its very beginnings, courtly love looks in both directions. And so what was interesting to me is that this is a very Freudian book. It's before basically anybody in the English-speaking world knew of or knew who Jacques Lacan was, or certainly before any of his work was published. And it just struck me that, and actually, Fiedler's book it's not only Freudian, but he draws on Jung at times. But what he's describing here, and I think what the American novels that he discusses actually do or stage, is it's kind of anticipating Lacan's point that, and this has been mentioned earlier by some of the other participants, that you do not have two separate drives, eros, thanatos, the love drives, death drives, but you have everything is a death drive, right? It's all death drive for Lacan. And so when Julie contacted me about doing something for this collection on death and love, I said, "Oh, this is perfect for it," because it's almost as though what Fiedler is discussing, even though he doesn't put it this way himself, is a love and death drive. So, having said that, all of my examples in the actual essay or the chapter here are European. They're medieval. So this chapter is kind of like the first stage of a longer project about the how literature stages this sort of the immanence or inextricability of love and the death drive. So I'll read a little bit and then I'll just kind of skip around. I want to be mindful of the time, but I'll read a little bit just from the beginning here. Because it really lays the sort of foundation for the argument. Perhaps no other psychoanalytic concept has been subject to as much misprision as the death drive. Typically understood as a will towards self-destruction, thanatos, that stands in utter contradistinction to the life drive, eros. The death drive, as Jacques Lacan clarifies in Seminar 11, the four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis, is not the opposite of life, but on the contrary, pure life instinct, that is to say, immortal life or irrepressible life, indestructible life. And this is in particular when he's speaking about the lamella, the organ without a body. As such, the death drive is not so much an agent of death as of undeadness, an ensign not of human finitude and mortality, but of inhuman infinitude and immortality. As Slavoj Žižek puts it, the death drive is the reason why human life is never just life, why human beings are not simply alive, but possessed by the strange drive to enjoy life in excess, passionately attached to a surplus which sticks out and derails the ordinary run of things. Crucial distress here is that though this traumatic imbalance does indeed swerve the human being from its so-called natural state, rendering the human condition that of an animal sick unto death, it would be a mistake to think of the death drive as bringing about the death of that immortal being, which psychoanalysis designates as the subject, right? The unconscious recognizes no death, right? In the unconscious, subjectivity the subject is immortal. For it is only through the death drive that authentic subjectivity emerges, an unconscious subjectivity embodied by the undead extimate object of surplus enjoyment, jouissance, that is at one and the same time the object cause of desire and the object loss of drive. This is, of course, the Lacanian objet petit a. To thus speak as many theoretical schools of thought do, like the standard sort of figure of the subject in much analytic and even continental philosophy. To speak of the human subject is for psychoanalysis a misnomer, for the term subject designates the emergence of an uncanny, inhuman being within the very heart of human being. A death-driven being that expropriates, it's another like X word, like extimacy or eccentricity in Lacan. A death-driven being that expropriates the human being from itself, thereby rendering it forever disoriented, forever non-identical with itself. And so you can already see a number of the resonances with some of the other papers, some of the other talks. So what I think is most interesting, or in going back to think about this with regard to, and this ties in with what Todd was saying about freedom and finity versus infinitude, I thought that actually I went back to Joan Kopchak's great book, Read My Desire. In particular, I was working on something on her chapter, The Sartorial Superego. And that's a chapter where she reminds us that the death drive in disorienting, expropriating the human being, compelling it to act contrary to its own good, against its own best interests, is that's an ethical agency. Koziej reminds us that the very ethics of psychoanalysis rests upon the principle of the death drive, in that the freedom of the ethical subject is, and this is Koziej, the freedom to resist the lure of the pleasure principle, to disregard all circumstances, causes, conditions, all promises of reward or punishment for its actions, and submit oneself to the law of the death drive. So Kant would say the subject's ethical freedom is non-pathological. That's why, as Zizek often likes to put it, simply freedom hurts, because authentic freedom entails submission to an extimate agency that, though it constitutes the innermost core of one's being, that which is in one more than oneself, one cannot help but experience as a foreign intruder, something fundamentally alien. This is why Alenka Zupancic characterizes the ethics of psychoanalysis as an ethics of the real, right? An ethics wherein one, as in the quintessential case of Antigone, is confronted with the unbearable, this is another sort of Zizekian turn of phrase, the unbearable burden of a really free choice. A choice that, like the real itself, is impossible. And yet, as we know, Lacan insists that the impossible happens. So what I decided to focus on in this chapter was very similar to and there's a lot of resonance here with what Gautam was talking about, is just like what does literature tell us about the connection between death and love, or between love and death drive? And I was going back to this really great chapter from the second volume of the Seek series, edited by Zizek, titled At First Sight. And it's all about the trope of love at first sight in many literary works. And as Delar points out, though we tend to think that true love can't exist without an autonomy of free choice with respect to one's love object, a cursory glance through the centuries of effusions about love will quickly disabuse us of this notion, for these works repeatedly suggest that love and the autonomy of the subject rule each other out, right? This is why Delar links it to the veil of alienation, or the forced choice, right? That Lacan discusses in Seminar 7 or Seminar 11, right? The most iconic example of which being your money or your life, right? And Delar says, as a rule, love in these texts appears in the guise of the forced choice, a choice whose properties depend on the fact that in the joining of there's one element, whatever the choice operating might be, that has as its consequence neither one nor the other, right? The one element being the lethal factor, as Lacan puts it. So, right, your money or your life is not really a choice, right? To choose money is to lose both one's money and one's life. And so that's the kind of dilemma that the lover finds typically himself in these works, right? So if the annals of literary love teach us nothing else, it's that to exercise one's freedom with respect to love can't but be experienced as its very opposite, submission to that ultimate other, fate. And so Delar gives a nice little overview of this at one point, kind of encapsulating the narrative of this. So let me just read this for a second. A young hero, quite by coincidence and through no endeavor of his, meets a young girl in some more or less extraordinary circumstances. And what happened unintentionally and by pure chance is in the second stage recognized as the realization of his innermost and immemorial wishes and desires. The contingent miraculously becomes the place of his deepest truth, the sign of fate given by the other. It's the other that is chosen, not the young man himself, who was powerless. But it turns out that the pure chance was actually no chance at all. The intrusion of the unforeseen turned into necessity, so Tish turns into automaton. The moment of subjectivation is precisely that moment of suspension of subjectivity to the other. Fate, providence, destiny, right? there's many names for it, manifesting itself as the pure contingency of the real. Indeed, the strange force of love reputedly rules out any other considerations. It does not permit deliberation, the balance of gains and losses, pondering the advantages of a certain choice. It just demands the unconditional surrender to the other, right? So that's basically the framework. And so here we see how the forced choice of love, as you might put it, throws the lover headlong into an ethics of the real. Like the non-pathological ethics of psychoanalysis, which rejects all utilitarian calculations and concerns, the strange force of love at first sight, a force that appears to the lover as though it were the sign of fate given by the other, brooks no pondering or deliberation, no balance of gains or losses. On the contrary, as with the Kantian categorical imperative, an empty, purely formal command to do one's duty for duty's sake only, love at first sight is utterly non-pathological, motivated not by its determinate object, but by the mere form of love. Like love for love's sake, right? Like duty for duty's sake in a way, not for the sake of what distinguishes the object. And that's why, you know, Gautam was talking earlier about the cliche, right? The most important person, you know, for the lover, and yet the words that they say are utterly cliche. And Lacan makes a very similar point in his discussion of courtly love. Is right, like it's all the same woman. If you like, when you read courtly love, it's the same person described over and over again. And so let me just skip a little bit, and I'll give you some of the literary examples that I talk about briefly in the essay. So the first one is from one of Geoffrey Chaucer's complaints, and I have the like modern English prosification, but I would probably be killed by my medievalist colleagues if I didn't at least give the the Middle English version of the text. But this is typical. In the long night, when every creature should naturally take some rest, else his life cannot long hold out, then it falls most into my woeful thoughts how I have dropped so far behind that. Sorry, yeah, my dogs are barking. I gotta. Sorry about that. Okay. Else his life cannot long hold out. Then it falls most into my woeful thoughts how I have dropped so far behind that, save death not. Sorry, now I'm reading fast. So far behind that save death naught can comfort me, so despair I of all happiness. This thought abides with me till morn, and forth from morn till eve. I need borrow no grief, I have both leisure and leave to mourn. There is no wight will take my woe, or forbid me to weep enough and wail my fill. The sore spark of pain destroys me. This love has so placed me that he will never fulfill my desire, for neither pity, mercy, nor grace can I find. Yet even for fear of death can I not root out love from my sorrowful heart. The more I love, the more my lady pains me, through which I see without remedy that I may nowise escape death, right? So that's one of like five or six other complaints that that Chaucer has, almost all of which have to do with this sort of like inhuman partner of the lady, capital L. So one other example that I discuss in the piece is from Dante's Vita Nuova, and this is a famous painting of Dante and Beatrice, but this is the moment, this is Dante describing the moment when he first meets or first sets eyes on Beatrice. At that very moment, and I speak the truth, the vital spirit, oops, sorry, I gotta go back. Oh, I'm giving away all my clues here. The vital spirit, the one that dwells in the most secret chamber of the heart, began to tremble so violently that even the most minute veins of my body were strangely affected. And trembling, it spoke these words, the English translation: "Here is a God stronger than I who comes to rule over me." At that point, the animal spirit, the one abiding in the high chamber to which all the senses bring their perceptions, was stricken with amazement, and, speaking directly to the spirits of sight, said these words: "Now your bliss has appeared." At that point, the natural spirit, the one dwelling in that part where our food is digested, began to weep, and weeping said these words, "Oh, wretched me, for I shall be disturbed often from now on." Let me say that from that time on, love governed my soul, which became immediately devoted to him, and he reigned over me with such assurance and lordship, given him by the power of my imagination, that I could only dedicate myself to fulfilling his every pleasure. What's interesting is the mediation here of the God of love, capital L, even though it's the object of it is Beatrice. And then later on, this is one of his one of the poems that he's writing, and he says, yeah, that heart of his, my lady. He's asking the mediator here to relay this message to her. That heart of his, my lady, has been so firmly faithful that every thought keeps him a slave to you. It was early yours and never changed allegiance. If she should not believe you, tell her to question love who knows the truth, and end by offering this humble prayer. If granting me forgiveness would offend her, then may her answer sentence me to death, and she will see a slave's obedience. So here, what we have is the sort of intrusion of what I'm calling, or what I would call, the love and death drive as one. As a courtly lover, Dante is all too willing to sacrifice his bare mortal life for the excessive new life, that might be the vita nuova, opening within him by the immortality of the love and death drive. And this is why he associates love with jouissance, something that is simultaneously the source of his greatest happiness, right? Now your bliss has appeared. And his abject wretchedness. Oh, wretched me, for I shall be disturbed often from now on. So, like Chaucer does in his complaint, Dante stages this coalescence of the love and death drive in the form, really, of, we might say, a will to jouissance that, to put things in Lacanian language, transposes the human being from this simple S, a pathological subject, a brute subject of pleasure, to S, the barred S, the non-pathological barred subject of a sublime enjoyment located altogether beyond the pleasure principle. So the literature of courtly love and its more modern manifestations, which obviously I don't discuss here, repeatedly demonstrates that, like, tarrying with the abyssal freedom of the choice is a painful, anxiety-ridden experience, and yet this pain, this anxiety, we might call it a love sickness unto death, is the very substance of the subject's freedom. And so this is why the ethics of love and the ethics of the death drive are one and the same. Why Eros and Thanatos are not opposites, as Lacan insisted, but they're one and the same drive. And so I conclude the essay by saying, we could say that a nice formulation would be that when it comes to the relationship between love and death drive, love is on the side of the death drive. Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Russell. Beautiful presentation. How are your dogs doing?
They're well, yeah, they like to interrupt, but they didn't like my talk that much. But yeah.
We also made some progress in our recipe of love. So now we know that love hurts, and it might be because of alligators. Dogs.
Oh, this is interesting. So one of Alex's questions, ethics of the real is an interpolation, not interpolation, not interpret. I think, it's interesting. It makes me think of another of Mladen Dolar's pieces. Actually, what Todd's remarks earlier were making me think of it, called Beyond Interpolation. There is it definitely is an act of interpolation. That's the initial hailing by Cupid or by the god of love. But what brings it beyond, I think what would go beyond interpolation is the actual, and again, it's a forced choice. In a way, it's an unconscious choice. But so the sort of weaving or imminence of contingency and necessity there, but in sort of the subject maintaining his or her fidelity to that choice, or to that which seems as though fate is actually what enables you to sort of resist interpolation, at least in the classic sort of Althusserian sense, where interpolation is about ensconcing you within a symbolic register, right? Or a given socio-symbolic network. Whereas I think this, like the kernel of the real there, allows you to kind of allows, like, that's the space of the subject's freedom. So interpolation is important, but I don't know if it can be necessarily equated or reduced to it. Would be my answer for that.
I was taken by, I think it was Todd's right at the beginning of the session, where the role of imagination plays a part in determining how we experience the real. Whether it is the real or not, it becomes a moot point. I've just read, I had it to hand, Dante's Canto 12, where the gist is kind of saying, "O blind, O rash, O wicked lust of spoil, that drives our short life to such a keen goad, and steeps our life eternal in such broil." And I think that captures what you're saying about the relationship between the death and the love drive. My kind of machinations with this is, and it's a reaction to the stuff that Stephanie's hit on, which is that some aspects of love that get messed up with death drive are just so brutal. And when you've seen that close hand, and even if it's not as brutal as stuff I've seen, you kind of think you just don't want to go there. And the thing that I'm still playing around with, kind of both emotionally and intellectually, is to do with how does one decide which scaffolding is around you or not. There are so many things that are outside our immediate control or even comprehension. So if I threw in earlier on, like the notion of the post-Chicago School of Economics, and when you look at the thinkers and the thinking that shapes our environment, particularly in the Western world and Europe, the kind of dog-eat-dog mentality that we have now is driven by an economic model of competition, which most of us haven't got a fucking clue about. We live it, we know it's there. It gives it, I mean, the things that I find odd today is that when we're looking at kind of issues to do with anti-racism or anti-sexism, anti-homophobia, what was kind of safe protest ground has been commodified, so it now has a GDP value, and I think that's the thing that Dante, in the full piece of his work in kind of Dante's Hell, I think that provides a framework within which we can identify where we're at in terms of levels, and that takes you back into the kind of Hegelian notions of levels of consciousness and consciousness rising. I still struggle with phenomenology, and that's and the noumenology of Kant, because there's certain things which I've experienced which would have echoes with a guest of Julie's from earlier this year or even last year, which was Peter Rollins. I kind of followed his work because, very simply, because he's an ex-Simon community worker, so he's done work with the homeless. And I'd done similar work in London many years ago. And it's when you're kind of faced with a level of a human being that's kind of got nothing there, where they're shot through the kind of material grasp of the material has gone. It's been removed from them, and to approach any trauma work becomes risky because basically you don't know what it is that's put them there. And in those in that position, I think that's the thing that he said in this moment, that oh blind, oh rash, oh wicked lust of spoil, that drives our short lives with such keen good and steeps our life eternal into such broil. I think that captures in my mind the what you're saying, which is that at certain points the death and the love drive are the one. And the issue for me then is that having kind of spoken and spent a lot of time with people on the edge, is that I think we enter the realm of epistemological blindness, where the limits of our own thinking end. And I think that's where love begins. When you've worked with or spent time with people who have been rejected and outcasted, they become outcasting themselves. And it takes some nerve and emotional stamina. And that stamina, I think, is driven by a force which is love, like an innate compassion for another human being. Yeah, that was very powerful. So thank you very much.
Oh no, thank you. I mean, that was a really wonderful reflection, and I think I'll take a look at that canto again. It was difficult to figure out, or to decide which passages just from Vita Nuova to cite, because those are two very the ones that I cited are two very obvious ones, but there are a number of other ones that demonstrate this coincidence of or coincidence of the love and death drive. So yeah, Dante, and it's interesting too that one of the other texts that I've been working on for a long time in this regard, I'm working on a book. I've been working on a book on the American author Herman Melville and Lacan. And Melville has this novel Pierre, and the two, which is in my estimation, like one of the greatest novels of the ethics of the real, or staging and ethics of the real. And the two figures with whom the titular protagonist Pierre, the two to whom he's most frequently likened throughout the novel, are Hamlet, but then also Dante of the Inferno. So so yeah, I do have to go back and brush off Dante a bit more, but thanks.
But yeah, I mean, that last thing, I would also look at the Dream of the Ridiculous Man by Dostoevsky. I think that captures it, where it's a similar dynamic. Anyway, enough from me. Thank you very much, Russell. That's a very thought-provoking piece of work you've done. Thank you.
Thanks, Alec. I'll take a look at that story.
It's actually Dostoevsky's The Dream of Ridiculous Man. It was not at the basis of this book, but it says great influence of me and why love in its stupidity is still important, something like it. So well done, Alec. And Russell, it also made me think, you and Gautam, when you were talking about cliché, and Gautam, you mentioned that love, that we are initially narcissistic, and love is something that is relying on cliché, and maybe through this cliché has the universalizing power. And for me, currently love is problematic in terms of there's always same woman, and even if woman is glorified as the same one, it's kind of humiliation of a woman. But now I'm thinking that it's also humiliation of a man because of this cliché, and because man humiliates woman by loving her, he's humiliating himself. So kind of love is mutual humiliation. Maybe no one is as pathetic as men in love, even the best of men, from what I know.
Well, I think that's why it's interesting that one of the first things that Fiedler says when he goes off on this, it's like 4 or 5 pages of just straight an overview of courtly love, which is actually, I was glad when I found that, because a number of historicist commentators were like, oh, that's, Lacan's discussion of the dynamics of courtly love in Seminar 7 are a number of more like historicist literary critics have said that, or have made the case that it's a very sort of like idiosyncratic view if you go back and look at the literature of courtly love. But it was uncanny to me how close what Fiedler was saying to what Lacan was saying without obviously knowing each other. But one of the first things he says is he just immediately, Fiedler associates it with courtly love with masochism on the part of the male. So yeah, it's interesting.
Perfect. So alligators are very important for it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Russell. Anyone maybe question except for Alec? Or otherwise we can proceed. If Jennifer, if you're ready, you and your monsters.
Yes, I'm ready. Thank
Perfect.
you. Thanks so much. Well, thank you, Julie and Todd, for inviting me to be part of this terrific collection and for bringing us all together today. I am just going to give a short excerpt of my chapter, which is called An Ethics of Shame, Love, Media Pleasures, and Monsters. In the wake of the Me Too movement, media consumers face a dilemma. As Claire Dederer famously put it, what do we do with the art of monstrous men? At minimum, we are expected to feel shame about our attachment to the creations of disgraced artists. Yet, as Robert Fowler cautions, we should not confuse today's pervasive and public proclamations of shame with indications that we currently live in a shame culture. On the contrary, shame itself, he argues, has now become shameless. One is proud that one has so much sense of shame. Or as Slavoj Žižek puts it, we are not embarrassed by our shame, we shamelessly enjoy it. Our enjoyment of shame takes 2 forms. First, when shame prompts us to sacrifice the pleasure of the object, we enjoy the return of pleasure to the ego by showcasing our moral virtue. Mary Beth Willard's thought test nicely encapsulates this point by asking, quote, "Would you still forsake the work of the artist if you couldn't post about it?" In what follows, I formulate a second, less recognized, and more emancipatory path for how we might enjoy shame. This response rejects the super-egoic satisfaction that comes from distancing ourselves from the tainted love object. Instead, it involves committing to that love as a site for identification with the jouissance of the other. Specifically, I argue that by precipitating a libidinal engagement with the object's contamination, shame can confront the subject with her own unbearable jouissance. In such instances, shame no longer prompts an exchange of the once loved object for the moral satisfaction of renouncing it. Rather, we retain our investment in the object, but our relationship to it is transformed by shame. A relationship once governed by the logic of pleasure morphs into a relationship fueled by the insistence of jouissance. This development facilitates the possibility for the subject to inhabit the discovery that her lack cannot be remedied by the other that also lacks, opening up a path toward freedom. In developing this position that our enjoyment of shame is not limited to conservative super-egoic pleasure, but that it can manifest in a liberatory relationship to lack, I bring together 2 sites of analysis. First, Lacan's attempt in Seminar 17 to bring shame to enjoyment through his famous chide to student protesters, "Look at them enjoying." Jacques-Alain Miller declares that Lacan intends his remark to shame the students in order to reactivate the efficacy of the master signifier. At first sight, Miller's thesis seems surprising in the light of Lacan's insistence that the analytic operation involves precisely the work of separating the subject from its master signifier. We can resolve this tension through Lacan's diagnosis that the dominant social link of the period was marked by a waning of the efficacy of the master signifier. Miller thus qualifies that the aim of stripping the subject of its master signifier applies only to a subject oriented by what he specifies as a signifier that matters. Miller's claim still leaves open the question of whether mobilizing the master signifier functions solely as a necessary preliminary step to diminishing the subject's allegiance to it, or whether shame's activation of the master signifier can itself send the subject on the path towards separation. I argue in favor of the latter position. Shame, brought about by what we love, calls attention to the master signifier as that which fails to confirm our place within the other, highlighting rather than masking the overlapping lack between subject and other. It is my contention that the master signifier, mobilized by shame, arrives as the bearer of jouissance. Seminar 17 also marks a related shift in Lacan's thinking about jouissance as no longer outside the symbolic, but now as inextricably linked to the signifier. This view ensures that the symbolic is seen as always and already beset with loss. And since this loss can never be remedied, the subject is left to repeat it. This repetition of failed attempts to recover lost jouissance comes to offer a jouissance of its own in the form of surplus jouissance. In addition to surplus jouissance, the repetition of lack also serves to challenge the illusion of the possibility of symbolic closure via an encounter with the symbolic's palpable excess. My second site of analysis concerns Dederer's own unexpected encounter with recalcitrant media pleasures. Dederer recounts her attempts to combat her love of the films by Roman Polanski through trying to incite shame. Her plan, intently studying the grim reported details of his rape of a 13-year-old girl, backfires fantastically. Not only does this effort fail to prevent her from consuming his work, but it also has the paradoxical effect of making her increasingly eager to do so. Rather than transform her love of the object into the ego satisfaction of virtuous sacrifice, her growing shame transforms her pleasure into jouissance. Her enjoyment is evidenced by her compulsion to repeatedly watch his films. As Dederer recounts, quote, "The more I researched Polanski, the more I became drawn to his films, and I watched them again and again. I wasn't supposed to love this work or this man," end quote. Dederer's shame prompts her unexpected identification with Polanski. As she tells us, "Something in me chimes to that awfulness, recognizes it in myself, is horrified by that recognition." Dederer's discovery illustrates how shame may reveal the master signifier to be a site of identification with the limits of the symbolic, rather than a vehicle for propping up the illusion of symbolic wholeness. Her love for Polanski's films persists despite being, quote, "awed by his monstrousness," a monstrousness that she characterizes as, quote, "monumental, like the Grand Canyon, huge and void-like, and slightly incomprehensible," end of quote. That her vivid description of Polanski's monstrousness itself takes on resonances of the real seems far from incidental, since his work poses for her a problem analogous to how the real persists despite all attempts to domesticate its unwelcome intrusions. Dederer's determination to denounce Polanski does nothing to prevent his work from what she describes as still calling to her, an insistent calling that she tells us disrupted my idea of myself. To accept the call which threatens her subjectivity, rather than deploying all available symbolic resources to tame it, is for Dederer a way of honoring love. As she tells us, we owe at least some small degree of fealty to what we love. At first sight, her call to commit to taking responsibility for what we love resonates with Lacan's invocation of an ethics based on refusing to give ground relative to one's desire. But love differs from desire in a crucial way. Whereas desire desires its own propagation, love aims for its own return. As Lacan puts it, to love is essentially to wish to be loved. Dederer reveals more about the complex structure of identification and betrayal within the realm of love in the context of discussing her complicated relationship with another disgraced filmmaker, Woody Allen. Her relationship with Allen, she tells us, vacillates between both being the loved one and having the loved one. In her words, quote, I felt like Woody Allen. He was me. I felt he belonged to me. Dederer's equivocation reaches its peak when she reveals, quote, I took the fucking of Sun Yi as a terrible betrayal of me personally, unquote. And Dederer's use of the fucking and not his is suggestive here. Could it be hers too? Dederer's ambivalence between being and having, and love and disgust, can be illuminated by Lacan's discussion of Freud's directive to love thy neighbor. As Alenka Zupancic explains, Lacan's innovation was to emphasize that the disgusting kernel that resides in the neighbor must also dwell within the subject too, that it is structurally, necessarily unclear whether this excluded kernel of my being is in fact mine or my neighbor's. Love, Zupancic attests, disrupts the pleasure principle's ability to defend against this subjective disturbance, and is thus capable of opening the door to jouissance beyond the pleasure principle. Dederer similarly declares, quote, we are left with love. We love whether we want to or not, just as the stain happens whether we want it to or not, unquote. The call of love, however, is not an easy one to heed. Love, she emphasizes, is too easily forgotten when running the calculus of socially expected responses to work created by monsters. For Zupancic, this is necessarily so. Love, she tells us, is situated beyond a certain limit of the calculus of the good. Dederer thus implores us to listen to what she calls love's quiet voice next to the louder call of public shaming. The fealty to love which she champions opens the gate to the jouissance of repetition. Despite this formulation, Dederer's attempts to scaffold her compulsive repetition of Polanski's work within the logic of attempts to scaffold her compulsive repetition of Polanski's work within the logic of symbolic mastery. It was, she explains, as if, quote, by watching something compulsively, you could somehow change it or take responsibility for it by keeping your eyes on it, as if watching could do something. Although this approach fails in its defensive attempt, she is not totally wrong. Watching does do something. It substantiates a commitment to the love object, through which the subject is compelled to take responsibility for her enjoyment. Such an engagement, in turn, works to challenge any sense of subjective and symbolic completeness, and thus opens a liberating path for creating attachments outside of superegoic mandates. rather than succumb to the conservative logic of sacrifice, which serves to uphold the demand of the other. This commitment to sacrifice itself, as Zizek describes it, sets the subject on the course for freedom. But this refusal to follow the social injunction should not be seen in terms of an enjoyment of transgression. Transgression compatibly orbits the pleasure principle and tethers the subject to existing symbolic coordinates by reinforcing their boundaries. Shame, by contrast, can induce repetition of the enjoyment of the death drive beyond the pleasure principle, opening up creative possibilities for the subject beyond the limits of the symbolic. Our investment in even asking what we should do with the work of monstrous men implies that our media pleasures may secure us a place within the symbolic. But Detterer's account highlights the impossibility of the symbolic to ground subjective identity. The way you consume art, she concludes, doesn't make you a bad person or a good one. You'll have to find some other way to accomplish that. Shame mobilizes the master signifier to confer a sense of symbolic belonging. Although it instantiates a structural position from which we see ourselves from the perspective of the other, this position is ultimately empty, incapable of delivering the assurance we seek. The ethics of shame gestured towards here involves accepting the impossibility of having one's morality ratified. The subject is therefore cast out to seek attachments of her own. Shame thus calls the subject into a relationship with a signifier that matters, but that signifier itself is beset with a jouissance of its own. And I'll conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. It really works well together, the monstrous man and Russell's chapter. And I also know that it's going to be reprinted, right?
Yeah, that's right. It should be coming out in Problemi.
Which means that it is actually a very relevant thing to think about right now.
Yeah.
And very relevant for this volume too. We have some time if Alec have any questions or anyone else in here.
See, there's something in the chat, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm understanding correctly, the comment in the chat makes a similar suggestion that just as what we love is not something we can choose, nor does the work, the created work, choose their creators. That doesn't necessarily find the best creators to make it. So I thought that was a nice point. Yes, I would agree.
Hi, I've just posted something from Eric Fromm. I've got all my books, scattered about me. So I'm diving into stuff and picking at random the pages that crop up to add a touch of chance to this. And the page that cropped up it's page 136 from The Fear of Freedom by Fromm, and talks about the very thing that you're on about, I think. The significance for me is to do with the rise within the neurosciences of locating everything within the body, and the issues that I've been throwing around stem from from that work by Bessel van der Kolk, being seated on Kierkegaardian notions of abandonment. And my difficulty with that, it's partly because it's the abandonment of God from a Protestant point of view. I'm Irish Catholic, so I've got issues with these things. And the digging through the Eric Fromm's book, The Fear of Freedom, sprung to mind because in his chapter, The Mechanisms of Escape, and the early chapter on aspects of the freedom for modern man are seated on the Protestant Reformation. And the specific importance, I think, of issues of shaming today are seated in part, in my view, on the rise of the new Puritanism. The difficulties, I mean, that people have. I mean, make it concrete. There's some real world disputes within the UK Parliament who are trying to instigate an inquiry into grooming gangs, sex grooming gangs that have been around. I mean, they've been around for decades. Everybody knows, but it's now got to a point where the victims and survivors of those men are wanting something done, and the very process that they're engaging in triggers systemic invalidation and therefore moral injury and therefore shaming, just by the way that the state is handling what's going on. So I think that there's something timely about your contribution, because I think that there's stuff going off that I think it's hard to get your head around all the parts. And my contribution to kind of myself and to help get my head around it is to draw from some of the early work of Fromm, because of what I think is an inherent sadomasochism, where if that's harnessed to the populist and then commercialized aspects of an economy, which represent the objectification of women in the way that it is going on, then shaming becomes something that happens without us knowing it. And that's the thing I was saying to Russell earlier, is that there's in the Althusserian sense of things being interpolated, the calling and the hailing is of such a size where I think it came to light during the pandemic, but I think the UN was saying that the hidden pandemic is violence against women and girls, and that is only permitted by having a system that shames and shuts people up. Yeah. Anyway, that's my reflection. But thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. I hadn't considered Fromm at all in this context, so that was a nice sort of direction to consider. Thank you.
It is maybe one of the most relevant politically, and was great, but the chapter was great potential to develop and to reprint it, and we're glad to share. Thank you, Jennifer. Anyone? Maria, I think, has comment in the chat, a couple of them. Okay.
Sorry, I haven't used Zoom. It's been a while, and I'm yes, okay. Yes, I responded, I think, to that first comment by Maria. Is there an yes? To rewatch Bitter Moon. I'd love to hear more.
Maria, are you ready to say more? No.
I have a comment I can make too after Maria. If Maria's done. Yeah, maybe it's a question as well about envy, because I'm quite interested in the concept of envy, and since we're discussing love, it might be useful to discuss. The green-eyed monster, because there's a whole rich history, literary history of writing about envy. There's Shakespeare's Othello, and there's an interesting subversion of the normal course of courtly love in Hamlet, in the relationship between Hamlet and Ophelia. Hamlet sort of rejects and hates the idea of courtly love, which is why he hates Ophelia, which is why she goes mad and drowns herself. And Slavoj Žižek has an interesting quote. He says that about Lacan's distinction between the subject of the enunciated and the subject of the enunciation. When I directly define myself as a finite being existing in the world among other beings, at the level of enunciation, the position from which I speak, I already objectivize the limit between myself and the rest of the world. That is, I adopt the infinite position from which I can observe reality and locate myself in it. Consequently, the only way for me to truly assert my finitude is to accept that my world is infinite, since I cannot locate its limit within it. And then he quotes, of course, Wittgenstein, who says that death doesn't exist because it's the limits of my world, just like the limits of my field of vision don't exist, and that death is nothing because it cannot be experienced. So I'm not quite sure how that fits into the discussion exactly, but just maybe the relationship of shame in Othello and Ophelia. And I think of this type of shame in other forms of art as only existing in the modern world in film noir mainly. And that brings me back to Jean Kopchak, who's discussed also just the speaker before, who wrote a book of Lacanian psychoanalysis about film noir, especially the modern film Laura, which shows a very envious main narrator called Waldo, who wishes to kill Laura, and another film noir director, Orson Welles, with his film. I guess what I'm saying is that when one posits one's love, which is infinite, one posits the limits of the being of oneself and the separation between oneself and the lover. So in a way, envy is related to the loss of self-identity, which is related to pathology in love. So envy has been considered a pathology of love. So would you consider envy also as pathology, or is there something, say, good in envy? That would be a question to Julie Reshe. And finally, with Orson Welles' film career, like films such as The Lady of Shanghai, it's very interesting because in the last scene, the main evil character, his wife, is unfaithful to him because there's a deep problem in their marriage. There's a hole of mirrors and he's pointing a gun at her and he says, well, destroying you is really destroying myself. But then he points the gun and they start firing at the mirrors because they don't know which mirror is actually the other person. But in a way, it's very artistic because it reflects how their images of each other are like mirror images that they're reflected of their own self-identity at the same time, so that they construct their self-identity through their relationship to each other in the mirrors that they're firing at and shooting at false mirrors, which is like, very Shakespearean in the way that Orson Welles directed Othello as well, like a film noir. And John Kopchak said that, this particular American genre of film noir really captured the emotions, the volatility and love and the shame involved in that as well in a very interesting way. But thank you for the talk.
Thank you. I think part of the work of shame that I'm suggesting here is that there can be a relationship to it that doesn't lead to a separation of the self from the loved one, but actually entering into a new form of identification that actually makes the boundaries of the self less clear and less easily drawn. So I think that kind of, the mirroring is interesting there, as well as the gesture towards narcissism. Shame enables us to, or seems to often necessitate a sense that we're able to distance ourselves, or that we should, and what it often conceals is that love becomes a source of an ego pleasure in feeling our morality is ratified through our very distance from the thing that we really do love, and that really is speaking to us in terms of our inability to choose what it is that we love. That this sort of object, in a sense, has chosen us, and it's out of our control.
Yeah, because that's very interesting. Because Iago doesn't really directly ever harm Othello in the play by Shakespeare. What he does is merely cause Othello to harm himself through, mobilizing his inner death drive potentials against itself.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and this is a way of tying your question even more closely to what Jennifer was talking about with the superego and enjoyment, because you mentioned, Jake, the distinction between enunciation and enunciated, right? And so Joan Kopchak is actually really good on this in that same chapter of Read My Desire that I was talking about earlier. It's that because the subject of the enunciation is superego, and so when you identify the voice of the superego as the voice of your own, and that's also related to Lacan's reading of Freud on the love thy neighbor, is that it becomes like the interpolation becomes enjoyment, right? Or the imperative to enjoy. And so when there's a failure to distinguish between the sort of formal, contentless, like ethical imperative or moral imperative, and you don't distinguish between that and the like, you take the voice of the superego, the subject of the enunciation, as identifying with it, like that's where you get perversion, sadism, and so and monstrosity. I mean, an ethical act can be monstrous in a way as well, but it is so in a way, almost precisely because it doesn't conform to the superego. And it's also just making me think of the last, like the concluding line, and I think this is kind of, this links a couple of the talks together. The concluding line of Read My Desire by Kopchak is it's time for a new superego. We must commence with a new regime of the superego, right? So yeah, I thought it was, and I think there's a connection to courtly love there as well, like you were mentioning. So there was a lot of interesting stuff there.
Yeah, it's very brilliant way to sum it up, because John Kocher does talk a lot about the superego, and that is one of the main points, is to shift the modern, what he sees as the modern type of superego, to a different type. Sort of like similar to how Darian Leder says that the superego in a person's mind can either be like a Swiss cop or a more corrupt cop from like Eastern Europe or something, and like, you need to swap between the two and see which is like replace the worst cop for the better cop. But Hamlet, on the other hand, with his denunciation of courtly love to Ophelia, he says things like, I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious, with more offences at my beck than I have thoughts to put them in, imagination to give them shape or time to act them in. What should such a fellow as I do, crawling between earth and heaven? We are arrant knaves, oh, believe none of us, go thy ways to a nunnery. Where's your father? If thou dost marry, I'll give thee a plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow. Thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery. Go, farewell. Go if thou wilt needs marry. Marry a fool, for wise men know well enough what monsters you make of them. To a nunnery go, and quickly to farewell. And that's what like Hamlet says to Ophelia before she goes mad. And it's interesting because there is actually some seemingly self-awareness or reflection on Hamlet's part of his own superego, like the ambition and the revengefulness, but also a kind of feeling that superego is attached to courtly love, so that courtly love itself isn't free of but yeah, and so Hamlet's opinion is like the falsity, of appearances and the performances of behaviors is connected to like the paying court and the subservience and heed to people. In this place, I guess, marriage and dowries being a form of political union as well as love.
Yeah, well, I mean, that passage you read is why I think that Hamlet, in addition to being, and Slavoj Žižek talks about this in, I think it's the first chapter of Sublime Object of Ideology, where he mentions Hamlet as a play of interpolation or a drama of interpolation. I think it's also a drama of, for that very passage you were reading, a drama of desublimation. And it's like, which is funny because it's the inverse of courtly love. I mean, courtly love is the example that Lacan uses of elevating like the ordinary everyday object to the dignity of the thing, right? So the courtly lady is sublimated. But once Ophelia falls outside of that fantasy space, and is no longer the objet a, or like I think Lacan even says in Seminar 6, he has a pun on Ophelia and Ophalis. And O there is in like French for a for or right for object, small object, small a. But how she turns like goes like from sublime to excremental. It's really interesting. Like, so the sort of process of desublimation, of like taking, not elevating the thing or an object to the dignity of the thing, but taking the thing and lowering it to the common status of just a regular object.
Yeah, it's very interesting because like philosophical opinions in Hamlet are being very polarized between commentators of perceiving in Hamlet many different pathologies, but at the same time, Nietzsche sort of said that Hamlet was the heroic, tragic hero of modern times because living in a more dehumanized scientific world, he holds on to the last dying breaths of tragedy in the modern age, but and denies like the normal post modern Christianity ways of shaming people for their choices and actions. But yeah, on the other hand, like you said, Lacan and things have written this rich dialogue around the character as well. That's often contrary and different. But yeah, Jennifer's very well spoken about. Yeah, how sometimes there's an enjoyment in a shame factor as well, and I think that's a big factor in some of the levels of like self-debasement, not just in Shakespeare, but in old tragedy in a way. Like I'm thinking of the character of Oedipus, like in this sequel to the first Oedipus, and so on. So yeah, yeah, very interesting. Thanks for I think very interesting discussion and comments.
Thank you, Jake and Russell and Jennifer, for adding another painful aspect to love. Sadly, Richard Boothby, who's supposed to be next presenter, he had to leave meeting because he's not feeling well, and it's unlikely that he will return to the meeting. So we'll have to skip his presentation. I hope he's fine. I'll have to write him after. We can have Stephanie Koziej presentation a bit earlier in 15 minutes. For now, maybe do you want to have a break or do you want to have general discussion? You can see there's no one here where I can see. If we're going to have a 15 minutes break, are you going to come back?
Yes.
All right. Then we will, be back in 15 minutes. You can stay in the meeting, just mute it. We can see it as, we can comprehend it as the actual 15 minutes dedicated to love and as 15 minutes of silence, right? Perfect. See you in 50 minutes. Okay, we are back or at least I am back. It's Stephanie, if you are ready, you can start. If you're here.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey. I'm looking forward to yours too. Many years ago, I heard your presentation in Poland on tenderness, and since then, it was a dream to have your chapter, and I do have your chapter.
I was gonna say, is it okay if I start?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say that I first want to really thank you for inviting me, and it's so beautiful that it kind of came full circle because we met indeed in Gdansk in Poland. You were speaking about breastfeeding. I think about this often because now I'm a breastfeeding mom actually, and I spoke the beginning of my work on tenderness, and then you invited me for a master's class to teach on Kristeva and Bersani, and then you invited me to contribute this chapter, and it kind of came full circle because I worked out those ideas on Bersani and Kristeva. So thank you for that. I'm gonna share my my screen because I made a presentation. Wait, I thought it was easier. Do I have to go to the 3 dots? Whiteboard?
I think there is supposed to be a share button. It's green.
The green one. Yeah. I'll pull it up here. So yeah, here. Share. Let me see. Is this, are you seeing the full presentation now? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, the title of my chapter is In Search for Adult Sexual Tenderness in Freud, Kristeva, and Bersani. And yeah, the aim is to explore this concept. It's a Freudian concept, but it's a very underexplored concept, tenderness or Zärtlichkeit. And this work is part of a larger project. It was part of my dissertation, so not all the pieces are present, but due to the short time span, I limited it to Freud, Kristeva, and Bersani. But why I thought that it would fit in the book is because tenderness is very interesting. Because on the one hand, it predates the dead drive, Freud's dead drive, but at the same time, it also offers insight in thinking about self-destruction at the center of life, specifically in love and sexuality. Also interesting is that it's a concept Freud borrows and then further develops from his earliest patients, the hysterics. Freud will not explicitly say what I'm saying about tenderness at all, but to say what I want to say about it, I need to make a detour through those 2 other thinkers, Kristeva, specifically her work on reliance or the maternal erotic, and Bersani and what he wrote about shattering of the self in certain sexual and intimate experiences. So to give an overview, that's what I'll share here in this talk. First, we'll do a little bit of a deep dive into this concept of Zärtlichkeit in Freud's work, and moreover, how he is pathologizing the hysteric's desire for such tenderness and how it fits in his overall theory of sexuality. Then we go to Kristeva on reliance and Bersani's work on the shattering of the proud subject, and then bringing those together for a theory on what adult erotic tenderness might be and what might be at stake at it. But before I dive into the theory, I want to start with what I like to call a primary scene. It's an anecdote. It's something that really happened, which I've tried to put in a somewhat poetic language, but it's very much this encounter is very much the catalyst behind my interest and then later obsession, trying to understand what's tenderness, what's at stake, and why does Freud and many other adults not like tenderness very much. And I'm in the tradition of feminism, so anecdotal theory is something I'm very interested in. So I like to start from anecdotes and try to use theory than to understand them. So I'll read the primary scene for you. He was one of my first lovers, but I had a hard time connecting with him until one evening. With our clothes off, we aimlessly caressed and kissed each other, my fingertips softly stroking his skin, our bodies co-creating a rhythm we both submitted to. And each movement of his responded with one of mine, and vice versa, until whether it was his hand or mine conducting the rhythm no longer mattered. Skins and eyes talking a wordless dialogue to the point of unison and bliss. But then his hands started to make their way to my genitals. Without words, I tried to convey to him how I did not want that. I knew it would lead to the conventional sex we had had before, and the sex was nice, but it never felt as connected as now. Here, while lingering in mutual caresses, I felt a closeness of a higher intensity. So I tell him, can we keep doing this instead? I feel so connected to you. But he isn't having it. You give me nothing, he busted out in anger, while adding, you're hysteric and frigid to the insults. And he puts on his clothes and left, loudly slamming the door. So it took a while for me to find the words and the theory to put my finger on what was happening there. But at the crux of it all, I found that there's this paradox where I found this encounter very profoundly meaningful, but he had to describe it as nothing. And at the same time, I received a lot of sexual pleasure from this rhythmic caressing and kissing and this dance we did. And he labeled it as frigid. And at the same time, I was a student of philosophy. We were reading Freud, and it was a similar thing I found in Freud, that he had lots to say about kissing for the sake of kissing and caressing for the sake of caressing, that was frigid and anesthetic and a symptom of hysteria. So he had to pathologize it, Freud. So I thought it was very interesting how this encounter with this lover of mine was, he had the authority of Freud behind him. And so I became very interested in wondering what might be at stake at those moments, which I came to describe as adult erotic tenderness. And to do so, we first have to go to Freud and say a bit more about this concept, tenderness or Zärtlichkeit. It's actually first uttered by his hysteric patients, specifically by Miss Lucy R. and Elizabeth from R. in the studies on hysteria, and also by Dora. And they use it to describe a peculiar desire they have, and it's very often unreciprocated desire, and that's the reason that it then becomes problematic and symptoms occur, etc. But it's a peculiar desire, and I have the feeling Freud doesn't understand it very well. But Freud is going to use that word then in his three essays, and also in his on the universal debasement in the sphere of love, to describe the development of sexuality, the normal, healthy development sexuality should go to. And Zärtlichkeit is going to get a very pivotal role in that theory of sexuality. Freud uses it to describe the early bond between caregiver, often mother, and infant. And he emphasizes how important this is, and he calls this infantile sexuality, but also Zärtlichkeit. And it's here that the first sexuality blossoms and the erogenous zones bud, and it's through acts of care, like caressing, kissing, rocking the kid, cleaning the genitals, putting on the nappy, etc. And Freud describes this as what's characteristic about it is that it's not non-teleological and it's non-goal oriented. In the third essay, he uses those words. In the first essay, we'll call it polymorphous perverse. So the partial drives, which means all the drives that are not a genital drive, they are still independently from each other, seeking sexual pleasure, and also the erogenous zones, there is no hierarchy yet. And that is all good while it concerns infantile sexuality. But then, according to Freud, we have to go through this development. And then once puberty hits, and after puberty, this dynamic has to undergo significant changes, and those partial drives and those erogenous zones need to become subordinate to the primacy of the genital zone. And that then becomes the final or normal shape of sexuality. Which means that all non-genital pleasures, caressing, kissing, all the erogenous zones that are not the genitals, the pleasure that is derived from them becomes described as fore-pleasure. It has a particular function. It needs to make the body coitus ready to then finally have end pleasure through orgasm, through preferably genital sex, through coitus. So we see very much here this Freud's Darwinian influence, and how reproduction and sexuality are becoming equated. In a later text in 1912, The Universal Debasement, he's going to coin new words to describe these different two types of sexuality. On the one hand, he will talk about the tender stream or current, and then the sensual stream or current. And he will explain how the tender needs to be repressed, and that's the precondition for healthy normal sexuality. And in the 3 essays, he still talks about the incest barrier as the psychological structure to make this happen. And later, this will become the Oedipus complex. So whenever you study Oedipus complex, be very curious to look for the tenderness that is required to be repressed there. So yeah, it's not just letting go of the incestuous sexual objects, but also of this very peculiar, which I come to call economy of desire that's not goal-oriented and not genital. And Freud talks about the dangers of this fore-pleasure, meaning when one gets fixated on the fore-pleasure. And following his logic and his jargon, we can also describe this as the dangers of tenderness. And it's mostly in hysteria that this happens. I would like to read this very significant quote, which is somewhat like the start of my research, because it made me so angry, but I also wanted to understand it. So here we go. Freud writes, at every stage in the course of development through which all human beings ought by right to pass, a certain number are held back. They are mostly girls who, to the delight of their parents, have persisted in all their childish love far beyond puberty. It is most instructive to find that it is precisely these girls who in their later marriage lack the capacity to give their husbands what is due to them. They make cold wives and remain sexually anesthetic. Girls with an exaggerated need for stretch, he says here, affection. I prefer tenderness as the translation. So I will explain more why later, but let me hold on here. So girls with an exaggerated need for tenderness and an equally exaggerated horror of the real demands made by sexual life have an irresistible temptation on the one hand to realize the ideal of asexual love in their lives, and on the other hand to conceal their libido behind a tenderness which they can express without self-reproach by holding fast throughout their lives to their infantile fondness revived at puberty for their parents and brothers and sisters. Good. So what this all entails, or what this all means, what we can conclude is that for Freud, tender sexual acts, like caressing for the sake of caressing, kissing for the sake of caressing, kissing for the sake of kissing, as we saw with the mother-infant bond, they do not belong in adult sexuality, according to Freud. They are always already defined as infantile, as childish love. Between two adults, they're always already seen as asexual or sexually anesthetic. Although, let's remember, in the mother-infant bond, it was sexual, according to Freud. But here, all of a sudden, it becomes asexual and anesthetic. And the anesthetization and the repression of adult sexual tenderness becomes then a cornerstone of Freud's understanding of adult sexuality. So any desire for sexual tenderness becomes always already infantilized and pathologized and a symptom of hysteria. So there is no space for this tenderness when it comes to adult lovers in Freud's theory. So there's two conclusions we can take from this, is that on the one hand, Freud's theory of adult sexuality is built upon the radical split between tender and sensual sexuality. And with Kristeva, I come to refer to this as two separate economies of desire. Tenderness economy is a non-goal-oriented economy with care-like acts like caressing and kissing and rocking and cleaning, and they are valued as legitimately sexual and pleasurable in their own right, but only in the infantile and maternal bond. And then we have sensuality, which is teleological and goal-oriented economy, oriented towards genital and orgasmic end pleasure. And within this economy, all tender acts become considered for pleasure, so in function of genital end pleasure. So tenderness is only healthy, it can only be desired in function of this orgasmic genital reproductive economy. And there's a second assumption. Freud's notion of healthy adult sexuality implies the repression of adult sexual tenderness. And I've referred to this as Freud's taboo on adult erotic tenderness. So any adults who want tender sexuality and merely that, just that, that becomes pathologized as frigid and hysteric. Good. That's it for Freud. I want to move then towards Kristeva, because she is going to help us understand what's at stake in adult erotic tenderness. Why does it need to become pathologized? What's happening there? And so she writes this text, Reliance or the Maternal Erotic, in 2014. And in it, very interesting, she scolds contemporary psychoanalysis, so attachment theory and infant caretaker researchers, because as we know, Bowlby, he came up with this notion of attachment because he wanted to get rid of the sexual connotation of Freud's notion of tenderness or Zärtlichkeit. So she scolds contemporary psychoanalysis for avoiding to define this infant caretaker bond as sexual. And she urges to focus back on maternal eroticism. And she explicitly talks about this as a different economy of desire. And she's going to coin it as reliance. And for me, it's very crucial work to understand tenderness. But first, I want to say that her work is not without its problems neither, because very much like Freud, she limits reliance to the mother-infant bond, and she is very explicitly going to oppose reliance with sexuality between adult lovers. She does that again in a later paper, Prelude to Ethics of the Feminine. And my guess is that maybe this is because she doesn't go back to this 1905 version of Freud's 3 essays, where he talks about Zärtlichkeit and the mother-infant bond. But I find it a very lost opportunity, because she is, like Freud, reiterating this split between this extreme split between tenderness as infantile and maternal, and then adult lovers sexuality. So she is feeding into this taboo on adult erotic tenderness. But still, her work helps, if we read it in a critical way, to understand what might be at stake in this adult erotic tenderness. And for that, we have to look at how she defines reliance. And she defines it as a vacillation between two states. It's a multiplicity, she says. It's one state that then vacillates into another. And the first state is a state of emergency. the state of abjection. So not a subject yet or anymore, not an object, but an abject. The self here falls apart. It returns to a pre-self. She theorizes this with this pre-discursive, pre-signifying state of the kora and the semiotic. And what's important here is that she emphasizes how this would be unbearable and lead to insanity if it wasn't followed by the second state, and that's the relinking or the reliance, the reattaching, the reconnecting state, where the fallen apart self, the fallen apart pre-self, is somewhat put back together, and it is through acts of caretaking, but very explicitly there is a pleasure that is that comes with it, both for the mother here, the caretaker, and the one that is being taken care of. So and in that sense it is sexual. And she writes, quote, "The maternal transforms the abjects which the dead drive has rejected into the not yet space of mother-child, into objects of care, into survival, and into life." And in that similar vein, it helps us to think of what might be happening in moments of tenderness also between adults. It's happening in a movement between two states. In one state, one is allowed to fall apart, to show the most traumatized or sad or at difficult sides of ourselves, and we can fall apart, we can disintegrate, and then that other is there to help mend us and put us back together. And it's through this oscillation that a close bond, this very particular, peculiar relation is being fostered, and the abjection, the falling apart, the self-annihilation is really the vehicle through which this specific bonding, this tenderness moves. So tenderness moves through that which defies the integrity and stability of a perfectly rational, integrated, independent, and bounded self. And this is also, I would say a bit more about that I prefer. So Stretchy, he translated Zärtlichkeit in different ways. So it's inconsistently translated. Sometimes as affection, sometimes as tenderness, sometimes as love. I prefer tenderness because the tender, the porous, the open, those are all connotations that tenderness holds. So then what's at stake in moments of tenderness and also adult tenderness? Well, nothing less than this cornerstone of modern subjectivity, this integrated, stable, rational, independent, bounded self, the sovereign subject. And so this might explain why both Freud and Kristeva need to order this tenderness or this reliance as maternal, as childish, as only between the mother and the child, because, well, this cornerstone of the modern sovereign the modern sovereign subject is at stake. And so Kristeva orders it, just like Freud, and Freud, on top of that, also pathologizes it to refresh as asexual, frigid, and hysteric. So what this idiosyncratic reading of Kristeva helps to claim is this, or helps to see, is this appreciation of tender erotics, and also that might be what characterizes the hysteric, that she has a tender desire, and specifically the desire for this very significant close bond that might be forged through moving through abjection. So what might be dangerous about the hysteric is that they're not faced by this abjection outside of the confines of motherhood and infancy, but on the contrary, that they find pleasure in this vacillation between the self-disintegration and the relinking. This brings me lastly with Bersani. He's a queer theorist, and he helps me further understand what's at stake here, but again, not without his own problems. So an idiosyncratic reading is again necessary here. First of all, his text is direct to McGrave, is very helpful. And he talks about how through particular sexual actions, specifically through the penetration of orifices, the rectum, the mouth, the vagina, that it has the potential to be a grave for this proud subjectivity. So strong physical orgasms, it can be experienced as a powerlessness and a loss of control, and a radical disintegration of the self. And he refers to this as the self-shattering capacity of sexuality. And for him, that's a queer potential, and it helps us rethink hegemonic and heteronormative notions of both sexuality, but also subjectivity. He emphasizes how in our hegemonic society there is a bunch of mechanisms that are put in place to keep the sacrosanct self from falling apart. And the most important that he describes is the pastoral impulse. And it's there that I have a little bit of a problem with his analysis. Because with the pastoral impulse, he defines this as an implicit or explicit agreement and idealization of what sex should be, quote, a wholesome sexuality, a natural and healthy conjunction between sex, tenderness, and love. And he says that this is built on chimerically non-violent ideals of tenderness and nurturing, and denies sexuality's self-erasing side. So, which we then can conclude from this is that that according to Bersani, a tender sexuality perpetuates this problematic and wholesome notion of both sex and subjectivity, and it denies this queer self-erasing and self-shattering side of sexuality. And this I find a problematic assumption in his work. So he presumes that on the one hand, only penetrative and orgasmic sex can result in this shattering of this proud self-hyperbolic subjectivity. And he can only understand this radical disintegration or self-shattering as anti-loving and anti-tender. So, and that presumes two blind spots, that tenderness or tender sexuality can also be self-shattering, and that there is a tender dimension in self-disintegration. But he So his notion of this pastoral self is, I claim, already on the other side of this Freudian split between tenderness and sensuality, or tenderness and adult sex. It conforms and perpetuates this split instead of being curious about the origins of this split, which is actually the agenda of queer theory, to become very interested in the mechanisms that lead to the hegemonic notions of sex that we have. So Bersani was not curious about this split between tenderness and sensuality. For him, tender sexuality is always already parochial and in function of the self-hyperbolic subject, and allegedly based on non-violent ideals of tenderness. But then in a later book, in Intimacies, that he co-wrote with Adam Phillips, he has a bit more of a redeemed notion of what intimacy can be. He opens it up a bit. So intimacy as self-shattering is something that he explores, although he does not use the word tenderness, or he does not go back to the work of Freud on Zärtlichkeit. He coins a new, he uses the word impersonal narcissism to describe what he refers to as this need for a new vocabulary and a new story about intimacy, this radical redescription of love, and specifically this desire of the ego for such a self-shattering of the modern sacrosanct value of selfhood. And the figure he uses to explore this is the masochist. And he says, quote, "The capacity to bear, the capacity to desire the ultimately overwhelming intensities of feeling that we are subject to is no longer seen as a pathology, but instead a developmental achievement." And I agree very much with Bersani's analysis here. Also, when we put reliance as a framework to look at masochism, it works very well. But so to conclude, I actually want to add to Bersani's work and say that, okay, the masochist, but also the hysteric. The hysteric is also a figure who's very interested, who desires a particular desire for a shattering of this sacrosanct self, of this ego. And so maybe subversively, in line with Bersani, we can also say maybe hysteria could be a developmental achievement in that sense. On psychoanalysis, Bersani writes in that book, quote, "Now more than ever, psychoanalysis has become something to be going on from. It has become the discipline of useful errors, of instructive and destructive mistakes, of radical roads not taken." And I want to add there, yes, that's great. One radical road not taken is this notion of tenderness, of Zärtlichkeit. And the hysteric is this underexplored figure, underexplored queer figure, I would say, in my work. She's queer avant la lettre because she too desires in a non-conformative, non-hegemonic way, although it's a peculiar kind of not a hegemonic desire, and to understand that we have to go back to Freud's very early work. So I suggest that we have much to learn from the hysteric and Zärtlichkeit to understand underlying modern ideologies of hegemonic sexuality and also subjectivity. So this idiosyncratic reading of Bersani, then combined with Kristeva's, gives us this first look at what adult erotic tenderness might be. On the one hand, this desire for this self-shattering of this modern sovereign self, this hyperbolic self. But the tender encounter doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop at the self-annihilation, but it then oscillates towards a re-establishing of the self. But that, in my opinion, is never this modern proud subjectivity. It is a significantly altered self based upon, moved through an abjection, a return to a pre-self, a self-shattering. And it is through this very peculiar bond of falling apart and then reconnecting that a very peculiar, very specific intersubjectivity and connection is built, a queer intersubjectivity, I would say, through this abjection and annihilation and self-disintegration. So then, full circle, what was at stake in this primary scene with my ex-partner? His proud subjectivity, I would say, and this fear of the disintegration of the sacrosanct selfhood. And this is in line with what Freud might have been very afraid of if we follow a White book in his latest biography of Freud, where he keeps emphasizing how Freud was really afraid of the mother, the Nirvana principle and music in his work, all related to this losing yourself in the other and the blissfulness that can happen in such an encounter. So on the one hand that, but also a fear for the kind of intersubjectivity forged through this self-annihilation and abjection. And that's why it had to be othered as hysteric, as frigid. But then I want to reclaim it as queer, as or reclaim it as hysteric, but not as seen as a pathology, but as a strength, an ability, as Bersani would say, a developmental something positive, to the ability to embrace self-annihilation. And yeah, my work didn't stop there because this is a very peculiar scene, and it's non-orgasmic. But I further explored this in other scenes, like Pillow Talk. I find very interesting. Very many moments where I saw this disintegration of this lover I was with during Pillow Talk really happening. And it's during Pillow Talk, a very peculiar horizontal space that we open up, we talk about our biggest dreams, our biggest fears, our biggest nightmares, our biggest traumas. There's a lot of body fluids, a lot of crying, a lot of snot, and a lot of rocking and putting each other back together and connecting through this falling apart. The scene that I shared when Julie heard my first talk was a scene about cleaning the body after sex, when sperm is spilled on the body of one of the lovers, and then the lovers clean it together. But also aftercare and BDSM, I find a very beautiful example. And then I also looked at artistic artifacts. Björk's music, I find also a very good example of this erotic tenderness. So yeah, that was my talk. Sorry, I went a little bit over time, but thank you. And here's my contact in case of questions or yeah, curiosity. Good. That was it.
Thank you, Stephanie. It was great, and it's actually my dream came true for you talking about this. If it's okay, we will skip answer questions because I
Yes.
promised Leon Brenner. You should consider it as you left us speechless, not interested.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. That's why I also shared my email. You guys can always share because I can't stay much longer. My kid is sick and I'm also a bit sick, so I'm gonna do my best to be at the closing remarks, but I can't promise anything. But thank you so much for inviting me, and see you soon.
See you. There is a button to stop sharing somewhere, Stephanie.
Okay. Stop sharing. Okay.
Leon, hi.
Hi, Julie.
Sorry for.
No worries at all.
If you're ready, you can start. You don't have much time, I think. Sorry.
Well, I was thinking we can have a chat instead of me presenting a lecture. So maybe we can start. I mean, Julie, you edited the volume and you read a lot of the works. Anything in particular you'd like to talk about in terms of my own contribution?
Maybe one of the questions that I would ask you if Badiou would agree with you using event in the form that you used.
Badiou, yes. So let's start with Badiou, and see where it goes. Because this is a paper that's a bit, let's say, it stands out a little bit in my publication collection. Because it is quite on the side of philosophy, where I usually publish papers strictly within the field of psychoanalysis and also with some clinical reference. But this paper has no clinical reference at all, except for a few allusions here and there. And the paper, in a way, delves into Badiou's let's say, theory of subjectivity, and Badiou is a philosopher that's very close to my heart. I've had the chance to explore his works for some time, and sometimes you stumble upon a writer. It could be a poet, it could be a philosopher, that you read the words and they just speak through you. It's like they're clear like water, and Badiou is like that for me. Of course, I don't presume to understand in the pejorative sense, but something resonates when I read Badiou's work. And more than anything, well, Badiou, he thinks about thought. He has a lot to say about the way thought can have an impact on the world, on material. And Badiou divides the world of thinking, the world of philosophy, let's say, to 4 different conditions. Classically, we speak about politics, and we speak about art, and Badiou adds science. But what I think stands out the most is his idea that the 4th condition of thought is love. And the paper that I published in the collection, it concerns Badiou's theory of love. What does it mean to think within love, or to think yourself, or to think the world from the confines of love? And particularly, I focused in the paper on his allusion to the Christian texts published by St. Paul. And Badiou is a great fan of St. Paul. Badiou is a strict secular thinker, so he doesn't. He's not interested in St. Paul in theological terms, but he thinks that St. Paul's writing is maybe exemplifies a particular structure of discourse that is very interesting to Badiou. And here he doesn't. He really continues with the Lacanian legacy. And Badiou is very explicit about this. He says that any philosopher worthwhile today must go through Lacan at some point. This is what he says. And Lacan indeed was interested in discourse theory. And I have many colleagues who are very interested in the particular seminar, in seminar 17, where Lacan speaks about the 4 discourses, and it's a very potent seminar, and I know a lot of people have written about it, but basically Lacan is giving some clinical insight. He is saying that while your patients might speak the same stories, they might say the same story, they might repeat the same story, they can repeat it from a different vantage point, from a different structure. And saying it from a different structure will create something else within the analysis. It will create something else even in the patient's body, we might say. So here Lacan and Badiou, they very much, they can be read in a conversation as though they are conversing this certain idea. And in St. Paul, which is a book published by Badiou, he identifies different types of discourses in the time of St. Paul. And he speaks about a particular Jewish discourse that is religious as well, and is the precursor for the Christian discourse. He speaks about a Greek discourse that is a bit different, and then a mystical discourse. And he says, well, St. Paul's discourse is a true novelty in this, let's say, world of discourses at the time. What differentiates, you asked about the event, so what differentiates St. Paul's discourse at a very essential level is the fact that it is triggered by an event in St. Paul's life, where he was on his way to Damascus, and he hears a voice speaking to him. This always reminds me of Freud's very early example for psychosis. He gives this example of a patient who had a hard time dealing with a man's rejection. And he says, well, the repression didn't really work out for her. She couldn't repress these terrible thoughts and feelings. So instead of repressing, she rejected this piece of reality as a whole. And he says that from that point on, she was in a state of hallucinatory psychosis. And I'm reminded of this case because she was hearing the voice of the man calling to her. And I think that in love always entails a certain insanity. And we have to solve it. We put an end to it by saying it's love. You know, you go on a date. A date is a very simple thing. Most of the time, what you do is speak. You speak to each other, and you tell stories. And again, you repeat the same stories probably. And that's a date. It's successful if when you go home, you are a bit unsettled. Something is not well. You are not feeling very well. Things are a bit overwhelming. And at a certain point, you know, your body is worked up, you know, and it's not about the particular story that was told, or, you know, it's not the particular narrative that the other has expressed. It's something else. And this something else drives you mad. And if it does, at some point you say, oh, okay, yes, I'm in love. It is love. And something like this happened to St. Paul as well. On the way to Damascus, it was love. So love is a very central concept for St. Paul, and it begins with this type of insanity, this something that is overwhelming, completely overwhelming, but it sets St. Paul on a different trajectory. And Badiou is very interested in that, and he makes many differentiations in this paper, in his book on St. Paul, but more than anything, Badiou is happy with the fact that from St. Paul onwards, the promise of Christianity was universal. So it had a different structure for him. He identifies a different type of universality. And he contrasts it with a universality that had to do with the time of the Greeks and the Jewish religion, which was characterized by a certain universality. But the universality of Paul's Christianity, Badiou says it is quite different. One fact is that it originates with, as we were saying, an event, something in our lives that destabilizes us, that creates a ripple that is unexplainable, that is inconceivable. And then that this event sets us on a certain trajectory towards the universal, towards everyone, towards everything. So this is love for Badiou, and in the paper I try and demonstrate how Badiou assesses or let's say attributes a trajectory towards death on the side of these ancient discourses prior to Paul, and a trajectory towards life in Paul's discourse of love. Maybe to make a long story short, I think that this contrast communicates or corresponds with Lacan's later work on sexual difference, on the concept of difference, basically. And it differentiates these two trajectories in our psychic life. On the side of death, we might say the death drive, we have a trajectory towards the object. This is how we might describe the movement of the subject towards desire. Desire propels us towards the beloved, let's say. And in the beloved, we assume that there exists a certain object. This object has to do with us. It is something that we've lost, or something that we must have access to. And the lover is propelled in an infinite movement towards the beloved who holds this object that is so intimate for the lover. So there is a certain, let's say, I think Zupancic calls it an ex-centering of the subject on the level of the drive, right? I am moving towards a center of gravity that is situated on the side of the other. I am divided from, well, the place where I move from, where I'm propelled, between this place and the other place, beyond my reach. I necessarily need to rely on an other to perpetuate this type of movement. And this is why we need to have an analyst and an analysand in the analytic setting, because the movement of desire and whatever it unravels, and the speech that it conditions, well, it necessitates a structure of division, where there is another, there is a divided subject, a subject that lacks. This is how analysis goes. On the other side, we have love. So if we have desire functioning on the level of the death drive, on the other side, we have love. Now, what is love? For Lacan, it's a very complex question, because I don't think there is one answer that we can find. But if we contrast love with desire, for Lacan, it is indeed something that originates from contingency and moves us to the level of necessity. And here we are also, it's easy to go and philosophize and take it to the side of Badiou, but here we are also speaking about something that has to do with the analytic experience. Something of a contingency of the contingency of my life events through the transference, through the love, through the transference love, the transferential condition, create something that is necessary in my life, something that it necessarily binds me to my speech. Now, this is how Lacan speaks about it, and I think this is also what we see in the course of analysis. But for Badiou, this type of necessity, this type of binding to speech, a way of speaking, it has to do with what he calls the labor of love. And he sees it in St. Paul. And this is what Badiou speaks of as what happens after and then forever they were happy. How does it go? Forever after, right? And then they got married and so on and so forth. So Badiou focuses on that latter part, which is not so much about the love story, the contingency of the meeting, the explosion in one's life, the change of perspectives, but it is about constantly affirming the hypothesis, the declaration, actually that insanity, it was love. And for Badiou, to make insanity into love is a constant process where we have to invest ourselves, our bodies, things in our world, and put them under this hypothesis that in fact this insanity was love. This type of position, Badiou says, entails a second decentering, which I think is quite an optimistic philosophical way to look at things. So he says that if desire decenters us and splits us from the place of the subject and the place of the object, love entails a second decentering, where this movement towards the future, this movement towards love is done from a position of what he calls immanence, position of immanence. So it is something that radiates from the subject itself and opens up a horizon, a vantage point, the vantage point of love. So I think I made this into a lecture after all, Julie. But this is for whoever's interested in reading a little bit more. This is a gist of what I try and present in the chapter.
Thank you, Leon. So I asked a really good question. And we also have a question from the audience. Yeah. Till, is it? No? So if you want to ask a question, you can. Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure if what I have is a question really. But I feel compelled to respond to a lot of what Leon Brenner said. I mean, I'm a pretty simple-minded guy, so I hope I don't insultingly misunderstand so much of this. But I can't help but think of this this issue of relatedness that keeps coming up. That it's kind of inscribed into the whole phrase, the I love you phrase, the love being in between. That kind of seems to seems to have very little to do with either the person declaring it or the person declared to. It seems to kind of show up as this egregoric third thing, like this creation of an egregore that both people kind of come together to and end up building. I don't know if anybody's seen Blade Runner. There's that hologram of Ana de Armas who hires like a sex worker and kind of enacts through them. But anyways, there was this issue of relatedness that I just can't seem to escape. This is probably the wrong place to come for a solution to it or anything. But because it just seems like there's this constant overriding of another's speech, you know. There's like an echoic overriding of it. This whole process of narcissism and echo just it keeps reenacting, and it seems like you're kind of left with something very isolating at the end of it. And I'm not sure what to make of it really. But I guess
let me try and answer, or let's say respond by saying that for Badiou and Lacan, love is conditioned not by a relationship at all, but by a non-relationship. This is what Lacan calls the sexual non-rapport. And Badiou follows him step by step. So love for Badiou is not about understanding the other, or about a language that might speak love. Love is always entails a non-relationship. And this is why for Badiou, loving well, it's actually not understanding your partner. Is not trying to understand your partner, but actually allowing something of the otherness of your partner, the otherness of the other, to have an effect on your life, material effect. So if Badiou was a couples therapist, he wouldn't try and make you understand your partner. No, on the contrary, he would try and push you to find these places where exactly you think you understand, but you don't. And isn't this the problem of so many couples, that the partner just coughs for a second and then the other knows, oh yes, now you are going to say this and this and that, and I hate when you do this. So understanding and relating for Badiou is the enemy of love. It is what extinguishes love rather than conditions it. So I hope that somehow corresponded with your intervention, Till.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Leon, how does what you've just said relate to the concept of namaste?
Okay.
Where what I see in you is what you see in me. It's unspoken, but it's felt, it's recognized, and it just exists all by itself. And how does that then relate to immanence and transcendence?
Well, I would say that namaste goes a little bit against the idea of love for Badiou. Maybe there is something to the experience of otherness that Levinas speaks about that might be more compelling to think about. So love entails an encounter with otherness that shifts life's trajectory from the conception that I can understand everything in the other to a point where I am left without words. This is love, isn't it? Being speechless.
Yeah.
So I think that these concepts that come from the world of relational thought, relational theory, are quite alien to the framework that Badiou presents. And I think it's quite compelling. I'm not saying that this is the particular couples therapy that people should seek. I don't know, but I think people should give it a shot.
Could I ask one more thing?
And maybe I can say just one thing, that Julie, I'm supposedly finishing a book about this subject very soon. And the chapter for the collection was an inspiration for me to write a little bit more. So maybe once it's published, we can have a more thorough discussion about the subject.
Can I just ask though? It's the Heideggerian notions of leaping in and leaping ahead within the construct of a care structure. Are those compatible concepts for what you've just been describing?
I'm not sure, I have to say.
Okay.
I'm not an expert on Heidegger, so I can't really say. But sometimes when we belong to a certain framework of thought, and it is relevant, my comment here. Many times we learn something new through the correspondence of the new idea with the old, and I think there is something that is useful in comparisons, yes, but we must always ask ourselves: are we in fact gaining something from it, or maybe we are just obscuring or preventing us from encountering something that's truly new, that is alien? And this is what love teaches us, I think. Love teaches us to respect, to make something creative out of misunderstanding, out of otherness, out of something that does not compute in our own conceptual system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Leon, and thank you, Alec. Leon, we definitely have to come back to the idea of this negative couple therapy.
Yes. It
one
is
day.
something I thought quite a lot about, so we should speak about it and see where we can take it.
We should practice it. Right. Do you have a bit more time to take more questions, or
I really need to. There's a lot of hearts flying here.
yeah, it's a great idea.
I really need to be on my way, but if there's one last thing, I might comment on it.
I think they're satisfied with the idea of love is in the opposite way where we normally look for it. So it's
very good.
Yeah.
So it's a good start. Huh? Okay.
We'll
So I'll
let
say
you go.
goodbye and it's nice to see you again, Julie.
Namaste.
Yeah, namaste. Yes. Namaste.
Thank you, John.
And we'll talk soon. Okay.
Talk soon.
Have a great rest of the evening.
You too.
Goodbye.
Bye. Right, so it was Lyon's chapter. We have Wanyoung next. Wanyoung, are you ready to start a bit earlier?
Yes, I'm here. I'm happy to start. It was supposed to be at 7 my time anyway. Yeah, so my chapter was entitled Simone Weil on Death, Intersections with Freud and Spielrein's Death Drive. So I know at the beginning of the conference there was this theme about overcoming our finitude as human beings, sort of acknowledging our own limitations as mortal beings who die. And in a way, this sort of opens us up to the existential domain of opening up our potential, and it forces us in a way to live more authentically in some way. So one of the points that I made in my chapter was that death is not an endpoint, but a teaching experience. So I believe my chapter was one of 3 chapters in the volume that discussed the thought of Spielrein. But because I did focus on Weil, who is a spiritual thinker, she was a Catholic convert, although she was never confirmed. There is a theological dimension to her thought, so my chapter could just as easily have been in section 2 with the other people who wrote on Christian thought. Yes, I do touch on Freud at the beginning of my chapter, because in Freud, there's this theme of overcoming the individual towards sort of like a collective drive or collective effort. So in Freud, in his Civilization and Discontents and introductory lectures, there's this process of sublimation that is a transformative process towards building civilization. And in individuals, when there's an unhealthy death drive, the individual is practicing aggression towards themselves or towards others, and they repeat their trauma. However, sublimation is how the psyche creatively manages the tension between eros and thanatos. Thanatos is the death drive, Todes Trieb, and Eros is the sex drive. But the death drive's destructive energy can be sublimated and redirected into artistic creation, radical thought, and social transformation rather than pure destruction. So in Spielrein, she was actually a close associate of Freud. She spent some time as the analysand of Jung, but later she became sort of like colleague of both Freud and Jung. And she herself saw the human psyche as being very layered. There's this individual unconscious that is embedded within a collective, sort of like a substratum that is psychic and shared by all humanity. And this relates also to Jung's collective unconscious. But Spielrein focuses on transformation and renewal through destruction because she has a work called Destruction as the Cause of Coming into Being, written in 1912, where she says she has the thesis that creation inherently involves destruction. So in love itself, in Eros, the self in order to merge with the other, there's kind of like a symbolic dissolution or death of the ego, where something new can emerge, whether it's a work of art or spiritual transformation, or even, a child and a family. But this kind of insight, it actually foreshadowed Freud's later formulation of the death drive and his idea that life instincts and death instincts are intertwined. But I would say her interpretation is less nihilistic than Freud's, and sort of more like teleological, because it goes towards the purpose of renewal. And she saw the death element within Eros is not just annihilation, but it's a necessary phase of the evolution of the psyche, both individual and collective. So I believe the word she uses is ish psyche, which is the individual element, and then the art psyche is the collective psyche. Yes, in Weil herself, so she, as I said, she's a very spiritual thinker, but I would say she sort of takes a very extreme version of self-negation. She herself could be considered part of like almost a martyr, because at the end of her very short lifetime, when she was 34, she was participating in some kind of hunger strike, and she wrote around 800 pages towards the end of her life, but she died because she starved herself to death just because of her collective cause. So I would say that's a very extreme aesthetic impulse. The word ascesis, ASCETIC, aesthetic, that's the word I'm using. I would just when I say that death is a teacher, it's not just our own death, like acknowledging our limitations as human beings, but also the death of like people that we care for, that happens throughout our lifetimes, can prompt us into not only existential thinking, but spiritual thinking. For example, during the time I was finishing both my master's and PhD, I experienced the death of my grandfather, my friend, and my first therapist, all in a span of a few years. And I also spent part of that time in Lacanian analysis, but also I became like very focused on spiritual pursuits. And now I'm an early career therapist, but I work with patients who have depression and also managing grief. And I use my own personal experiences to try to help these individuals. But now I just want to go and discuss Simone Weil, because she was the primary focus of my chapter. She has various works like Waiting for God, Gravity, and Grace. They're very theological, because she mentions God. She says that to love God truly, one must be willing to consent to death. And this is not kind of despair, but a participation in the divine will, where she believes that there's like an aspect of God, sort of God's fate, or like sort of like a divine purpose that we participate in. And then in Gravity and Grace, there's quotes like, "We must consent to the destruction of the I, and to lose the sense of the body's existence is to lose the fear of death." So this is almost like a very martyr-like thinking, or saint-like thinking. I would say it's very extreme. And she contrasts gravity, which is natural pull of fear and self-preservation and ego, with grace, which is the divine pull towards detachment and love, and participating in collective causes, like she did as a Marxist. And she also has a book called The Need for Roots, where she talks about this detachment that we practice towards ourselves allows us to engage in the community around us with a spiritual courage. She says that true freedom depends on seeing life and death as equally given by God. So it's almost like we don't always have control over the events in our lives, but we just submit to some kind of divine fate. And in her own notebook, she says that she prayed for the grace to love death, seeing it not as negation, but as a union with God's absence and presence. And yeah, she has basically very similar thoughts in her other works. There was an essay called Human Personality, which I didn't mention in my chapter, but it was written very shortly before her death in England. And she, in the essay, she sort of explores what it means, what is truly sacred in a human being. And she said that our personality as individuals, our social identity, our desires and our fears, that is not sacred because it's very transient and perishable. But she said that what is sacred is the impersonal, which is the divine spark in every human that transcends life and death. So that's a very spiritual element. She says that the fear of death arises from attachment to the I, not from the love of truth. And the soul must go on loving even when it feels nothing but despair, because this is faith. And then she died not shortly after herself. So yes, these I was just trying to tie together themes of overcoming the individual self to participate in what is the collective psyche in Spielrein, or civilizational sublimation in Freud, and in Weil, that's like these collective causes and submitting to God and fate and things like that. So they're just similar themes.
Thank you very
I
much.
don't know if I spoke too fast. If there's, I'm supposed to be speaking for longer. If anyone has questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, if you have questions, you can ask them. And it just makes me think that Simone Weil fits so well in, and Spielrein, of course, in this volume, because they're actually talking, like, it's much more organic to them than to other analysts and philosophers. It also makes me think that maybe spiritual and theological is less, strangely, might be less about God than and more about death. Really, God is just the justification for death. And also, even if you talk about the transcendence of life and death, but for me, if one is negatively inclined, I imagine transcendence of death as more death, like there's more pure death somewhere. So there's something about this death and love that is transcend more, that theology is more about, and spirituality is more about than about God. I don't know.
It's more, I think, about how the individual self relates to God and relates to this existence that God has imposed on us, very much in, most religions, actually. And I'm trying to see if there's more that I could talk about. Yeah, no, actually, like here, there's like a sort of a related dimension when you actually talked about how, physical death at the end of our life, that actually leads to more death in like religions like Buddhism that believe in, reincarnation. It's like you don't have just one lifetime, but after you die in one lifetime, you sort of like spend time like an intermediary realm, based upon the actions that you took in your lifetime, on the karma that you generated, like whether you harmed or you helped other people. And then you spend a certain amount of time, and then you're reborn into another body. You can have the same psychic traits, but you have a new body and things like that. So that kind of thing. It's there's many ways in which you can take transcendence, but in terms of just transcending the individual self in one lifetime, it's like just these collective causes and personal achievements and meaning making. There's actually like another psychologist, Viktor Frankl. He talks about meaning making in logotherapy, where it's like it's been proven to be very helpful for individuals dealing with depression, but it's like sort of like type of transcending the individual self through sublimation, through personal achievements, or like things like engaging in the community, things like that, that can help them overcome their depression as well. So that's somewhat related, I think. I think Till, is that your name? You have a question.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the presentation. I once again, hopefully, I don't mean to insult if I misunderstood, but it's been a while since I've come across Simone Weil, and I was just reminded of her notion of affliction and how affliction is kind of it seems to invite a kind of violence or kind of retaliation, and I can't help but sense that love itself is a kind of it brings about said affliction, and I see the invitation to violence or the engagement with that affliction as almost invariably retaliatory. But I can't see another side to it that doesn't kind of just perpetuate said violence. I mean, it seems like it continues pretty much until the whole engagement is dissolved, or I don't know.
I would say Simone Weil is a very extreme example of negating the self to go for these collective causes. And in my view, I think there's a more like you absolutely need moderation. You need to take care of your own, I guess. You have to make sure you're not self-negating to the point where you're just losing yourself to these causes, or like forgoing your own health, or things like that. As I said, she was a very extreme example because she was an ascetic or martyr or saint. But if you practice moderation, I think Spielrein's thought absolutely accommodates that, where it's you can practice love, you can engage in creativity that overcomes the self, but you're not completely, losing yourself or dying because you are doing that.
Like extension of death, and which is asceticism, right? If that's the right way to pronounce it.
Asceticism, I believe.
Yes,
Yep.
It's the moderation of death. It's the practice of dying, but very moderate, bit by bit. Thank you, Till. I think also Alec commented. Do you want to talk, Alec, if you're here? It is surprising if you don't.
Hey, cheeky. Yes, I was taken aback by that presentation because it touches on stuff that I've been playing around with for maybe 10 years. And I've followed a fellow called Peter Harvey. He's a Buddhist scholar. And he's written a book called The Selfless Mind. And you can get it, you can download it on PDF for nothing. It's quite dense reading. And at the top of the evening when Todd was speaking, I'd suggested that the work of a 4th century Buddhist scholar called Vasubandhu, who was a Sarvandistan monk, is of interest because the reference that Harvey makes in his work looking at the early scriptures and the Buddhist suttas kind of leaps forward centuries across countries, across nations, across a whole load of divides, to make reference to the Freudian use of this idea of us having intermediary existences. And the work that we covered earlier this year, a few months ago, maybe a month ago, with Catherine Malibu, I think talks to the very same thing. And the manifestation that I think today in reality is that the press that people are under, the things that I was saying earlier about interpolation, are known in Western thought as personology, which is the kind of psychology of personality, and not personality theories. And at the heart of Buddhism was this divide, and it's stuff that Stephanie touched on, which is the one camp is the annihilists, and they believed that once the body dies, that's it, job's done. The other group was the eel wrigglers, who believed in an afterlife, and the mediating aspects of that, when those two things come together, were brought together by Nagarjuna, who summarized by saying that there is a middle way, because the intermediary existences, which in Buddhism are called holy ghosts or hungry ghosts, only exist if you have physical form. The importance of breath work and meditation is simply because if you can purify your thinking by understanding that the phenomenal senses that we have, our acuity senses, the five senses, and maybe the proprioception of the sixth sense, are temporary, and that the thought forms exist in their own right, and they exist according to what you are thinking. Now, the most obvious demonstration of that this evening is that we are discussing people who are dead, but they exist in our thoughts, and we continue to perpetuate, regurgitate, clean up, adapt, change their thought forms. And I think that's the crux of the link between the East and the West, is that the thought forms that existed long before our contemporary Western society were appropriated by the likes of Heidegger, Husserl, and countless others who were seeking at that time to cement the Germanic Hermetic as having world hegemony. So I think that's the kind of bigger context. The issues of God, I think, are that you can have a God consciousness. And I mean, I had this last year. I had a couple of heart attacks, and I was kind of thankful that when I was not so much younger, I'd got completely wrecked and pissed, which meant that somehow I just got home. I had this kind of quiet GPS system that always got me home safely. And on the occasion that I'd had these heart attacks, one of them was massive. I'd gone to the shop, but I managed to buy me shopping and get home. And there's something that happened where I was out of body, and it was like one foot. I was telling myself what to do as if an out of body experience. Now that's something which you can put down to all sorts of manner of physiological and other things going on, but there's an aspect of what we all know, and this is something that Jake had mentioned earlier in the messages, that the work of Michael Poliani, saying that what we know we can't say. We just, it's impossible to do that. And the points I've got to, which I think is pertinent to the talk, you just listen to it, is that people like Ibrahim Arabi, his work has crossed over into Derrida's work around looking at bewilderment, and all those kind of messed up places that we end up being in. And I don't believe in religion as such, is because I grew up with the stuff, and it messed up 2 generations of family, quite horribly so as well. And So I struggle with what we treat or call religion. What I don't struggle with is the idea that goes back again to contributions made on the negative course. I forget Mark's surname, but Mark did a piece on the Dark Nights of the Soul, referring back to John of the Cross, and the.
Oh wait, is that my husband, Mark Gerard Murphy? Or
Oh,
no?
is it? Is it your husband? Yeah.
Yes. He's the one who did the chapter on Catherine of Siena in this book. He couldn't be here because he was teaching himself, and
Yeah.
he's coming back from Scotland. But I believe that's him. Yep.
Oh, well, there we are then. So there's some kind of nice coincidences, and then the universe is working with us, maybe. Yeah. But those are the synergies which I think that can be made. That there's certain things that go off which happen at a particular time with particular people discussing particular issues in a particular place, and that's the kind of working definition of hermeneutics. I think the difference that I would make is that to have the insights which you're talking about, I think you've got to be able to withstand a certain level of suffering and pain to get out of yourself, to gain those insights. The understandings, which are kind of the Gautam stuff, to do with who's making sense of those withstandings. And when we look at the kind of great teachers, be it Jesus, be it Buddha, be it others, that there is somebody writing down what they say. The best adage I was told by some monks I was living with was that even Buddhists don't believe in Buddhism, because it's an attachment, and that's the kind of twist in all this, and it's the existent non-existence of love. That we know it's there. Otherwise, I mean, I think at this point in time, the kind of rise of authoritarianism is because the reduction of ways of living to sound bites and AI-generated social media produces an easy off-the-shelf answer for most things that we face, when in actual fact, previous to our exposure to these things, and as you discussed with Leon, which is that we can recognize in ourselves that which is the other in the other person as ourselves, and that's the kind of basis of namaste, and that's something we can do just walking down the street and just smiling. I think that's the power of this stuff. Anyway, I've rabbited on as usual for far longer than I wanted to. I did enjoy your conversation. It was very thought-provoking. That reference, if you want it, is The Selfless Mind by Peter Harvey. And if Mark is your husband, tell him it was a very enjoyable session he did. It's several months ago now, but it was seriously very good. Yeah. So thank him as well.
Okay, of course, I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanyoung. It's actually a very important chapter because this is when we start to discuss Weil and Spielrein, which is the turning point of the book, even though it's less chapters talking about Spielrein than Lacan, but still, it's an important part. Are you okay taking more questions, or should we proceed to Arvin? He looks horrified.
Oh no. I don't believe there are more questions. I could I'm fine passing it on to Arvin if he's comfortable speaking, or
I'm sorry, Arvin, you have to speak now.
Okay.
Thank you, Wanyoung.
Yeah, it's really a nice connection and link here. Years ago, it was my own dialogues and engagement with the states of depression and anxiety that led me to explore affect as I worked with child patients in infant mother died and adult patients. So this led me to Julie's work, which resonates with me deeply, and that naturally drew me to delve into the regions of negative affect and Sabina Spielrein. Now, psychoanalysis has moved away from placing exclusive importance on sexuality in the service of individual pleasure to understanding the psyche through subject-subject interactions. So in this, affect is the somatic, representational, perceptual, memory, and feeling states of the psyche. Now, we can define affect regulation as identifying, monitoring the experience and expression of affect, much of which occurs in the implicit unconscious mind. This process is inherently relational. We effectively think about others to experience empathy. Now, the word empathy is derived from the German Einfühlung. The term empathy is how the ego identifies with someone else in order to grasp their subjective experience. And during the early phase of his work, Freud said that the qualities of empathy were instrumental in analyst's work. Now, working simultaneously, Sabina Spielrein notes the weakness in Freud's work, convincingly placing the dead drive as the central mechanism of the mind. Now, in doing so, she pushed the envelope of Freudian theorizing at the time and laid the groundwork for, which I believe is modern affect regulation theory. She extended empathy through the lens of the dead drive to include affect, and through the clinical case synopsis of patients suffering from dementia precoce, hysteria, discussions of dreams, and explorations of unconscious of artists and neurotics, she presents a remarkable anticipation of current psychoanalysis. My focus here is restricted, the Spielreinian dead drive process. So I draw from her clinical work to support my conceptual understanding within current affect regulation studies. Spielrein says, well, Freud is talking in terms of pleasure and repression of the sexual instinct. This is theological thinking. Why? Well, Freud's work lacks inquiry into the motivations behind pleasure. According to Freud, pleasure is an innate force of the human psyche with a constant energy in affective forms. So in Freud's early stage of his theory, pleasure is the primary element that governs our functioning with external factors and potentially disrupting the inner psyche. Now, this causes intense feelings that the individual must discharge, so severe negative affect experiences are repressed. Now, Freud believes that drives and affect interfere with our perception of reality, and that the sensory perception of the external world is objective. So it aims to remove these distortions and preserve mental representation. Now, Freud's tension reduction model of the mind overlooks the importance of interpersonal relationships in shaping our psychological development. So here, Spielrein challenges the Freudian instinct impulse model centered on extraction, discharge, and the recovery of the pristine core, if you will. Now, what is her approach? She begins examining the origins of subjective experiences within negative affect as central to them. She begins to view affect in qualitative rather than in quantitative ways. Spielrein develops the we psyche concept, which is fundamental and relates to others in having the mind-to-mind linkage. And for her, sexuality is simply a byproduct of the species dimension. Now, she begins her paper with a synopsis of a child patient, highlighting the function of toned feeling as a form of affect. She underlines that everything that moves us aims to be felt as important and understood. So for Spielrein, past experience is embedded in the present. And she says, look, developmental trajectory is implicit as the patient can invoke memories of a relationship with her mother. Now, herein lies the lifeline of her debt drive. A young patient in treatment who enjoys reading stories about witches says when she was a child, in her play, she pretended to be a witch. The witch is a representation of a mother with whom she identifies. And now in her reading, there's a slight pleasure, to be sure, and the patient could even mimic her mother's past. The witch stories are just folklore in which the feeling tone is displaced. The stories conceal the life story lived by the mother. Pleasure in reading the stories? Yes, but only under one condition: the patient's experience of the relationship with the mother, with her mother. So Spielrein seems to be introducing the idea of internal working models in attachment, from attachment theory. These are early representational patterns formed via mother-infant interactions. Here, the unconscious is the home for self-sacrifice, where the maternal figure teaches the developing subject how to think and feel what others are thinking and feeling. This is possible for the subject precisely because the attachment figure learned herself through experience what caring implies. Now, speaking of teaching, the Dutch phrase for caring is zorgen, which appears to convey an increased magnitude of the more severe and concerning aspects of caring. The expression kinderzorg refers to childcare, and zorgen denotes a child who requires special care and causes significant perturbation. While zorgen does not necessarily contain a negative affect, the term, I think, signifies anxiety as a central negative affect. For example, a mother offers herself in ways that can lead to trepidations, disruptions, and strains. Motherhood extends beyond being just responsibility, embodying a journey of self-sacrifice that demands a mother's active participation in her infant's survival. It is a beautiful yet dynamic dying process that requires immense dedication and commitment in the form of love. Now, this appears to be a natural biological result of mothering. And along these lines, altruism, or the selfless act of helping others, is because of the attachment system, the collective unconscious mind, a shared pool of memories, beliefs, and experiences beyond conscious awareness. Crucial situations can activate the debt drive and affect processes, highlighting their linkage. Now, the mother-child relationship is a unique and special bond that requires a particular type of engagement, and that is the mirroring. A child actively seeks out the mother's attention and interacts with her, showing a natural inclination toward engagement. The process is natural and does not require formal training for the mother to become a mirror for the child. Now, through largely unconscious processes, a mother can understand and relate to her child's mental states, attuning herself to the inner need and helping the child to identify, label, and regulate their feelings. By communicating to her child that she's receiving with deep empathy their mental state, a mother creates an environment in which the child can see their own mind reflected in hers through facial expressions, how she holds them, and how she cradles them. So a maternal figure repeatedly provides her child with affect regulation through a process of monotonous engagement that happens daily. Repeated interactions are essential to help the child learn how to regulate their feelings and become more adaptive to their social environment. One of the main functions of mirroring is to provide room for negative affect. So, and what matters here is it's the accepting in its entirety negative affect, rather than eliminating it. This, I think, suggests that love is a substrate within affect regulation processes. The implicit affect exchanges are completely present at birth, and the memory patterns are formed through repetition. Now, emphasizing how past experiences guide a patient's current response to a situation, Spielrein notes that one must understand any meaning assigned to the present from previously toned material. Now, this view is seen in the young patient who engaged in stories for her mother. For the girl, the stories are pleasurably tinged only insofar as the mother's life is pleasurable for her. This is Spielrein. So the narrative captures the idea of self-sacrifice and the experience of pain in joy, pain in joy. So Spielrein is asking now, do the basic drives of preservation, self and species, possess a similar value for the whole psychic life and ego, that is to say, pleasure and displeasure? So she explores the interplay between the primary id and ego processes, saying that the patient's interaction with the stories is not about her. So here, the Freudian sense of pleasure does not have a primary status in the understanding of the patient. Spielrein later reflects in the paper, the purely personal can never be understood by others. So she's saying that to be understood goes beyond the function of the rational, logical mind. The subject's deep unconscious is the key. Now, within her framework, the idea of feeling understood overlaps with the current concept of mentalization, which means essentially that it is not reasonably possible to know exactly what others think and feel, but one can seek clarification on what others have in their minds. We engage in emotional dwelling and are attuned to how others think and feel and reflect on our own feelings. Now, for example, forgiveness can be a complex process that involves perspective taking and appreciating others' experiences. It is one of the significant themes of good mentalization. Forgiveness requires one to accept and move past the wrongdoings of others, while still acknowledging the mental state of the person who caused the pain. This is crucial to forgiveness because it guides in enduring negative affect. It also entails the increasing ability to appreciate the differences in how minds function, such as the distinction between 2-year-olds and 5-year-olds. So this brings us to dead-dry mechanism and implications for negative affect regulation processes. So here, what we see is that I've distilled this as having Spielrein, sharing two distinct stages within the theory, showing the dead-dry processes. First, the activation of ego particles is due to emotional information through the senses and drawing from the depth of the psyche, the we. The we psyche is an unconscious, nonverbal, pre-symbolic, symbolic procedure. And in this phase, the ego participates in individual comprehension of the others, including wishes, desires, thinking, and planning. It is limited to the reaction of pleasure and displeasure. So this is the exteroceptive, that is perception, the 5 senses. Now, Spielrein brings in interoceptive, I think, within the bodily affective experiences. And in her second stage, the now feeling toned ego particle is assimilated and dissolved in the we psyche, seeking an analog to the person or situation that initially activated the ego particle. This blending results in de-differentiation, which occurs when the ego particle combines with similar non-identical aspects of the species psyche. This novel mental state, the ego particle, now enriched with all the relevant characteristics of the collective psyche, ancestral and parental, reemerges. This new particle seeks the other through love, art, or empathy by being a responsive listener to the other. The ego destruction of the ego particle is a must. So the transformed ego particle, now bearing more negative feelings, avails itself to the other, and this essentially completes the death drive process. And clearly it seeks a relational home. Now, in this context, Freudian comprehension is the sensory registration of perception of the objective external world. For Spielrein, comprehension appears to be representational only, and it is devoid of affect and the intricate deep unconscious. So for her, understanding is experienced when the unconscious interacts with the conscious. And it is a complex reflective process in which affect is fundamental. Now, in the current affect regulation research, it is clear that in the first stage, our response to a situation can trigger a hyper or a hyper-aroused state in the body. The limbic system, which is responsible for governing emotions, for example, fear, automatically analyzes the body's condition and initially interprets it at a subcortical level, similar to the we psyche. Now, in the second stage, the left brain, which is our ego, consciously does the interpretation for intentional processing at the cortical level. And the modern work includes a third, a final stage in which interpretation is then consolidated again by the right brain. So a simultaneous process occurs in which the ego is formed through a complex interplay with the Spielreinian we psyche. Now, drawing from that drive, it is possible to assert that the destruction of ego particles and the creation of new ones occur at the same time. At any moment, the ego reflects exactly the dynamic states of the we psyche in play at the time. So now in the death drive process, some patients lack proper awareness, which is the conscious awareness, due to isolated experiences within the we psyche. It is not distorted perception due to bodily instincts. Here, the death drive is not about releasing accurate sense-based representation within ego from distorting dynamic forces. Rather, it is by placing the I summation in the increasingly essential we. For Freud, Spielrein notes that unconscious is timeless because it has to do with wish fulfillment in the present. She says in the we psyche, experience is timeless because patients have not been able to integrate their disparate experiences. And in terms of attachment, they live in a sequence of secluded presence in which one part of self-state experience is triggered and intensifies rather than coexist with the other self-states. For Freud, within the realm of sexual instinct, the expression of impulses substitutes the act of remembering. So if we take a current research to Spielrein's acting out and remembering, both are forms of memory for her. In acting out, mental and physical aspects are indistinct within the we psyche. Conversely, remembering allows for distinction between mental and physical realms, making it possible for a patient to act mentally with or without physical action. For example, the young patient reading witch stories and not physically playing at a witch. She could, but she chooses to read. Now, this brings us to the phenomena of current studies in dissociation. Spielrein gives example more than 100 years ago. She says, the example of patient was given anesthesia who does not feel pain, but is aware of the we psyche level of what is happening to them. Similarly, another patient does not feel pain while they can perceive their body from the outside. Now here, hyper aroused states, such as flashbacks, lead to terror and panic, and are often experienced by patients with anxiety. Derealization and other hypostates cause a reduction in the level of consciousness, leading to a state of lowered awareness from one's surroundings. During dissociation, a patient may experience sudden blankness, causing their thinking to slow down significantly. Their thought processes becoming disrupted, which impairs clarity and memory recall. This mental fog can be disorienting and frustrating, and often leading to feelings of confusion and disconnection from their surroundings. When various self-states or ego within particles struggle to connect within the V-psyche, it can lead to dissociation as seen from dead drive as hyper or hypo states. Still, in these negative states, a patient relates with others, even though they are consciously unaware of their relatedness. So in conclusion, Freud's commitment to infantile narcissism limited him to acknowledge Spielrein's theory. Freud did not assign primacy to nurturance. For him, sexuality was the mind's central psychic force, with seeking pleasure and wish fulfillment as critical aspects of her functioning. Within this framework, instinct drives our motivational energy that must be discharged for pleasurable feelings. Now, how does this model of energy explain affect, such as anxiety, in terms of quantity discharged from psychic energy reservoir? This is the conundrum. And what if it is not what the dead drive does as a source, but what it is that warrants attention? And so the term dying more appropriately seems to highlight the intricate process that is the dead drive. This suggested by Julie Reshe in my conversations with her. And here, if you see Spielrein's patient, which we discussed at the beginning of this paper, appears to be experiencing a successful dying via transformation, giving space to negative affect regulation. Here, the patient experiences deep empathy and other feels understood. Because of dissociation, other patients continue to make an effort to survive. They relate and are not narcissistically bodily focused. In a sense, patients do not lose their relational nature toward their environment in regulated or dysregulated states. And it is implicit in Spielrein's work that patients do not seek the discharge of affect as the primary motive. Now, if you think along these lines, the dead drive creates a central space for subject-subject interaction rather than libidinal satisfaction. And this view, alongside our current research on negative affect, can offer profound insights into attachment and love by examining Spielrein's dead drive theory. Subjective and relational nature of the mind reveals the implicit cognitive aspect of affect, as seen in her patients. Spielrein performed intensive research at the intersection of psychoanalysis, psychology, and biology. And in the evolving landscape of psychoanalytic theory, the leap from Freud's focus on sexuality to Spielrein's dead drive and now affect regulation marks a pivotal shift. While Spielrein's work has gathered growing attention over the past few years, the omission of her work in affect regulation theory remains perplexing. So perhaps we all can relate to the Spielrein's we-psyche via listening to her at the intersection of philosophy, neurobiology, and negative psychoanalysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvin. It's such a relief to see someone obsessed with Spielrein the same way people normally obsessed with Lacan. So I'm especially grateful for you bringing her into contemporary discourse in psychoanalysis and psychoanalytic practice, because you are practicing therapist, and I know it causes you troubles to combine both being analyst in New York and being interested in Spielrein. It's like very non-conventional dimension that one not supposed to go too deep into to be non-problematic. So you suffer enough for your interest, which makes it even more precious. And the successful dying, I think it's the only success, the type of success that I would accept. Thank you, Arvin. You have a bit of comments.
The comments, sorry.
And I think the last one was from Alex. So, Alex, do you want to talk?
Do I have to?
Yes, because you
Hiya.
see.
Hiya. That was very dense and very detailed. My initial reaction, and this is partly because I do disassociate, or am I autistic? Yeah. And I think that's the crux of me is that I can digest information like a computer. Sometimes I understand it, sometimes I don't, sometimes I just repeat it. I have eidetic memory. And the reference that I put in there, which is Mind, Meaning, and Mental Disorder by it's by Bolton and Hill, is perhaps one of the most rigorous attempts at creating what I think Judith coined as the negative, which is kind of saying we don't know. There's an indeterminacy and an unknown aspect to everything that has been said or can be said. The significance in terms of your contribution is to do with issues of power that go with Spielrein. That relationships that she had were inevitably based on power. She subverted them, she inverted them, she conquered them. And that's what I think makes her unique. The significance today, and in particularly the learning from, or the transference, that the crossovers from the US to the UK, is that I was coached, trained is perhaps a better word, by, are you everyone there? Am I still here?
Yes.
Yep.
By, yes, I can hear it. Yep.
Yep. By Professor Ann Carson, who was she was an author, and she was looking at the detention of female patients with schizophrenia. And what she learned was that, I can't remember the size of the patient population, but it was a significant number of the patients that she interviewed had a history of childhood abuse. And the detention in hospital for schizophrenia was a renewed detention again and again and again. And it kind of speaks to the kind of Foucauldian concepts of power, insanity, sexuality, etc., etc. What she did was right about it, and to her demise. And what psychiatry did was rejig DSM-4, I think it was at the time. So borderline personality disorder entered DSM-4 as a way of providing grace to psychiatry, because the actual abuses that were evident in childhood continued in the transference and countertransference between the psychiatrist and the female patients. Now, the point of this is that if we take as read the assumptions that are around both psychology and psychiatry as scientific, as being impenetrable, because of that we put construct and concept after concept on top of one another, and we can tear them apart and move them around. But the issue that remains central to work with trauma patients, be they young or old, is to do with the perpetuation of systemic invalidation, which is called moral injury. And in studies which I think were done in Germany, and this was with women rape victims, what they found was that in those instances where the violence that they've been subjected to was acknowledged and held at the very beginning, offered them as patients, individual patients, validation for the experience, that their progress through treatment programs was more successful than when the validation came afterwards. And in my work, which has included kind of work in the high security estate, that very same thing rings true, and in particularly for Black patients, that their experience of structural racism that led to often quite heinous crimes, if validated at the very beginning of any therapeutic process, made the outcomes far more favorable. How this fits in with death drive, I think, is important, because in the instances that I've worked in, what we have quite literally is somebody acting out the desire to kill. And the links I think that go I think quite nicely with your work is the stuff that we covered with Catherine Malibu in terms of I don't know whether or not I've kind of made this up or misheard it, but when she was in conversation with Julie, there was mention of the word accidented, and it kind of stuck in my mind as something that it's a neologism, but it kind of captured that moment where people split and disassociation kicks in. I mean, when we were talking with Wanyoung just then, I had a couple of heart attacks. One of them was quite big. I mean, the significance of it being big was that the troponin levels in my blood were 300 times more than they should have been, and I had the out of body experience. The other aspects of disassociation, I think, which is useful, comes from Malibu's work, where people can reform, and I think the stuff I think that's useful from the neurosciences is to do with whether it's subtle or structural disassociation, and it's that thing where, I mean, if someone's completely drunk and acts out, then it's justifiable because there's been an intoxicant taken, and their behaviour they will or may not remember. If that becomes a permanent feature of someone's identity, then those are the things that I think working with adults that do that is manageable, because you can actually have a conversation. Working with children, where you're learning that non-verbally, is a whole different thing. And I think the point I'm trying to make is that if the SR of it all, the stimulus response learning, doesn't embody a critical reflection in terms of like what are the power dynamics between the therapist and the child, then there's a whole lot of information that can get lost. You know, I mean, I was a senior child protection officer, social worker, And much of my work was just purely observational in terms of like, who does the child go to in a room? What are those interactions like? And it goes back to the stuff that Stephanie Kay was talking about in terms of like, where's the tenderness? How does that tenderness manifest? Is it manipulative? Is it the splitting? Is it the accommodation efforts that a child has been making to mask the behavior of another adult? And it takes you into kind of forensics work and the confusion of tongues. Again, I've said a lot, so thank you for listening. I found your talk very detailed, and that's where I kind of got stuck, because it's like I'm a details guy, which is like, does this hang together? I think the general message of working Spielrein into the modern discourse and narrative around psychoanalysis is long overdue. I think just at a very general level, she deserves more credit than she's been given. At the level of integration, it depends on the levels of generalities that are made in the detail that allow one to hook the concepts together. I got stuck on the stimulus response angle, the notions of treating as red the kind of functions of the limbic system and the amygdala and so on and so on. It's like that at that level, one has to assume that the theory of mind that a child is adopting from their mother, but it's much broader than that. If you looked at it outside a conventional white European 2.4 family, 2.2 children family, then you're going to get a different take on it. If you looked at it, I mean, I'm a former traveller, or from travelling family, and the rules within those families are entirely different. So those will be the limitations, I think, of what's been said. But as I said, I think it's very detailed. So thank you very much for the effort you've put into getting that detail out to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alec. Alec, also, I think Wanyoung asking you something in a comment. And Gautam, thank you for waiting patiently with your question.
No worries, no worries.
Do you want me to go,
Yeah.
Julie? Okay. Oops. So first and foremost, Arvin, thank you so much for the excellent presentation. And this is a question, but it's not a questioning of your presentation, because I haven't read enough of Spielrein or worked to know to make that kind of a questioning. But this has to be presented as a question so that the answer is more for my edification. So I can, because I'm just starting to dabble in Spielrein, thanks to Julie and Simon Weil for a new work. So the question I had as I was listening, the framework you use in order to differentiate between Spielrein and Freud, that framework is primarily the early Freud, the Freud of the subject as pushing for pleasure, what Charles Shepardson, American Freudian Lacanian scholar, calls the Freud of pipes and valves. Like when steam accumulates, it accumulates, and then there's a valve you let go and the body is back in balance. I'm wondering, how do you see Spielrein's work align or differentiate from Freud, or maybe even having influenced Freud, especially post-1920, that is beyond the pleasure principle, when Freud is foregrounding death drive as the most important principle? And I'm not going to even get into Lacan at this later stage, because I think Lacan makes it very clear that death drive is the most important thing. And by Seminar 17, he's even saying, forget Oedipus complex. We don't have to talk about that. So I'm just wondering, how does your evaluation of Spielrein's difference account for Freud of beyond the pleasure principle?
Yeah, thank you, Gautam. Important questions. And So here, Spielrein, at the time she wrote this paper, she was working with Freud's hydraulic model that you just shared. And so, so she's using that, she's looking at that, and she's saying that, okay, conscious unconsciousness, and then there is, she doesn't mention this in the paper, but there's, I think she takes into account the preconscious, which Freud did. So it's like structurally, she's saying, okay, so these are, these are the divisions, the dimensions. And from there, she's saying that it's, there's more to the unconscious. Like if I, brush it down, like there's more to it. And that's where she talks about the we psyche. And the we psyche is relational fundamentally, and that our mind is relational. And so that's where it's the shift from from Freud's work, and that and this also questions the individual self-contained mind that is seeking the other only for pleasure. And so and current work is also in attachment theory and relational models. It is about the other, self and the other, the interactions. Some people talking about the third, the presence of the third in interactions. And it's also qualitative, and it's more moving from like entity or a thing to action mode. I think that's important criteria, and that's in discussions with Julie. Like that's what I'm saying. It's dying because it's not just something you're giving something to the other, offering other takes it or rejects it. Like it's and we are not taking something right as from the other, and it's in this. It's a process in that sense. Although I had to put the stages just to have for understanding purposes, but.
Thank you.
I don't know if I answered your question, but there's a
lot
in
yes.
there. There's
surely
points there.
If you don't mind, I will start my presentation because it's at the same time going to be a reply to Gautam's question. So I will show slides. Todd is with us again. Okay, can you see it? So I won't say anything new today. I'll try to be short, and you can consider my presentation actually as introduction to Wanyoung and Arvin in reverse order and reply to Gautam's question. So my chapter is about Spielrein psychoanalysis, what I call negative psychoanalysis, and it's actually more like introduction into Spielrein herself, at least the way I see her. And for me, the importance of her, the crucial importance of her for psychoanalysis is that she's the one who introduces concept of a death drive. Unlike we normally associate Freud with his beyond the pleasure principle of 90-20, where he talks about death drive. But it was her who in 90-12 was writing about the death instinct, death drive, talking about it as something in depth of us. Arvin mentioned and Wanyoung mentioned the we psyche. There is something in depth of us that is not, doesn't care about our pleasure or interest of a self, but it's self-damaging. It's paradoxically self-damaging. So Freud takes it from her because he was reading destruction. He was reading her paper Destruction as a Cause of Coming into Being. He's mentioning her in footnote in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, but as it was translated, the footnote got lost or wasn't noticed enough, and he doesn't actually properly quotes her there. But still, nonetheless, it comes from her, and it truly belongs to her, unlike it doesn't belong to Freud. For Freud, he struggles with making it part of his psychoanalytic theory. And because Freud starts with pleasure principle, and if you start with pleasure principle, you cannot, and if you want to keep it, if this is the framework you use to think about human subject, you cannot introduce death drive. And Spielrein actually starts with death drive. So she actually has the concept of a death drive, unlike Freud, who is trying to take it from her or just introduce it into his theory. Maybe genuinely trying to position it as central to thinking of human psyche, but still fails. And as Todd McGowan claims in Enjoying What We Don't Have, is that there's this particular style of Freud's writing in Beyond the Pleasure Principle that one can tell that he's suffering, failing to actually introduce the death drive as central principle. So we can even say that the Beyond the Pleasure Principle is rather the fragmented record of Freud's failure, or Freud's unsuccessful struggle to fully incorporate negativity. He tries to do it. He offers various ways how to make death drive central to psychoanalysis, but each attempt is like failing, going back to the pleasure principle framework. So he failed. It's Spielrein, unlike Freud, she starts with death drive. So she doesn't, instead of pleasure principle. So for her, it's actually central one, and Freud still suffers to make it central. And I also value her a lot because she suggests, if you read her the way I read her at least, she suggests completely different comprehension of a subject, because Freud original comprehension of a subject, which is more or less common sense, even up until today, common sense comprehension of a subject which is seen as neutral, a subject that is pleasure driven, there is self-preservation going on, subject that is egoistic, and it's like the core, the truth of the neutral truth of who subject really is. And this is the logic of pleasure principle. We truly want to attain pleasure, we want to avoid pain. And in this framework, the death drive doesn't fit. You need to start with, the death drive would be still like a subversion of pleasure principle, but still in terms of, it will still function as a part of pleasure principle. And this is where, for example, concept as Freud's example of death drive like masochism would occur, because masochism is still under the logic, as Catherine Malabou rightfully criticizes this concept, it's still under the logic of pleasure. There's still suffering, but to attain the pleasure or to attain control, there's still something positive in this logic that talks about suffering, various forms of suffering, of destruction, but still reinscribes them into the logic of attaining pleasure. So if you start with the pleasure principle, which is the whole basis of psychoanalysis, you cannot take a second step to include death drive, and you need to start with death drive like Spielrein does, and then you can comprehend subject differently as actually death driven. And Spielrein subject is different. The subject that kind of originates through her writing is different from Freud, radically different. It's not, and it's different from common sense comprehension, commonsensical comprehension of subject. It's rather death-driven, and we can say that it's a dying subject. It's not subject that is positively alive. It's subject that is something about loss or lack. It's self-destructive, self-sabotaging subject, and from this he's also a loving subject, because one of the problems for me, the crucial maybe problem, no, not maybe, but the crucial problem with love in psychoanalysis, that for me, Freud and even Lacan, as long as he's following Freudian logic, it's quite hard to talk about love in psychoanalysis, because if you start with the subject as pleasure driven, you would reduce love, you would see love as the still something that is following the self-interest, or as a satisfaction of a certain drive, as something associated with pleasure, and opposite to death. And this is how, if you start with Freud, you don't actually have love, because love is detached from death. And in Spielrein, you have loving subject, so subject who is not egoistic but self-sacrificing, and this is the main drive. For Freud, if you have anything that is more if you have anything that is altruistic and not egoistic, it would be like either sublimation of the core, egoistic core, some work with the some secondary work with this core that is egoistic, some transformation of this egoistic truth of subject. And so the love of whatever altruistic intentions would be just the facade to mask this egoistic core. And in Spielrein, it's the other way around. We are the subject as such, neutral subject, her neutral subject, in my reading, is loving, self-sacrificing, not something within us, that it's not about self-interest, and self-interest would be rather secondary facade to mask this initial self-destructive, loving, sacrificing, self-sabotaging core. So the creation would be rather mask of destruction, or egoism would be mask or facade or alibi for the self-destruction. So it's the other way around. And also, another important thing is that Freud talks about subject. And in common sense thinking, we start with the subject as separate, as subject, as if the subject exists separately from others. And in general, in Western philosophy, you start with subjectivity, imagining it as autonomous, and even imposing, especially existentialism, even imposing the idea of the ideal of being autonomous as the ethical requirement for subjectivity. But Spielrein, and this brings her closer to feminist kind of thinking, she starts with intersubjectivity. There is no subject separate from the other. There is more profound layer, is this we psyche, something in us that is intersubjective. And her radical thought is that, unlike normally when even in feminist thinking, even in feminist psychoanalytic thinking, when we think of this we dimension, the dimension of intersubjectivity, we associate it with creativity. Like there is this unity of something, and it's a creative force, or a production is also associated with intersubjectivity, more than one subject. And it's associated with creativity, not with destruction. And she talks about this dimension as destructive. She positions destruction in at the level of intersubjectivity, which is amazing for me. So the other problem with death drive for Freud is that he starts with subject. The subject is egoistic, and this basic structure, this is where he tries to include death drive, and it just doesn't fit. It's still, if you start with subject as egoistic subject, you cannot include death drive in there. It just won't work that way. Spielrein instead starts with intersubjective level, and with something deeper, more profound than egoistic impulses, destructive impulses. And this is where death drive actually opens up and works. And other person who makes death drive intersubjective again is Todd McGowan, which also for me means that this is the most, his account of death drive is the most adequate contemporary account of death drive, because it's not only something that describes subject, but intersubjectivity. So not only subject as self-subvertive, but also social bond as structured around the death drive, around lack and loss and negativity. And the other thing is that for me, I'm not sure I'm writing about it in the paper, but the subject that Spielrein is talking about, for me, it might be the starting point of taking the other type of subject as crucial as the starting point, because unlike in Western philosophy and in psychoanalysis, the neutral subject is male subject. Like if you talk about subject as such, it implies that it's not neutral, it's male subject. And in Spielrein, she provides the possible starting point of thinking of subject, not even as a woman, but as a mother, or at least a pregnant subject. That's something that I think very interesting to think about, because pregnant subject is sociality, intersubjectivity in itself. And for me, it's also interesting to see the pregnant subject or mother as sociality in the subject as something destructive. And if you take this subject as central subject, as a starting point of thinking about subjectivity and social bond, it's completely different story that will unfold out of this starting point, and completely different psychoanalysis. And if you make, especially if you take in consideration death drive, that this is the starting point, the intersubjectivity is the starting point, plus intersubjectivity is destructive. It's structured around lack and death. Sabina Spielrein, this is a weird thing that she does. She talks about Nietzsche's Zarathustra as example of a mother, which I find it funny. I think that Nietzsche is not the best example of mother, but there is this amazing logic that Nietzsche, Zarathustra is someone who sacrifices himself or herself to children, to her or his children. It's the pregnant subject, so it embodies sacrifice, but at the same time, for her, it's the image of reproduction through sacrifice. There is not, she's not employing here the perspective of creation. She claims that things that we normally see through perspective of creation, like reproduction, it is also possible, or maybe more adequate, to see through perspective of destruction. So Zarathustra is this self-destructive mother that destructs herself, sacrifices herself to children, and through this perspective, she shows this destructive, negative underside of motherhood, of reproduction. And it's also interesting that so Zarathustra is this pregnant subject, but it's also interesting how Nietzsche, Zarathustra, through him or her, she shows this movement inside, and this inside, the destructive movement to depths or to core of oneself, where self disappears and one becomes a mother. So kind of going the other way around from the normal perspective of in psychoanalysis, how one should rather detach from mother, and that's normally the whole story when one should. Even in Lacan, in Freud, mother is seen as something privative, something one need to overcome, separate from, and then there is and in the existentialism, you're also supposed to be autonomous, means get detached from what is seen as more privative mother. And it's like the end of the story. For me, this call to separate is still quite a teenager move. There is nothing that follows it, and it still means that you're still attached, being against the mother, being still attached to mother. And here, through Zarathustra, she shows completely different dimension, completely different direction for the subject, because Western subject in Western philosophy is this, everything can be described in the ethical call to this subject as the separation from the mother, becoming autonomous, becoming separate from others, beyond mother. And this is completely a separate move, because you rather, instead of separating from her, you go into her, you discover her through sacrificing yourself, and you become a mother. It's different direction from becoming autonomous subject, and that's it. That's like your revenge to your mother. That's all you have. It's also the movement of becoming mother, which is also self-destructive. And I'm not mentioning Shili image, the painting of that mother in this chapter, but it's just interesting for me recently to think of it, because for me it's the representation of mother as such. Mother is dead, and here is that mother that he's representing, and on with the positive perspective of reproduction as positive, reproduction as creative creation, which we normally employ and which probably Shile also employed. We see mother as dead, sacrificing herself to a child, but child is alive here. Child is kind of overcoming, surpassing mother's death, mother's sacrifice, and from this positive perspective, the mother's death was a sacrifice in the name of life. So it's still life overcoming destruction. And I suggest to employ Spielrein's perspective, where she sees, comprehends everything that is creation as a destruction. And if you take one step further, this perspective, you can see that you might claim that not only mother is dead, and because she sacrificed herself to a child, but child can be seen not as a life or something positive, presence, overcoming death or surmounting death, but you can see it as extension, the child as extension of mother death. And in terms of experience of a mother, there's lots of destructivity going on in terms of the child can be seen as extension of your own vulnerability, of your own extension of your own lack, not something that covers lack, but extension of lack, or operating this bond between them is not life, not overcoming death, but death itself as something that connects the loss that is structuring to this bond. And it's also for me the representation. So the child can be seen as extension of mother's death, as instead of overcoming mother's death. But also this bond between them, the death as such, the negativity as such might be the bond that unites them, the not positive bond, but it's through this lack that they are united, or through extension of this lack is that this their connection as something that can be seen as the prototype of general human bond. This is how love is created through death, or something like it. And also the last thing that I will mention, Freud failed, in my opinion, and Todd McGowan's opinion, to make death drive a part of his theory, and later psychoanalysis, a whole history of psychoanalysis until Todd McGowan struggled to include death drive as a central, but a similar story actually with the practice of psychoanalysis, because it doesn't, if theory is maybe easier for theoretical part to include death drive, but practical psychoanalysis, psychoanalytic clinic is still working much against the death drive. It's impossible to make clinical psychoanalysis negative, because it's all still, especially in our therapeutic culture, where it's this analysis and other types of therapy or analysis that is seen as psychotherapy, it's demanded to be positively oriented at cure, at some form of salvation, which is conquering death. But I'm thinking that maybe Sabine Spielrein, who never practiced her own, she invented her theory, which I think undermines Freud theory, but in her clinical psychoanalysis, she was quite conventional. She practiced what she had to practice, but if she would also be as disruptively creative in her practice, and if she would invent practice that would go along and include the death drive as central and as something that you cannot overcome, something structural to social bond, I think it would be different from clinics of psychoanalysis that we have now. And this is probably maybe what I'm trying to invent, even though I'm failing, because the very idea of clinic is different from this negative direction, and it's different from the idea of the centrality, something that the centrality of a mother instead of a father, or this autonomous subject would imply. Right. We have a bit of time for questions. Hi, Lavon.
Hi, Julie.
Hi.
This has been a really great day, just from start to finish. Just loved everyone's presentation, and yours just sort of wrapped things up in such a beautiful way. I've recently been, of course, very fixated on this concept of subjective destitution, but your presentation has sort of flipped me into a new term, which perhaps could be intersubjective destitution, which would be perhaps that move from a subjective destitution that's rooted more in Freud, that has an ego, versus an intersubjective destitution that is coming from a place of loving. So I'm going to toy around with that. That's very, very interesting. And I know that you don't always like Lacan, but my brain is just racking itself to think of a symbol for that, because the barred S, barred A bracketed is subjective destitution. What would that look like in Lacan's terms? Perhaps Terence Blake could help us out with that. But yeah, and you've also made me really think about Simone Weil. And I love Simone Weil, but you've helped me articulate something I've been thinking about for a long time, which is this, exactly what you just said, that there's this way of martyring yourself that's in the ego versus not in the ego. And I really have always questioned Simone Weil's. Of course, we'll never really know, and I don't want to judge, because I really love her. But part of me sometimes feels like she was rooted in an ego in some way. But maybe that changed before she died. I'm not sure. Maybe others could chime in on that. But thank you. Amazing. Just wonderful day.
Thank you. This is such an amazing term, intersubjective destitution, which is really tempting to steal and also to love Lacan back again. But yeah, intersubjective destitution. And if we talk about barred subject or post-traumatic subject, we can see the bar itself as the other. So our wound is already intersubjective. So there's this, the bar itself can be seen as a wound inflicted on us, and this other in us is this wound. It's something that takes away, and subject, the S, exists only as, or it's originated out of trauma. So the trauma itself, it's at the same time where the subject originates, and at the same time inflicted by intersubjectively. So the bar itself is inflicted, at the same time creates subjects through trauma, but the trauma can be seen as the other in us. So the other is the wound in us that creates us and destroys us at the same time. Yeah, the great term, intersubjective destitution. I really love it. Thank you, Lavon. Yes, Jason. Hi.
Hi, Julie.
Hi.
That was really fantastic. Thank you. I have a very simple question for you. Would it be appropriate for us to start talking and writing about method, or would that be a contradiction?
Yeah, it would be, but it's okay. No other way.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
And Arvin already suggested successful dying, which sounds as a method to me. And everything gets corrupted into methodology, especially psychoanalysis. And this is the problem. Maybe methodology is actually possible, because there is some, it implies instructions, but maybe one can work negatively with instruction or give some kind of negative instructions, which actually Lacanian clinics, that's what it does, I think, already. But they could be even more negative. Not just non-knowledge or not knowing, the analyst that doesn't know. But I don't know how to make it even more negative, the non-knowing.
Perhaps the method could be an attempt to not have a method.
Yeah, great. Perfect negative psychoanalysis. Yeah, anyway, it's not, we don't have to discuss my presentation. We can maybe, yeah, it's time to discuss the general, whatever I called it, the general discussion, which I now regret, to be honest. I thought it's fun to have general discussion at the end, but not all of us survived until the end. And the way Arvin calls it, we might be soon undergo the successful dying, because it was 7 hours almost of great presentations. We have questions in the chat. Alec, if you, yeah, you, Lavon.
If no one else is going to talk, I'll talk. Todd, this is for Todd McGowan. I remember reading your book, which I get mixed up the title with Boothby's, Embracing the Void. Or is that Boothby's? I get your titles mixed up in my mind, and I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. Mine is called Embracing Alienation. Rick's is called Embracing the Void.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I cannot separate those for some reason in my mind. Yep. But I just remember reading your book, and in the introduction, you dropped that whole unconscious being your freedom. And I just remember I couldn't even get on to the rest of the book. I sat there just thinking about that for so long. So it was really, really nice to hear you articulate that more clearly and map that out more in your presentation. Unfortunately, yeah, the book, I've ordered this Death and Love book, but it hasn't arrived in time for me to read what everyone has written. But this idea of our unconscious being freedom makes me just go back to wanting to really parse out the wording, because we've lost the subconscious, which Freud used to talk about, right? And nowadays it's mostly talking about being conscious and unconscious. And we know that that our procedural memory is very unconscious. We don't think about when we're driving or riding a bike, or, you know, we develop these instincts, whether they're based on perceived threat or not. But perhaps there's another way, maybe without even using the term subconscious, but it's almost like it's something differentiated even from procedural memory. When you're talking about it as being freedom, it's something even more set apart, because it acts outside of even our procedural memory. So I would love to see that mapped out more, because I think it's incredible. It's an incredible idea, and it is very much our freedom, even more so sometimes than our awareness thinking, because our unconscious thinking is a quarter second faster than our unconscious thinking is a quarter second faster than our conscious thinking. So we've evolved to have that for a reason, because life is such an existential threat. No wonder we've just live our lives in such denial to survive it. But you're talking about something really differentiated from procedural memory. So I love this idea. It'd be nice to see it parsed out more.
Yeah, Lavon, thanks for that. Thanks a lot for that. By the way, just to mention everyone, Rick is sorry he couldn't come. Maybe Julie, you already said that, but he emailed me. He's very sick. His book was supposed to be called is nothing sacred, and there wouldn't have been this confusion, but Northwestern would not. They were intransigent. They would not allow him to title the book that way. So it's their fault that there's this confusion, not your fault. But I think that needs to be so. I think the way that psychoanalysis thinks, or Freud just didn't name it, thinks that the unconscious is ruled by necessity. I think we need to think that necessity as a form of freedom. And I really, actually, I started, and I'm going to, this is going to be part of a book, but I really like that you mentioned this like the slowness of consciousness, which is used as a refutation of freedom. And that's actually part of what got me thinking in this line. So yeah, I really like what you're saying.
Thank you, Lamont. Also, Alec, it's going to be unfair. You commented on each of the presenter except for me. On one hand, a relief, but on the other hand, it's not fair.
Okay. Well, I have a suggestion that you simply contact Bojan to discuss evaluation methodology. There's keywords that are running around my mind, which is kind of how it just works. And someone mentioned thirdness. Todd's pushing up boundaries now, which will include some requirement to leap ahead. Yeah, you can leap in, but there's leaping ahead. If we're going to capture the care structure as a forethought rather than afterthought, then a chat with Bojan would do everybody some good. He's super clever. I mean, super clever. And the discussions I've had with him about the idea of the negative, we've thrown around, because he's kind of saying that if you enter the void and you truly understand what the void brings and emptiness brings and nothingness brings, then it inevitably, as has been evidenced this evening, points to the positivity of love. And that would be the entry point. He was telling me that would be the sticking point. But that would be my suggestion, would be that in the next round of the negative course is bring him in. Talk with him about his understanding of psychoanalysis. It's mentioned in his book. His book is called, I have it here, it's called Complex Society in the Middle of a Middle World. And it's written with people that you're probably familiar with from the Ljubljana school. But that would be, I think, a useful iteration. And my guess would be that you would have less to talk about than any of us, and particularly me this evening. But it's, can you stay in the silence? Can you sit in the silence until the words arrive? Because they aren't yet there. The words don't exist yet. And I think that Leon's presence to manage that space would be useful in terms of, like, how do you generate the empathy that's needed, the deep rapport that's needed to fire at a new language that describes something new for next time. So that would be my provocation. And I'll email him and tell him, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, it's all right if you email him. Longer it's not me, that is fine. Yeah, thank you. I will look into the book. Thank you, Alec.
You're better off having a conversation. I think that the book's too dense. It'll kill you.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alec. Anyone else have any energy for any type of discussion left? It's just everyone who I can see trying to look away. I know how you feel. Yeah, I still feel, yeah, Lavon, save us.
I have one question, sorry. So what costume for Halloween did you wear? I forgot English. So what costume for Halloween would you like to choose? Okay.
Yeah, I actually liked Arvin talking about witches reminded me that we have local, I saw advertisement for local competition of best witch. That's my sacrifice. I'm missing one and I could win it. Instead, I'm just present here, losing. But yeah, something about witchcraft that I'm not sure if it's a reply on your question, but there's underrepresented witchcraft and witches in here for to be properly Halloween thing. There's also cats, I feel, are underrepresented. So thank you for your for the image that you have, Maria. Cats are another example of love combined with death. It's like there's some kind of essence of coincidence of love and death, and how death is possible through love, and love is possible through death. Something about cats.
Cool.
I know you would like it.
Yes, I also have a costume of a witch, but then I transformed this costume into a costume of a beach, so yeah. Yes.
You would be my competition.
Yeah. I'm super toxic, as always.
Yeah. Thank you, Maria. Lavon? Sorry for waiting.
Oh, no worries. If anyone else has questions, please just interrupt me. I also have really appreciated in this dialogue today looking at relationship of child with mother. Back in the time of psychoanalysis, there was a lot of mother bashing, which I also don't necessarily like. But I also don't like the way we've gone the other way, where we're not allowed at all to talk about how a mother can affect a child. And of course, both any caregiver in general can have an impact on a child. But I've appreciated just some of the emphasis on mother, and almost in the feminist Satanism kind of way, Julie, with your paper, Feminist Satanism, not so much as, painting women as evil, but as a necessary negation, a necessary negative, in a sense. I like this idea, and how that plays with the mother-child bond. So, because I've found it particularly difficult personally in the last, I'm in my 50s, but in reframing my childhood, just not being allowed to, with women empowerment, to be real and honest about my relationship with my mother and how difficult it was. So I love taking this approach with that, even with my own mother, in her impact on me and the necessity of that for who I am. So I've appreciated that. Arvin, I would like to listen to yours again, because I think you maybe even have some case studies for what you talked about with mother-child relationships. So that is fascinating to me. I could talk with you for hours probably. So I can't wait to listen to yours again on the recording. Yeah, very, very good to be able to talk in a different way, not going back to bashing mothers, but just a more nuanced complex way about talking about mothers and how they can impact their children.
Thank you, Vavon. It also makes me think, and it might be concluding kind of thought, that this mother-child bond as an alternative bond to what we normally consider when we talk about love, it still comes the conventional and even conventional take on love as an ethical problem, something was in ethical discourse. And even this volume, when we talk about love, we still think, when we put emphasis on it and give it a value, we still think of it as ethical stance, like we should love, especially in Christianity, and this is how we do it. Or even in negative terms, that you cannot love properly, or it's something that you don't do, is where you miss, where you fail. But still it's this ethical stance of what one have to do and how to do it, the methodology of doing it. But maybe the mother-child is also bond is normally seen as you're supposed to be, if not a good mother or a good enough mother. It's some kind of love that you, even if you turn it into destructive bond and see core of it as destructive, maybe we should overcome even that and see is as not moral requirement, but more like Leonard Cohen sings about that everyone to love will come, but as a refugee. This is where you fell, not what you do. This is where you end up anyway. I don't know why, but cats make me think, especially cat mothers who are very unnatural for natural being, who are mother naturally. They don't seem to be, and the way they are loved, cats, is something about them that they're loved because they don't even try, something like it. Like it's where they fell, the reality where you fell anyway, when you surrender. So not when what you try to do to be good. So this is where it's love. It's not only destructive and against itself kind of, but also there's nothing you can do to get there, because at the same time you're still getting there. That's what, based on cats, I don't know, who are lovable for no reason.
I heard that only narcissists will prefer dogs. I don't know. I think it's very offensive for dogs, but maybe it's true, absolutely, because dogs are more lovable. I mean, I think they just very emotional and so on. They really serve to people, but cats don't care. And yes, so maybe it's a sign that you're not a narcissist. Okay, you prefer cats. I'm kidding. Okay.
Thank you, Maria. Well, because it was said by a cat, whereas I cannot argue with that. Thank you, Maria. All right.
Just real quick, if I may.
Yeah, Till.
I just wanted to chime in as one of the dog-loving narcissists. First of all, I really appreciated this whole setup. There's a lot to think about. A lot of which I didn't understand, which isn't no one here was at fault. It's just I guess my lack of familiarity with psychoanalytic concepts and whatnot. But you just brought up this thing about cats, and for some reason it made me think about Socrates' dialogue. I think with Calixes was his name, Gorgias or something like that, where he kind of he wants to like perpetuate this dialogue, but I think Callicles tells him something like, from the mature perspective, this whole philosophizing thing is kind of juvenile, and so he leaves Socrates there just answering for him in his place, and Socrates just goes on and on and on talking like that, and it's just this feeling of dissatisfaction of the limits of our dialogue and whatnot is putting me in a position right now where I think I'm not going to be okay with my partner saying I love you on her way out the door, because I want to stop them to have a whole Socratic exchange on what that actually means. I think I've been pushed more towards like an affirmative position, like a need for mastery here, like a really desperate. There's been like an effect that's made me really desperate, but Anyways, that's all I wanted to add. I appreciate everything you guys have done.
Thank you, Till, and thank you for also other comments and questions. And also thank you, everyone, those who contribute to the volume and to today's symposium, and those who were asking questions and chatting, and also to Todd for helping to put up the volume, for actually putting the volume together, and for helping with the symposium. I hope Rick is fine. You have to check on him later.
Yeah, I will. I'll call him. Yeah. Thanks to you, Julie. This has been great. You've done a great job.
Yeah. Any symposium that ends up talking about cats and dogs is great. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.